Hey guys, what's going on? Xbox All-In channel, host Sega Forever here. Just doing an all-in chat today. A couple things I wanted to talk about when it comes to Xbox. Not too much going on. And again, if you're like me and you're actually focusing on playing your games, that's where you're spending the majority of your time right now. I was gonna kind of do something different, man. Give a kind of consumer versus Xbox fan perspective. Um, do that throughout the video when we talk about some of these topics. But we got a couple things that's pretty cool that I was looking at. Of course, we got the showcase that's happening. I believe it's next week. Is it next week, Sunday? I think Unlimited Productions and the crew are going to stream it. Hopefully, they do. I normally don't stream on Sundays, and that's when I don't know for some reason Microsoft likes to do their streaming showcases on Sunday. I think that's probably maybe the best day for them. I wish they would do it like on a Thursday morning or a Friday morning. Because even though I won't even watch it then, it's like something to go into the weekend with and something that we can discuss over the weekend. But that's their schedule. That's how they tend to do it. A lot of people are looking at big announcements. There's a lot of speculation going on. We'll talk about it in the video here. Um, but to be honest with you, man, there's not much going on when it comes to Xbox. You know, aside from all the cultural the video game culture stuff that's pretty toxic, if I'm being honest. If you do a search and go look on what's going on with Xbox news, it's usually negative, right? And it's both. It's like both positive. It can be both positive and negative. Hold on one second, guys. Let me close that door. I just started streaming and my neighbors are talking, so I don't want to probably hear everything they say. It's funny, like always, right? I start doing these videos and then I start setting it up and I start setting up for articles. Not sure if anybody's going to jump in, so I got the invite ready in case somebody wants to come in. And it's quiet for the most part. And as soon as I hit the start button, man, it just starts getting noisy. Or maybe I'm not noticing it, or maybe I'm ultra focused on it now because I'm actually doing the video. But yeah, I mean, as far as Xbox, as far as the fandom, right? And I've always said this for years that Xbox really doesn't have fans. And when I say that, it's a bit of I'm being a little bit facetious, guys, when I say that. But I mean, it's also what is that? Sorry, it's also true in some senses. Right? There's a little bit of truth. There's a truth kernel in there, right? Because I've been gaming for the longest time. I still consider myself a Sega fan, first and foremost. But I do love Xbox. I like what they do. But like I said in the last a few videos I was doing, man, it's because of the way Xbox has decided to change course with what they're doing. They're publishing more of their titles on other consoles. It takes away from the uniqueness of the brand, in my opinion. You guys can disagree. Hey, what's up, Faded? Yeah, just something really quick. Just all in chat, dude. If you got anything to say with what's going on in Xbox, please feel free to share, and then I'll read the comments and we can discuss it. So when I do these all in chats, guys, it's basically for you guys, right? Not just me. And I also like the perspective you guys bring, and some of the stuff I don't know. Like I've been just reading the news on this stuff. To be honest with you guys, I'm not 100% up on everything Xbox when it comes to the news. I mean, I am just by osmosis because I check the news daily, and Xbox is there, right? But I'm not into that heavily into that culture. So, and it's not that I can't, I stand Xbox and stuff like that, but there's no point in researching certain things when it's just the same old thing over and over again. Mostly negative, mostly the same people. Gaming media is horrible, so you're not going to get anything from there. I spend most of my time on social media where you can get guys like Faded right here, right? Like Faded says, I'm tired of people saying the handheld is canceled, it's delayed. Yeah, exactly, Faded. I mean, the first thing I saw when it hit the news was that it's Xbox is delaying, not delaying, but Xbox isn't coming out with a handheld. They're pulling back, and then if the way the media works in general, guys, if you just let it, don't react right away, um, and just let it play itself out, dude. Eventually, all this other stuff will come out. That's why I was doing the pull for the articles, which I was going to show you guys. Right? So just real quick. Share the screen for you. See, so you guys should be able to see this. Let me widen it up a bit. Sorry, I'll just drop you a comment real quick for you. I'll bring it back up. Um, so basically, it started off with Microsoft cancels. Microsoft's not doing it. Now it's Microsoft's rethinking. Microsoft is delaying it. Right, it's put on pause, and that's what you're seeing now. Microsoft hits pause on first-party Xbox handheld to refocus on gaming in Windows 11. So this is the latest thing I've seen about it. And again, mind you guys, dude, I'm not searching this stuff out. I'm not. Right? In fact, if I'm being honest, I'm a little bit ill-prepared for this show. Right? But since it's an all-in chat and you guys can chime in, then you guys can let me know what's going on, because I'm not doing a deep dive on this stuff. Right? Because this is the type of news that when Xbox comes out with something, nothing really good, right? Like you don't really see a lot of articles, or you see some articles where people are talking about the games that are on Xbox or what's coming to Game Pass and stuff like that, right? But even in those articles, sometimes people take shots at Microsoft and Xbox. You know what I'm saying? Toolman says, "What's up, brother?" Hey, what's up, Toolman? Hey, man, if you have any thoughts, man, just drop it in the comment section and we can talk about it. It's all in chat video today, so welcome, Toolman. Thanks for being here. Faded Blaze, people saying Microsoft should buy Sega. I say no, any. There are two options, either EA or WB. Yeah, in fact, I was going to talk about that too, Faded, because there's rumors out there, as there always is. And of course, it's going to pique my interest because you guys know that I'm a huge Sega fan. And of course, take everything with a grain of salt. A lot of this stuff is happening because of everything that happened with the FTC. Right? It's official, right? FTC dropping the case. They had no choice. They had no case. And they just wasted all their money. That's basically what the FTC did, right? With the whole Microsoft AKB thing, right? It's just a big waste of money, as a lot of you guys are finding out. That's our government superpower, right? It's just to waste money. And so this is why those rumors are coming about. And there's other things too, like you said, EA, WB. I think from a business perspective, EA would be the biggest get, if I'm looking at it by just the catalog and the games that they have. If the goal for Xbox or for Microsoft to grow Xbox, to grow Game Pass specifically, right? EA would be a good buy. Plus, we already know that they're not going to make it specific to their console. They'll put it everywhere, everywhere and anywhere. Play where you want, what you want, on what you want. And EA. I mean, buying a third-party publisher like EA, a big publisher like you, with the brands that they have, it's all about the money at the end of the day, which I'm fine with, guys. I'm unabashed. I'm unabashed with Microsoft getting that money. They deserve it, right? I was just playing Towerborn. I've been playing Towerborn nonstop. It's a really great game. I actually went and bought the Founders Edition, the $69.99 version, just to support them, because I really enjoyed what they did. I mean, they got some work on the game, right? Like, for example, I played so much that I do get caught up in getting bounced from games, and I get bounced from the service. But you just log back in and you play. It's very much, it's still kind of raw. So if you guys play the game, don't expect it to be perfect. Don't expect it to be complete. In fact, they tell you it's not. They tell you there's issues, right? But for what they have done and what they've created, I'm actually supporting the people that created Towerborn, because I like their style, I like their story player, I like their characters. And for this game, or in the content they made before, and so in this game, dude, they brought all of that and they put it in an actual genre that I love, which is action, right? I mean, I love stoic and stuff like that, but a lot of their stuff is the turn-based stuff, and that's just credit to them, and that I will play their turn-based games just because of their art and their story and the games that they create. Not just the gameplay itself, but the whole overall package. And with Towerborn, that's what you get, and that's what I've been experiencing. That's why I've been playing it nonstop. And I can see the sky's the limit for these guys. They can bring a lot more to the table. I think the game is in its infancy right now. If they do it right, if they can address some of the concerns, one of the things I have a problem with is, the storage space. Right now, granted, the type of game that Towerborn is, they're gonna have to add more storage if that's possible. Because there's times where you're playing with people and you're playing online and you drop into a game and then you get a good game going. Because sometimes there's only 1-2 people. If you can get in with the game of 4 people, and these people are running the gamut, like that. Like maybe you guys want to get Ritz, maybe you guys are just trying to explore the map, do the story, all this kind of stuff, right? There's different ways you can participate on the online service. So if you get a good team of people, you gel well with them and stuff like that. The last thing you want to do is have a full inventory that forces the other three people, because that's what happened last night. There's a guy in our group. He ended up dropping because the guy wanted to start the game, and then he kept on saying no, no, and I could tell why. He probably had a lot of inventory he was trying to clear, or people want to upgrade their stuff, right? So I don't know how they're gonna do that. That's going to be a challenge for them, because once you have a good crew, but then you take that one person out, it changes the dynamic. You can still play. I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm saying, if they can, there's stuff like that you got to think about, right? And that's just one aspect of it, because it is an online service game. You are going to rely on a community of people, and then hopefully those people, because they like your product, will turn around and pay you. Right? There's a microtransaction option in there. I didn't have a problem with it. Again, I told you guys I don't have a problem with microtransactions. I control the way that I spend my money, and if I like what you provide, then I have no problem spending money. People do it all the time, guys. People do it all the time. You go to a restaurant, you try the food, you don't like it, and then, especially if it's more costly than what you think it's worth, then you probably won't go back, right? That's the decision you're going to make. You go to a place, right? The food's the right price. The food is awesome. It exceeds your expectations, right? Service was great. Then you go back. That's how it works. And games are no different. I don't know what the issue is, and we can touch a little bit about economy, right? I mean, that's what gets me about gaming. And I understand we're a niche we're a hobby, right? And for me, a lifestyle. And I understand it's very niche still. Like the average gamer is very casual. Um, for the most part, the majority of people that game are not even casual. If I'm being nice, so like I talk about all the time on the channel. So at some point in time, right, we're no different than any other part of the economy, right? People make choices every day on what they're going to do. There's somebody canceling a subscription service, man, because maybe their electric bill went up, or somebody has something going on with their kids, or the kids are going to start university. It can be something from very big to something that's very small to something that's minuscule, or some people might even think gaming is not even on the agenda. That just goes away. For guys like us who love the game, right, we're going to have to make these choices and these decisions, which I don't have a problem doing. I've been doing it my whole life. That's why I don't have a problem with the $80 games, in the sense that, if you want my $80, that better be the best game I've ever played in my life. Right? And are those games the best games I've ever played in my life? Probably not. Right? So am I gonna drop the $80? Probably not. You gotta show me something. You gotta give me something, man. You gotta get me to want to give me my $80. Like with Tarborn, I basically gave them $70, $69.99 for the founder's fee. Now you get stuff in return. I think that's the best package you get, because they'll give you coins so you can get skins if you want, because they have some really cool skins. They'll give you these lanterns that you need. It's basically like a battle pass option. You do it to unlock special skins that they have in the curio store, right? And then you can use that just to unlock, and you play the game to collect their in-game currency, right? To get those skins, right? So you're not paying directly for the skins, but you kind of are. If you guys play Fortnite, if you guys do anything online with this, with the micro economy that's in gaming and stuff like that, and you've been down that road, you know what I'm talking about. For those of you guys who have not done it, I highly suggest you educate yourself on this real quickly, because there's all kind of ways that they do that. I'm the type of person, it doesn't phase me, because I've been doing this my entire life. I'm the dude. It's just like, dude, you can't get the Captain Crunch, man. You got to get the Cookie Crunch, right? The store brand. Right? Captain Crunch is like $4, dude. Cookie Crunch is like $1.99. So that's what your parents would buy you, right? And then maybe you want to get the milk went up, and then you got your powdered milk. I'm just saying, right? That you do what you got to do. So I've been doing that my whole life. Yeah, but faded. Good comment. Yeah, I think, like, my heart, dude. I'm a Sega dude. I go Sega all the time. But if I got my business hat on, dude, it's definitely EA, just for the brands that they have. Just their sports line alone would be worth it. Also, with EA, Microsoft can give them the backing, like they did with like Towerborn, like we just talked about. Stoic does certain types of games. For them to take the chance and make something like Towerborn, which I absolutely love, and I'm glad that they took that opportunity. I'm not saying they wouldn't do it without Xbox, but having that cushion there really does help. Having a game like that in Game Pass really does help them as well, because they engage with the community there. They can build a community there, and from that, right, that community can actually grow into fans, and those fans can support the product. So you're winning both ways, or three ways technically, right? Game Pass is a godsend for a lot of these people. This is what the media doesn't talk about, right? They just focus on the negative, because that's what get the clicks, right? And like, I'll be honest with you, there can be some truth in what they're saying, but it's not an honest discussion, right? It's just like politics. You're not having honest discussion with people. Right? Everybody's about. Most people are in their emotions. Number one, some people hate Microsoft, some people hate Xbox, some people are fanboys of other consoles. Right? It's a console war thing. People get into it. They're going back and forth. All of this stuff that's going on. Oh, hold on, guys. Let me see if am I on the thing? Sorry, I'm getting lost in my own thing. All right. You know what I'm saying? So when all of that comes into play and stuff like that, you have to take a lot of this reporting with a heavy grain of salt. Now, for me, like I tell you guys on this channel, I like to discuss these things as a fan, right? As a fanboy, as a person who consumes not just Xbox content, but just gaming in general, right? That's the culture I was talking about, right? The gaming culture. That's what we used to do. Even if we had disagreements, you could have been a Nintendo fan. Even back in the day, you could have been a Sony fan, right? Most of us that were hardcore gamers are multi-console anyway, like I was, right? And you play games anywhere you could find it, dude. Like, dude, a Monopoly game is started up in my family's house. I was there. You know what I'm saying? We're just gamers at the end of the day, right? But the culture is not like that now. The gaming culture is not like that at all. So you have to hold these people accountable. That's what I try to do on my channel, right? And like you guys will hold me accountable on stuff, right? Like if I might not know something or I miss something or I say something that's wrong, definitely you guys will tell me. That's why I like our chat. Right? That's why I follow the guys that I do. Like Hiba would tell me like straight up, no, this is what's going on. You know, all the guys would do. Sega Man, E-Rock, Unlimited, Dia, Tuck. Right? Even if we disagree on stuff, dude, it's cool because at the end of the day, I trust them. Right? You're always gonna have disagreements with people. Guys, if you guys follow politics, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Dude, you're all not gonna get along with things, right? But at the end of the day, dude, it's the person that I look at, not just what they say. Right? And these dudes have been rocking out for a long time. A lot of them have credentials because they've been gaming for a long time. But again, you see Hebot comes on the channel all the time. I have a lot of respect for him, man, because he just doesn't know it. He lived it, and that's a big thing for me. That's why I look at so. And don't take things the wrong way, guys. I'm doing these hack tip videos. I'll start doing them some more, man. But I can't. It's hard for me to do a video game, guys, because a lot of the dudes doing the channels and stuff now. I watched this one guy. I don't want to, I'm not trying to start beef and stuff like that. But he was kind of like talking about stuff and like how he knew all this kind of stuff. And I'm sitting there listening to him. I'm like, bro, everybody knows this. You just happen to have a channel and you're talking about it. Dude, but the greater community, especially the Xbox community, man, you gotta respect the community of the people that rocked out and that are doing it, dude. This is not the place to be if you want to be popular, or this is not the place to be if you want to get the most views and clicks, especially if you speak honestly. Right? This is the last place that you want to be is on the Xbox side. If you want the following and stuff like that, do what some of these Xbox did. They basically flip flopped and went the other side because they were more concerned about themselves and their influence and their views and their channels. For me, this is it. This is all you're gonna get, guys, straight up. But agree. My heart is Sega, and we'll talk about that. But EA to me, EA is the best option right now. Of all the companies, man, because I'm just looking at it from a perspective of where Microsoft is going. Right? They want more. They want, of course, they want more money, but they want to grow Game Pass. They want to grow the brand beyond what I would consider as an Xbox fan, what Xbox branding is. EA just concealed the Black Panther. Oh, sorry. EA concealed. Sorry, faded. Let me look. EA just canceled the Black Panther game, and WB is in gutter with canceled games. MK1 flop, they in trouble with the DC IP. Yeah, faded. That's 100% true, and I think that gives credence to them actually getting backing from Microsoft. If Microsoft would bring them into the fold, and again, Microsoft, look, they have Bethesda. Bethesda is a huge company, right? And they do a lot of things, right? And they have a specific way of doing things. And if Microsoft, unlike Disney, if Microsoft just can keep their hands out of the cookie jar, right, and let them cook, let them bake, they own the restaurant, let the chefs in the kitchen handle it. Especially those chefs are well known. They know what they're doing. They're experienced, right? EA brings that to the table, and what Microsoft brings to EA is that cushion that they need. Because it's unfortunate because EA did games besides sports games when I was growing up. Dude. One of my favorite series I talked about on the channel is the Strike series, right? One of many that they did. And with EA, they were able to diversify with their sports series. So for me, when I look at that, I'm like, yeah, dude, they can help each other out. And I think EA needs it more, right? Because again, you're getting games like South of Midnight. You know what I'm saying? For the developers of South of Midnight, Compulsion Games, that's probably something that was beyond them. They probably would have tried to do it. I don't know if it would have came out as good as it is. But again, when you have Microsoft with all that money, And you have Phil, who likes these kind of things, man, who makes that's his credo. The way he runs Xbox, right? He's all about the games, which is good. I'm not. That's I can talk about. We can go down the road. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of what they're doing, um, from a business perspective, but I do appreciate the content. You can't touch it, dude. Look, dude. This is why I feel a certain way, man, with certain people that I follow, right? It's just like I listen to them and I agree with them, like the DEI stuff. I'll agree with them all day on the DEI stuff, right? But on the flip side of that, when I have the console and I participate in the ecosystem, like I have the service, I play the games, right? I play the games, like I've been playing Towerborn nonstop, right? And then I get into the nitty gritty of it, these guys don't. And then they make this commentary and talk about things about Xbox and Game Pass and the games that's just not true, right? Look, at the end of the day, dude, South of Midnight, I've been playing it. I need to finish it. I'm halfway through the game. I have no problem with the game whatsoever. Dude, actually, look, that was the game I told you guys 100 times. That's the game I was looking forward to the most, right? And then I'm listening to some people, and they're like pointing out little things in there, and I'm like, really, I don't see that, dude. Now, on a personal thing, though, if that stuff bothers you, that's all on you, bro. That's fine. I'm not here to tell you how to play, because I don't like people telling me how to play or what to play, right? We can agree to disagree, I guess. But as far as I'm concerned, dude, playing South of Midnight is probably one of the best games that I played in the longest time, which shocked me, right? Because a lot of the hate coming from South of Midnight um, isn't just on the political side of gaming, right? But also on, you know, it's on the Sony side, but it's expected. But the funny thing to me about it is it's such a PlayStation game, right? This is if this was on their console, the developer, if Compulsion worked for Sony, if Compulsion had a deal, a third party deal with Sony, dude, these dudes would be praising South of Midnight up and down, and they'd be calling you a racist if you point out something on the game, right? I'd be like, well, I thought the control on this level was like, you just, you're a racist, right? That's what they would be doing, dude, because that's what they do. But and it's sad, right? I know that's ridiculous, dude. Like it's a very childish thing, right? But that's just the reality of it, right? That's what they do, right? And that's a sad thing because as a gamer, I'm like, dude, but you're missing out on the experience. Right? There's some games that I play that I throw caution to the wind, right? I'm just like, okay, well, I want to see, you know, I will do that because I'm a gamer, right? And I try and keep this in mind. Well, that's why I try not to critique too much some of these guys because I get what they're coming from for some of them, right? But they're just, I'll just be honest with you, man. They're not. I just got to be honest. I just got to. You guys know I keep it 100. Dude. They're more on the political side of gaming than actually into gaming. Right? They make great points though, in some aspects. So I do the same thing on my channel, right? But at the end of the day, for me, it's about the games, dude. Like when all is said and done, I'm gonna walk away, and it's all about the games. Case in point, I'll do a little pop culture for you, right? Lilo and Stitch just came out, the new movie, right? My daughter, my son, well, my son is fine, he's busy. My daughter was thinking about watching it, was thinking we go check it out, but then she heard some stuff about the movie, and then when all the reviews came in, the spoilers came out, then and if you, I don't care about spoilers, guy, I'll watch a movie because it's about the experience. It's not just about the ending for me. And so they did some stuff in Lilo and Stitch, this new movie that actually changed from the original. And me and my kids are big fans of the original. You know, and for some people they're like, oh, it's because of the Hawaiian thing. No, dude, it's like it's a Disney movie to me first and foremost, and it's the first Disney movie that was able to take something that's connected to Hawaii, right? But they actually made a good story. That's what's important to me, right? You can put all the stuff in the world, right? This is what, and this is this. I'm getting to my point right now, is that a lot of you guys, right, like in gaming, man, you guys fight the good fight, DEI, all this kind of stuff, right? At the end of the day, right? But you still have to make a good game. You still have to make a good movie. Like in the case of Lilo and Stitch, dude, they did some stuff in there that actually changes the first movie. And this is why I don't watch this. This is why I hate Disney right now, guys. Right? Because all the stuff that they built on, these new people coming in, either they want to put their own flag down, or maybe they want to, any they're creative, right? So they want to create their own thing. Or maybe they want to put their own flag, plant their own flag and stuff like that. But what they're doing is they're actually taking the older content that worked, that's beloved, that people like a lot, and then they're creating it and they're twisting it and they're turning it. They're doing it in the Marvel movies. They're doing it in their Disney movies, especially on the animation side, right? Because I'm not gonna spoil it for you guys, because in case you guys do want to go watch it, look, dude, it's your money, it's your time, you do what you want to do. I made my decision. In fact, what I ended up doing, because my daughter was like, Dad, do we have Lilo and Stitch? I said, we have it on disc, right? But you're gonna watch it downstairs. And then I was like, you know what? I'll go buy it. And look, you guys know I'm in the ecosystem, dude. And Microsoft is smart in this, right? And they have to work with Disney, right? Disney pulls the strings well. But I go on the Microsoft store and it was on sale. Well, the two places I went to Fandango, right? Because I have Voodoo. Fandango was formerly Voodoo. So over there they have it for $17.99, but it's HDX. If you go to the Microsoft store, you pay $14.99, which is a little bit more. Right, I like to keep my thing under $10 with digital content, but I made an exception in this case. My daughter wanted to watch it, and we'll watch these things a bazillion times. Right? So it's $14.99 UHD. Right? And again, them being smart, man. I mean, at least they're not going the $29 route that Disney normally does, right? But they know they can make some money on this because people want to watch the original. What Disney is not realizing is that the backlash that's coming on this stuff. Right. So anyway, sorry, I'm getting off on pop culture and it's not that podcast. But getting back to my point, I mean, you do these kind of things, right? And I have to look, dude. You do you, I do me, man. For me, it is all about the gaming. At the end of the day, it's all about the gaming, dude. But I don't talk about certain things that issues, politics, or the stuff going on in gaming because I want to see gaming fail. Right. I'm a gamer, dude. I want to see gaming do better. I want to see it thrive. I want to see it exceed where it's at. This is why I'm so into Game Pass and so into Xbox, right? Because Xbox is doing all of those things, checking the boxes. At least on the gaming side, they're definitely checking out the boxes. You guys know, man. You guys know. I know all you guys got Game Pass. You guys play your games, right? A lot of you guys are like me, man, just trying to get some air at this point in time because they dropped a bunch of games. I played that one game because it's from the creator of Katamari Damacy. What's it called? TOAT or something like that. It's basically the character in the game. For some reason, he has a condition or whatever. I don't know. It's Japanese, right? Their stories can be weird at times. And he walks around with his two arms, spread out. He looks like a T, and that's kind of what the game is called. And so you got to go. You're going through life, or you're going through your day. Like you got to brush your teeth, all this kind of stuff, man. But you have to do everything. You can't change. Like you can't bend your elbows or anything like that, right? And the reason why I played it because I was looking at it, I saw the trailer and I was like, dude, this looks like something that's so weird and so quirky that I would actually like it because I like that stuff, right? And because I like Katamari Damacy, right? When it came out, I loved that game. I used to play it nonstop. And so it's the same guys. I'm like, dude, it looks ridiculous. It looks dumb. It looks like something that somebody just threw together and it's not going to work. And then like I jump on Cloud. Thank God for Cloud because I don't have to download it. So I'm playing it. I just wanted to test it out. And then like an hour later, I'm like, dude, this game's amazing. Right. The only reason I stopped is because I had to get dinner, and I'm gonna put that in my rotation as well. But again, this is the actual things that's going on with an Xbox, right? And if you don't give them a chance, like if you just think Microsoft's a dirty corporation, which they have their issues, right? That he bought. When we do podcasts and stuff, and we talk about these things, man, we talk about it in detail, right? It's just like I don't like some of the things that Microsoft stands for. So when I get challenged on it from people, and I'm just going to be honest, people on the right side of politics or like conservative brethren, right? They'll come to me. So how can you support them because they're this? I'm like, it's not for me. I feel a certain way. Like I don't like people telling me what to do or trying to shove that stuff down my throat. Dude, Microsoft does what they do. They believe what they believe, and as long as they're not trying to shove that stuff down my throat, right? Now we all know. Right, what this upcoming month is. In fact, it is. Right, is it June today? Right, we all know, or we've known for years what June is. Right now, you have a current administration in office that's changing all that at the federal level, and it's actually affecting the cultural level and a lot of these businesses, right? Because it was never real to them. Let's be honest. Microsoft is actually the only real deal company that does this kind of stuff. When they do Asian Pacific Islander month, it's not just to get you to buy, to buy Moana in their Xbox in their Windows store. Right, there's the business component to it, but there's a lot of the stuff. If you guys don't know, Microsoft is very like that. They believe in that kind of stuff. They're believers, and I can speak on that. But the one thing I can appreciate about them, even though I don't agree with a lot of that stuff that they do, right, and maybe their messaging can be a little bit overboard. Dude. As long as they're not trying to stuff it down my throat, that's how I can participate in the ecosystem. But if they start doing that or become like something like anti-Christian or something that's against my values or principles, then I wouldn't be able to do that. Just being honest. Right? But they've never done anything to me like shut off my account because I'll post something, that like I do these videos, right? And the name of my channel is Xbox All In. I told you I changed my name to All In channel back in the day because I was like, okay, if I start talking about things that I want to talk about, I don't want to get a message from Phil or have Microsoft block my account because that happens. Right, that happened to me on other social media accounts where I bring up politics or I talk about my faith or my principles or my morals. Right, people wouldn't like that. Right, so you get blocked, you get ostracized. I don't care. I'll tell you this, guys. Don't ever feel sorry for me on the stuff that I say. or if somebody comes at me, because I've done that my whole life, dude. I've been that way my whole life, dude. I'm a nerd way before any of this kind of stuff happened. And if Heba was here, he could tell you, right? When we grew up, dude, it was not cool to be and segmented. Uh, if it was not cool to be this way. It was not cool. I mean, people would make comments to you. They look down at you, and dude, but you just loved it so much, you just took it, right? And at the end of the day, that's what it was all about, man. It's just like you enjoyed it. So so bringing it back to my point. What I'm trying to say is, I'm just not doing it to do it, right? There's an end game for me, right? When it comes to gaming, dude, is to get it back to good, dude. I don't like, right, people that use gaming as a shield, as a place that they can breed their ideologies. You can do that, dude, but if people come back at you, dude, you don't get to put up a wall and say, no, we're not doing this. No, I'm not for that at all. Like how people can come over here and criticize me on whatever I'm doing and stuff like that. That's fine, right? We have PlayStation guys coming to our podcast all the time talking to us about stuff. It's not going to affect me directly because I already know, look, dude, I'm not going to change, right? Now, with that being said, it's also for me about where do we go? Like, how do we get to better, right? So, for example, like what people would focus the most on, and again, my brother and a lot of us are older, right? It made a difference when you went from 8-bit to 16-bit back in the day, then 32-bit, then polygons became a thing, then you board, the chips and all this stuff, all of this kind of stuff. Then the internet got involved, all this kind of stuff. That was the focus of what we did in gaming back in the day, right? Because it was all about the gaming, dude. It's all about the experience. And now, right, you got all this stuff coming into gaming that's not outside of gaming, right? And I understand, dude. It's where we are in the world right now. It's the internet, it's social media, it's all that kind of stuff. People want to be represented. Dude, I just want to play good games at the end of the day. I just want the business to grow, right? I want Microsoft to actually be the dominant force that it needs to be, right? It's just like living in this country, dude. At the end of the day, even though some people don't like this, right? We are the dominant superpower. We're the lone superpower in there, and we need to act accordingly. That's what, for me, Microsoft needs to do with their Xbox brand. Right? And I go over hit everybody over the head except for Sony. You guys know I can't stand Sony, but right. And the reason why with Sony, man, is because Sony acts like the big dog in the room, and they're not, dude. They're not. They're not the big dog. Right? It reminds me of that scene in Rush Hour, dude, where Chris Rock was in the restaurant talking to this dude, talking all kind of trash, and then he turned, and then all everybody in the restaurant, they all stood up at one time, right? And then the guy sitting at the table, because he didn't know the dude was that was that he was like a boss, right? And so the dude just, like you see at the table, Chris Rock stood up and he turns the other way, and then everybody that was behind the dude stood up. Dude, that was his crew, right? And then the dude just put his finger up and just told him to sit down. Right? That's Microsoft. Sony's like Chris Rock, right? And not Chris Rock, sorry, Chris Tucker. Sony's like that, dude. They talk big, right? They act like they're big, right? They do whatever they need to do, utilize the media. Um, Utilize influencers, whatever they need to do, man, to be who to. And again, I get it, dude. They look at it as business too, but Microsoft is the actual big dog, right? And they need to. Oh shoot! Hey, what's up, Ivan? Sorry, brother. I get lost on my other pages, so I'm not looking. Hey, I'll shoot you a link, dude, if you want to jump in. Hold on. Again, I gotta send it to you on Instagram if you have time. I know you're busy. It's an all-in chat anyway, so it's not the wrecking crew. Oh, hold on, dude. I don't know. Let me check my. Oh, there we go. I was about to say it, dude. This thing isn't working. I don't know, but for me, it's just like Xbox, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to bring everybody together. I call it leading from behind, which I don't like. Right? Because we talked about this last week, man. You saw what happened with Apple, dude. Apple is not going to play ball, right? And why should they? Right? It is their ecosystem, it's their own thing and stuff like that. But at some point in time, sometimes you just gotta crack some. You guys gotta crack some like that. I'll just be honest with you. And again, I'm not sure if Microsoft is going to hold that line, and like Hiva says, hold the line. I don't know if Microsoft is going to do that. I mean, I prefer them to come out and just be business oriented at the end of the day. I think that's better for them. So yeah, so getting back to Fate, they said EA just canceled the Black Panther game and WB isn't gonna, yeah. So with the Black Panther game faded, yeah, the second movie, it had made money, but just let me let you guys know this, man, because I hear people all the time. Well, it made this much money, dude. They made that money on branding, right? The goal of what Marvel should be doing. I'm talking about Marvel Studios under Disney, so Disney Marvel. What they should be doing is doing it to expand the brand. What they're doing is they're relying on the brand, and that only takes you so far, right? As time goes on, and they keep on making these movies that nobody wants to watch or nobody can get into because of the way they're creating it. Look, the whole thing with the politics in this movie is, yeah, that's real, but the bigger problem that these guys that we're beginning to see, right? Because as the politics shift, dude, the movies still suck, right? They just fix one part of the problem. It's a big part of the problem. I'll give you that, right? When these people go mouthing off about certain things, look, dude, just act, just want my money, just take my money. That's all I'm asking from you guys. We can't even get that from you. Even if they fix that, you're still stuck with bad story, bad writing. A lot of these people don't write for audiences; they write for themselves. Now, when you become Steven Spielberg or you become George Lucas, then you can do that. But right now, where you guys are at, dude, you need to make money for the studios. You need to build your career, right? You need to create things that people want to watch and pay money for. And sometimes you got to do stuff that you don't want to do. You don't want to do the big blockbuster, man. You want to do your magnum opus. Well, for most people, that's not how it happens. Dude. Nobody starts off at the top. Most people start off at the bottom and work their way up. And some people might not even make it to the top, right? And the fact that these people need to be criticized because their stuff is just not good, right? In their mind, it's good, right? The way that they read story and consume content is good. Their generation does that, but it's not what people want, right? And that's what's really missing, dude. It's like watching Lilo and Stitch, remembering that. Damn, dude, this dude. Remembering Lilo and Stitch and what it was when it first came out. Looking back, there's a lot of things I love the movie. It's one of my favorite movies that Disney made, animated movies, for various reasons, right? But watching it again in light of everything that's coming out on the new movie, dude, just makes you appreciate it even more. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, but yeah, 100% rated. At the end of the day, dude, they can cancel this stuff and whatever. They've already the die has been cast, right? So they're starting from the bottom, coming on up. If I'm being honest, right? Like these people do seriously. Um, so what they're doing is they're already in the hole with this stuff, dude, and they're gonna have to work hard. In fact, I'll say this much: for Disney Marvel to get out of the issue that they're in right now, dude, they have to work extra hard, more harder than when they first started to launch the studio, when they were with Paramount, with Iron Man, and then they decided we're gonna make our own studio, and they had to come up and all that stuff they face, nothing compared to what they gotta do because we're at some point in time, people have become apathetic. I said this about a year and a half ago. People have become apathetic to Disney Marvel movies, right? So some people will just go and they'll watch it. They'll have a big weekend, like Lilo and Stitch had a big weekend, quote unquote, right? But what ends up happening is that's just people doing it on a whim or doing it because they want to watch something. It's the Memorial Day weekend. What they lost, dude, is the hardcore people that not just go one or two times, three or four times. I was doing that with their movies, right? Dissecting it, looking at it, enjoying it, breaking it down, stuff I miss, right? Because it's overwhelming, right? Then I would buy it when it released on Blu-ray. I'll go pick it up and then I watch it again, watch it with my kids. It was an experience, right? And they're losing that. That's why they can't figure out what's going on with the money because it's in that way that people consume your product, not because it's your brand, because they like your brand, they participate in your brand, right? Not just because it's a Disney movie, let's go watch it. Because that's not going to be somebody that comes back and watches it again, especially if the movie's not good, right? It's not going to be that person that's going to go buy the toys that they have, and of course their toys don't do well because the characters are horrible, right? What they don't grasp about what George Lucas did with Star Wars, it was kind of gimmicky, but not really. I hate to say it that way, but he created the world he did. But in his world, dude, he created a world that he wanted to live in. Right? That's the kind of creator that he is. And what happened was he produced it. He gave it. He put it out on film, threw it out there for everybody to enjoy, and people wanted to come into that world and enjoy it as well. Right? Now, what does this have to do with gaming? Gaming is running that same gamut. Dude. Again, you get rid of all this politics in the gaming, which I think they should. You should just be there to make a game, make it the best game as possible. The other hurdle that you gotta have is just that people are just not good at making games. I'm just being honest, dude. Me and Heba kind of touched on that. Um, at one time. I just look at some of the stuff they produce, and I'm like, I'm not talking about the indie stuff. Just that in and of itself is its own ecosystem within gaming, right? And that's fine because that's where you should go if you want to do that. Just like I watch more big films from studios that are smaller independent studios, right? Because they're making the content that they're more creative and they're making the content that they like, but they also remember they're making it for an audience. See, some of these studios are so big they lost track of it. And I don't think they were going to find it because there's just too many. Again, there's too many chefs in the kitchen, right? The owner of the restaurant, unless he's a world class chef or he started off as a chef and then he bought it and all that stuff. Dude, but if you're an owner and you're just a businessman, you should do that and let the people that you hire handle the actual working part of the restaurant. That's what Disney should be doing. Disney shouldn't be ultra focusing on all the stuff that they're and they've gotten to that point because they let stuff go. There's stuff that they should have dealt with from a business perspective that they never did, so now that's why they're paying the price. Right? So I have no sympathy for them, dude. Sometimes you need to take that medicine to learn. Play says EA is not profiting enough from Apex and NFL license for Madden should be spread to different companies. I mean, I get what you're saying, dude. Because I was there when they took it away and then we lost 2K. Because I'm not an EA, I'm not in person. Well, when I look at what Microsoft is doing, I mean, they did raise the price of their consoles, which I don't have a problem with. But they still try and keep Game Pass at a competitive level, and they give you avenues, not stuff that they promote. But there's avenues that you can go, and they're aware of it to help you get that monthly stipend, quote unquote, to participate in there. So that's why I'm looking at it when it comes to EA. Right, like they have so much content on there right now, and I know that's the direction they're going to. Because if you were worried about people buying your games in Game Pass or doing certain things that people always talk about with Game Pass, you wouldn't have certain games in there. Like a game like Towerborn, again, dude, I've been playing that nonstop. It's taking me from playing other games, and I've been so engrossed in Towerborn. I have a rotation of games that I'm supposed to be playing, but Towerborn sucked up all the time. Right, for the limited time that I have for playing games, right? Towerborn sucked it all that time away. Right, and what I did last night, I actually stopped playing, forced myself to play that other game because I wanted to try it out. So I took a break, and I was like, when I did my thing, and then I was like, okay, well, I got about an hour. I probably played for like half an hour, and I ended up playing it for an hour, dude. And I thought it was an awesome game, dude. It was unique, it was original, right? And that's something that they have in Game Pass as well. So I can see what they're doing, dude. They're just trying to get more people into the ecosystem to participate in the ecosystem. Yeah, so he bought here, but yeah, good point, brother. Good point. I think it would be beneficial for the brand, for the NFL brand, if they did that. To bring back some of these games, and maybe Tecmo can do like an updated Tecmo Super Bowl because people still love Tecmo Super Bowl, man. There's people still making those games, trying to imitate it. But I mean, I think if they got EA, like because Microsoft won't put it behind a paywall. In a sense, right? They don't force you just to get an Xbox. They just play it on PC. They'll make it for everybody, and that's one of those games that that sells a lot of copies every year, even though it's technically the same game. So Hebot's hold the line. Hebot says we've been dealing with this since the NES days. We got judged for yeah, Hebot, good, yeah, 100%. And then Toolman says, "What's up, Hebot?" Oh, speak of the devil. Hey, what's up, brother?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you loud and clear. Let me drop this. Let me stop sharing this.
What's up, brother? What's going on?
No, I'm just doing an all-in chat, just a quick one, man. Just a couple topics, dude.
Yeah. I'll,
Yeah.
come in here and talk a little bit.
So like, so I've been just
You were just saying something that I wanted to say something on.
The EA thing.
Or Microsoft. You were just saying something about Microsoft that I wanted to say something.
Yeah, so we're Microsoft guys, or we're Xbox guys, which Microsoft owns Xbox, and Microsoft actually is participating.
Oh no! You said about the price increase, right, with the console.
I just said I don't care. I don't care.
Right. Well, I mean, there's a purpose and point for that, though, and people don't seem to understand that, and it's mind-boggling because the evidence or the fingers are pointed in the direction where people, all you do is just pay attention. You'll know why. Like they said clear as day, with manufacturing still out of China. They're losing the sales wars because they're the console that sells the least. That doesn't mean that they don't sell console, because everybody interprets that as, oh, the consoles don't sell at all. No, that's not what that means at all. It just means that their console sells the least out of the three. And of course, it's going to sell least than a fucking Switch, because I keep telling everybody a Switch is only $300 and $199, and the Switch that sells the most is the $199 version, which is basically the portable, because that's basically the market that Nintendo has, the portable market, which is children. Every kid wants a Switch to play games on the go, but they're a certain age demographic because they like the Marios and they like, the Zeldas and stuff like that. Probably not even Zelda, maybe my Mario Kart predominantly, things like that. I see the parents going in every time. Oh, again, let me get a Switch, and they'll get the $199, which is basically just the portable. It's not even a Switch. It shouldn't even be called the Switch, because the whole point it was called the Switch is because you can go on the go and have it in the home. So it don't make any sense to call it a Switch Lite, because you don't switch anything. It's just a portable machine. You know what I'm saying?
I guess the only problem I have with that, though, like you said, is like Microsoft is saying, because they still make it in China, right? The stock that they have right now is already made.
Mm-hmm.
So what they should say, right? Because originally they did say that has nothing to do with tariffs. That it doesn't have anything to do with tariffs, because they're doing current stock, right?
Yeah, their messaging is crazy, because if it have nothing to do with the tariffs, then you're saying you're still manufacturing for China. Yes, it's the tariffs.
Now I'm not saying they can't manufacture in China and charge more, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they decide to do. I don't have a problem with that either. But what I'm saying is that for for me personally, is like the tariffs. If the tariffs were actually going into effect, stuff would be way more expensive.
Absolutely.
Now, with that being said, so these businesses have a choice to make when it comes to the tariffs, right? It's either
absolutely. The whole reason why they decide to manufacture in China is to pay the cost of labor workers cheaper. They're trying to save $1 in their pocket, and then they end up paying it in the import fees, and when they sell it here. So it kind of makes no sense, because if they manufacture here, they can't jerk around and tell somebody from here, yo, we're going to pay you $2 an hour to manufacture our consoles. No, they can't do that. They have to pay the proper amount.
Yeah, here's the thing, though, right? Is everybody's already been shifting out of China. They've been doing this for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Right? Because, again, right, people don't understand what happened with China is what they call a modern day miracle, right? It's because they went from a third world country, and still aspects of China is still third world, right? But they built a middle class, right? And that's what these businesses are struggling with right now. This is why they've been shifting to Southeast Asia, and they've been doing this for years. Now, Microsoft is one of the companies, and I think it's because of the deals they have with the companies that are there, right? So what they did, a lot of these companies, like you saw Apple do that all at one time, right? They just shifted everything to India. And again, guys, just to let you know, look, I'm not sitting here defending Microsoft as a corporation.
Right.
What I'm saying is that they are a corporation. And if things, say like the president comes out and he says, hey, dude, we're going to 200% tariff China, dude, on every single thing, right? He comes out and do that, dude. There's people at these corporations that are already anticipating this, and that's what they're doing. A lot of the costs you're getting hit with right now is because of that anticipation.
Yeah.
All you have to do is look at the stock market. That's why it's going all over the place, right? Because these people can't figure it out. Which I'm not gonna lie, guys, I absolutely love. Yes, I have a 401k. Right. What I love about it is it's causing a lot of these businesses to ultra focus. And that's the thing about Microsoft. This is why for me they're not like in that bad of a situation, because they think about this stuff all the time.
Well, they were losing $200 per every Xbox Series X.
Yeah.
And people go, well, why would they be losing and not Sony? Because the PlayStation 5 doesn't have any of the technology that they have built on the Series X actually built on the hardware itself. What do you mean?
Yeah, that's what upsets me too, right? That's what upsets me too, because they don't ever get credit for it, not just the technology.
Absolutely.
The ecosystem that they built to support that technology.
Right.
One of the reasons why they have Game Pass. Again, guys, Game Pass is not free. You guys are paying a monthly fee.
Yeah.
You and how many other 40, 50 million people, quote unquote, that they have. Dude, that's a lot of money. And that's
brother. I don't know if you can do it on. If you could put another screen up on your end, go to a calculator screen, and we can show it right here in live. I've said it already 15 times and 15 times over, and people just don't want to listen. I said that they have 40 million people on Game Pass.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, the Game Pass that's the tier that's mostly bought for Game Pass is the $20 tier, because nobody's gonna buy the $15 tier to have limited games and limited access to the internet. It makes perfect sense to just pay the $20 and have access to everything, because it's worth every penny, right? So if you go based on the standard, which is the $20 pack, right? And you have 40 million or over 40 million, probably like 43 million people on Game Pass, right? At this point.
Wait, how much are we paying? Well, what's the lowest common denominator?
Well, what do you mean as far as
The price, the price for Game Pass.
I think it's, well, for PC, but the PC Game Pass on PC, I don't even know how much is it. How much is it based off that 43 million? I'm not sure.
How much? So let's go $14.99 just to be fair.
Okay, let's do the middle one, the middle tier. Even if they do $14.99, right? This is a month, right? With 40, let's say 40 million people, right? Let's not even say 43, 40 million people for 12 months. That is almost $8 to $9 billion a year just on Game Pass alone.
So $14.99. I can't show the calculator, by the way.
I could do it on my end too. It doesn't matter. I already done it multiple times. But I know the standard tier is not the $14.99, because it makes no sense. Why would you limit yourself for $5? You can have access to everything, including the internet and everything and all the perks that it gives you. No one's going to do that.
We'll just do the $14.99, because there's like some people that don't even pay at all.
Yeah. I know what you're saying. And no, Game Pass is not $1. Game Pass is only $1 when you first get it for the very first time on one specific account. Because remember, you can't renew it. Once you get that 1 month of the $1, you can never renew it on any account that's already used for it. You already bought it for $1. So people that try to pull that bullshit card, no, it doesn't.
So it's about 600 million. Rounding up, it's about 600 million.
Like it's about 600 billion, right?
No, 600 million a month.
No, a month.
Yeah.
And then 12 times 600 million?
Yeah. Equals 7 billion.
What did I say? And that's using the middle tier. But if you use the $20 tier, right? But let's do something else. Let's do another map. I said that's more than Nintendo and Sony bringing out 5 exclusives in 1 year at a $70 price point. Now go do it, my brother. Go do 5 exclusives, right? Which would be $70. Mm-hmm. And let's say they sold 10 million copies each exclusive. 5 exclusives at $10 million at $70, right? So you do, it would be 70 times 10, right?
Yeah.
What do you get?
The 3 billion. 3 billion. Yeah, 3 billion.
70 times 10, right? But that's based off 5 games, right?
Okay, wait. So you said 5 games.
Because it's one game. It's 5 games. Put 5 games at $70, and they sell 10 million copies each game.
70 equals.
So you do it one time. Is you do 70 times.
So that's $350, right? If somebody bought 5 games for the year you're talking, right?
Yeah, 370. So now you multiply 370 by 10 million.
Oh, by 10 million?
Million, because let's say it sold 10 million copies. Each copy, let's say each exclusive sold 10 million copies.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So 350 times 10 million. No, okay, so the 350 is for 7 games or for 5 games.
Yes, and then the 10 million is for 10. It represents 10 million copies sold in 1 year. Let's say for each game sold, 10 million. That's why you're doing it that way.
That's 3 billion.
$3 billion. Do you see what I'm saying? and you're getting 7 billion just with the $15 tier with 40 million people. That means they could make 10 million. They can make 10 exclusives in 1 year. We're talking about Nintendo and we're talking about Sony. Each copy can cost $70 because that's the standard price point. And they could sell up to 10 million copies each, and they still don't make what Game Pass makes in 1 year. Right there, the end of the story is done. This is why Microsoft is making retarded amounts of money on Game Pass.
Yeah.
There's no questioning.
Plus, there's all the extras, right? So
right, and all the extras, because remember, you got the $20 tier as well. You got the $12.99 tier. There's
the extras I'm talking about is so there's a lot of people like us, and not just we have Game Pass, but we buy games.
Yes. On top of that, that's the extra that you're talking about. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And plus the DLCs, right? Like they just dropped. I was playing Division 2, hadn't played it in years. It dropped in Game Pass. I played it, and I was like, I forgot how good that game was. And the reason why they're doing that is because of the DLC that came down for it. And let me tell you something. As a person who hasn't played this game in over I say 4 years, 4 or 5 years maybe. I spent a long time refresh. As a person who hasn't played it in a while, I did not realize how much is going on in the game. I was really lost. It took me like an hour to kind of get my bearings.
Mm-hmm.
The controls, trying to figure out what was going on. I was running into people dying, right? Because in the game now they have these roaming gangs, and I don't remember that being a thing, right? And all these events going on. So they basically expanded their online component of the game and just went, put it on steroids, and then boom, that's what it is. Now everybody's doing that, right? Everybody's doing that, and that's what irks me about people when they do these one-offs, right? And I'm not talking about the Dreamcast guys and that other loser. I don't even listen to those dudes, right? But it's just people within the industry who are supposed to be industry people, right? To me, they lose all credibility because they can't talk about these kind of things, right? It's more than just having 50 million subscribers, right? It's what are those subscribers doing? How are they participating?
Mm-hmm.
And with a company like Microsoft, you see how they operate, dude. If this stuff wasn't working, it'd be gone already. Right now, maybe they can make an argument can be made. It's not where they want to be, yada yada yada, all that stuff, right? But at the end of the day, dude, if they're not having it, they just cut. We've seen them do that. They just cut a line. They spend billions of dollars on something. It's like, you know what? It's not working out for us. Boom, it's done. And who can do that? Nobody can do that. Sony damn well can't do that. That's why they're hurting now.
Game Pass wasn't working in their favor, they would not be putting all the big hitters that they're making, that they spend millions of dollars to create and develop every year, like Call of Duties now, the Starfields, the Dooms. Those are all big titles that they spend maybe $100 to $150 million to make or develop, right?
Yeah.
If it wasn't profitable, it didn't make sense, and then it had extended expenditures, like you said, with extras, because having Game Pass, what it creates is it creates awareness at all times, not just for 1 day, not just for a minute, not just for 5 minutes, at all times. Anytime somebody boots up an Xbox, goes to Game Pass, it creates awareness. Ooh, I didn't play this game. Ooh, they just added this on Game Pass. Ooh, they're selling it and it's on sale on a discount. That's the awareness it creates every single time you boot up an Xbox. I was in Best Buy yesterday, and I saw a kid bought an S, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or in Walmart, rather. And I said, dude, don't forget, you can get Game Pass. He's like, Game Pass? What's Game Pass? And I told him, because I was in Walmart. I didn't give a fuck. I was in GameStop. I was like, you subscribe. It has all the new exclusives and third-party exclusives, a bunch of them, all day and date on there. In the very beginning, as soon as you boot it up, you pay $20 for the month, and you have full access to the internet for online gaming, and full access to gaming on the go if you want to play on your tablet, on your phone. And you also get a copy of the games without paying an extra cent at a fraction of the cost. So you can play the whole game, and if you want to buy it, you can even buy it at a discount. And he said, what? How can I do that? I showed him the card. I said, look, here's the card, and you can buy it. And he picked up the card and bought it. He bought like 3 cards, I think it was. I said, you can get it for the year. You could get it for like every 3 months. They have them here. There's a lot of people out there that don't know this. And I keep saying, once that becomes so mainstream, it's going to have so many subscribers that they're not going to be able to know what to do.
No, but that's the problem, right? It should be that way already.
Mm-hmm.
And again,
And-
they're not, again, Microsoft doesn't help themselves. Again, like you say this all the time, right? It's perception, right? And they do nothing to fight against that perception, right? I mean, for me, I look at the like right now, what I see them doing, and they never get credit for is technically, unless you're like us, you could actually go to the tier down. Because what I'm noticing, like a lot of the guys I follow that do, oh, these are the titles coming out, and some of the games they mentioned, I was like, dude, that's already in Game Pass. But what it is, it's an Ultimate Game Pass. What they did, they're taking it and they put it in the lower tier for the people on the lower tier. Right? So why isn't nobody talking about that, dude? Oh, I remember because everybody just hates Xbox and Microsoft.
Right. The only real complaint and real mistake that I think Microsoft is making at this point, other than feeding companies and fan bases from those companies that never gave a fuck about the brand, is the physical aspect, where they're completely not doing any physical. They're trying to dump it on other people.
Yeah, I don't think they're
because they're the ones that tout real preservation of games at all times. That's been their message from Phil's mouth. We believe in real gaming preservation going forward and in the future, and complete real preservation. The only place that you get real preservation, the only way is with a physical disc. That's
so
it.
You know what their answer is to that. You know, after all these years, just watching them and them do that. That's why we put a disc drive in. And then for the next console, I pray to God this isn't the case. They're going to be like, oh well, we didn't put the disc drive in, but you can buy this disc drive outside of the. So I mean, look, at the end of the day, dude, they're like again, we talked about them taking the stuff over, all that stuff. I'm not down with that, but I don't think these dudes they're moving full speed ahead, right? It's just something that I think we're just gonna have to deal with them, right? Because I don't think they're ever gonna change, dude, at all.
Yeah, if they don't change it, they can never say that they want expecting more sales for games, because this games will just go lower and lower, because people are not going to buy games at $90, $80, at $70, so that they can have no ownership. They're not going to do that. No real gamer, no person with a common sense, I'm gonna pay $70 or $80 or $90, and I just have the license, and I'm tied to the internet to play it only if the internet works. They're not going to do that. No one with any real intelligence is going to do that.
I don't know.
No.
I just think people, just like how they, you own.
For the casual market, they probably just don't care. They don't know. They think they actually own the game because they bought it digitally.
No, but that's what I mean, right? It's a generational shift. Unless the newer generation, which is our kids, right? Unless they change, right? I think this is just going to continue. Right, and it's something I talk to my daughter about, because it's not just the physical.
Let me get I need the refresh.
It's the whole digital component, right? And people are used to it, dude. I just bought Lilo and Stitch digitally.
Right. Okay.
So what I'm saying.
But the thing is, though, for not for nothing, brother. Not for nothing. A movie is different than a game, because a game is interactive. You know what I'm trying to say?
Oh, I know.
And it's actually longer. So owning a game, it's much more important, I feel. You know what I mean?
But here's my point, right?
I know your point. I know what you're saying.
Yeah. Overall, right? It's again, it's changing everything. This is why I get upset with people, right? Because people will ultra focus on the tariffs when it comes to Xbox, or the cost of stuff when it comes to Xbox. It upsets me because I'm like, dude, this is everything going on all at everything.
Well, people are paying attention to tariffs and all things with the economy now, acting as if the last 4 years or since COVID, we haven't had an economical problem.
Yeah, so that's the problem. So that's what I see the same thing with digital, right? It's just like people were ultra focused on certain things, but it's a amalgamation of things, right? It's a cascading effect, right? And these guys know that. They know this, right? So guys like us, we're in our and there's still quite a bit of us. I'll be honest with you. I didn't realize it until I did. But they know it's a numbers game for them, right? And so unless our younger generation, which I have a little hope for, man, because they're starting to push back, because they went through a lot of the pandemic stuff. They're seeing what's going on with AI. They're looking at these businesses and they're like, oh, I see what they're doing. And that's what we need. We need these kids to wake up and then start taking it back a notch, slowing it down and taking it back a notch or two, right? Because these guys are moving at warp speed with all this stuff, right? And everybody be damned. That's what I'm getting from them, right? You know, it's
Yeah.
just like I feel the same way you do. It's like, dude, I buy your physical console. Why can't I have, and why can't the people that play consoles the way we play? And there's still a majority of it. You still need us because we're the ones that are buying. It's just like with Disney is finding out with their Star Wars and Marvel brands, right? They're still the family. They're the ones that keep this stuff going. Sure, you get the big mass amount of people come in, man, but they're not going to be there for the long trip. They're not going to be the ones that's going to fund your projects or stuff that you want to do in the future, right? Because they're not close to the middle like we are. Now, am I asking too much? Probably. Do I care? No. Because I'm tired too, man.
I hear you.
I'm like, dude, it's about what about me, right? And I'm not really that type of person, but I'm getting to the point now where like, what about me, dude? What do I get out of this? So why you bend over backwards for everybody? I get it. I got it because I understand it's a business thing, right? But right now, dude, I feel like you're just taking me for granted.
No, they think the problem with them is that they think they're going to convince people just by catering to them, and that's not how it works.
I honestly feel that they're part of that. Look, I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist here, but it's that new world order kind of thinking, right? It's just like eventually because we're old, bro. We're old, right? The lady from MASH passed away that played what's her name? Houlihan, Loose Lips Houlihan. What's her name? Loretta Swift, right? She just passed away, dude. And it just reminded me, man, of how old I am, dude. Because I posted it on my thing, the people that all responded back to it was like, "Oh yeah, I remember her." Right? Oh, well, he'll be back. But I posted this on my social media, and then people coming back to me, of course, will be of my age or maybe a little younger that know who she is, or if they're younger, maybe their dad watches MASH and forced their kids to watch it with them, or they watch it because their dad watched it, right? So my point being is that I understand. That's what I mean by a numbers game. I understand what they're doing, right? But I hate to put it this way, but they're going to wait us out, right? Because
but you don't find it hypocritical, brother. You don't find it hypocritical that the new age, right? Like you said, the new world order, right?
Yeah.
How they're conditioned already, right? Where the mindset is, oh, well, it's okay to play games digitally. You don't need to own them, blah, 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 right?
Yeah.
But then when it comes to price hikes, when it comes to them making certain changes and shifts that are mandatory, right? Because this stuff is not free, it's not cheap. That's when they want to have common sense like we did from back in the day.
Yeah.
You see what I'm trying to say?
No, 100%.
So for me, I don't buy that bullshit in the sense that I'm not saying you're wrong because you're not, but I don't buy into that bullshit because they pick and choose their battles is basically what I'm saying.
No, they do.
You know what I'm saying? So if you can pick and choose your battles and use your common sense when it comes to other things, even though you're completely wrong, and I'll give you an example so that I can get my point across better, right?
Yeah. Go ahead.
For the example of, okay, like the consoles went up in sale, right? A lot of the peripherals, a bunch of the stuff went up in price, right? But Microsoft is really the only company that should have the right to do that. Oh, wait. What the fuck you mean? They're rich. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Microsoft is rich, but Microsoft is the only one that's really spending real money out here in the gaming industry. They're the only ones that are paying millions of dollars for games that are exclusive or that are first party and doing third party deals and putting it on Game Pass day and day. They're the ones giving us free upgrades, right? With backwards compatibility. They're giving us free backwards compatibility where we're not paying for none of the stuff obligated day and day. Okay? They're the ones that are allowing us to have free forward compatibility with all the peripherals that we already bought and own since the Xbox One, right? And going forward in the future, they already made that promise. And they've done it to this point. Except with Connect, but we know why, right?
Yeah.
They're the only ones that allow us, right, to bring our games forward with us, our entire library, with no extra or sacrifice. They're the only ones that are allowing us to have the 2 copies of a game when we pick it up. We get the PC version and we get the actual Xbox version. We're not getting one version sold separately with 2 SKUs like PlayStation does. The PC game for the PC version of a game on PlayStation is sold separately. It's separate from what you buy when you buy it on the console. It's not like that way with us. They're the ones allowing us to also have included with that Game Pass, for example, gaming on the go through cloud.
Right.
You see what I'm trying to say? You get where my point is? If they're able to do all these things for us, and they manage to somehow keep the cost of Game Pass still down at the same price as before, and didn't raise the price, but yet it's a problem for them to raise the price on the hardware that so-called nobody wants to buy, but yet when they made that price hike, it sold out immediately because everybody got FOMO and scared of, I don't want to pay more money, so they went and bought it. So that tells me that people just want to get the console for like $200, $300. They think that it's not worth it when that's the only console with the hardware that has actual value. Because like I was saying before, where I didn't finish my thoughts, is the Xbox console is, they lose $200 every time they manufacture it still to this point until they made the price hike, because everything's built in the console. The VRR, or the variable refresh rate, is built on the hardware. The HDR, Dolby Atmos surround, and the HDR and Dolby Dolby Vision HDR is built on the hardware. The DLI, which is direct latency input, is built on the controller. You get what I'm trying to say? On the hardware of the controller. None of it is firmware updated, which is completely different. It's basically a generic version of what is offering, and it's not 100%. It's like 50% of what you get if it's natively built in the hardware. And that's what PlayStation did. They gave you DLI through a fake firmware update. That's why the HDR doesn't work correctly. That's why the freaking VRR doesn't work correctly, because it's not built in the console hardware. Their console is way cheaper to construct than an Xbox Series X. Even the Pro doesn't have none of those things built in it. None. It has none of that stuff built in. It's all firmware updated. It doesn't support DirectX Ultimate. It's more of a what's the other one called? Not DirectX, the other one. It's more based off of that on the PS5. I forget the fucking one that it's called. That way you can run Linux on it every time. I forget what it's called. That's why they don't have the security either. And they have crashes all the time, and people's accounts getting still, hacked into even to this day on the new consoles and their ecosystem. Their ecosystem online, period. They don't have dedicated servers for free. Microsoft still offers dedicated servers for free on every game, which you don't even have that even in the PC space. You got to pay for it separately based on the game. It's on a game-by-game basis. Maybe one or two free-to-play games offer dedicated servers for free. That's about it, even on the PC space. Right?
Mr. Kima said Vulcan.
Vulcan. Thank you, Mr. Kima. He knows what I'm talking about. Mr. Kima, not stupid. He knows everything that I'm talking about. So again, it's Vulcan based. It's not DirectX, Ultimate based, DirectX 12 Ultimate. It's not. That's why most of the games on Xbox, even though they may not have more foliage or better ray tracing in certain games with the Pro or versus the Pro, they still keep a consistent resolution and a consistent FPS, because it's more important to keep those at bay than having a little bit more foliage or a little bit better ray tracing. You know what I'm trying to say? And that's what people don't seem to understand. So again, they can do these changes and people shouldn't be so offended, right? Because they're the only ones spending real big money, giving us the most value on a console that essentially most of us only paid $300 for it, because we traded in our Xbox Ones, got over $200 for it, and paid the difference. From the very beginning, during COVID, we didn't pay extra money. We didn't pay $900 from scalpers because all the fucking PS5s were getting scalped like a lot of people did. My friend Jorge was the first one. He bought a fucking PlayStation 5 for fucking $900, then bought the Slim for another $500, and then now bought the Pro for another $500 on top of that. Like, bro, you paid over $1,800 this generation on a PS5, and you're still getting shit quality. See what I'm saying? When I only paid $300 and I'm still playing on the same console that I bought, and then I bought 2 other units after that, after I helped other people get it, our friends of ours to get Xbox when they couldn't get it, and I bought 2 other units through Xbox All Access, which Nintendo and Sony didn't offer either. You could take the console home, pay it monthly. You had no interest for 2 years, and you still had Game Pass, and you still had online gaming online gaming available to you throughout the duration of the 2 years without paying 1 cent extra with no interest. You can't do that with Sony and Nintendo because the only way you can play it like that is with a credit card, and no credit card is going to give you any type of fucking 2-year plan without interest. And they didn't include Game Pass or online gaming either. You would still have to buy a PSN card and a Nintendo Switch Online card separate every month. You see what I'm trying to say? So again, them bring up the price. No one should be offended. The fact that I saw people when they brought up the price saying, "Oh, they're being crooks. They're just greedy. Look at these fuckers." Oh, they're greedy, but they weren't greedy when they gave you South of Midnight, and they gave you a Valve, and they gave you Doom, and they gave you Expedition 33, and they gave you Towerborn, and they gave you fucking Ninja Gaiden, Sigma, Ninja Gaiden 2, Sigma 2, or whatever the fuck. I get confused or whatever. Sniper Elite, fucking all these games they gave you back to back on Game Pass for free. They weren't fucking greedy then, but they're greedy when they say, "Hey, listen, we're gonna up the price because if we're selling the less consoles anyway, we might as well not lose. We might as well not lose on the console sale because it sells the least from the 3 anyway."
Well, so here's like I said on my video, I could care less that they raised the price, right?
Right.
I mean, for me personally, and then people are coming at me, it's like, "Oh, you don't care about this." I was like, dude, if this stuff is bothering you, then I think you have other issues in your life and with your finances than a video game console. Maybe go take care of that stuff first.
Right.
That's the way I feel. But let me welcome Dia.
Hey,
Sorry,
how
Dia.
you guys doing?
Hey, Dia, welcome to the podcast.
I want
It's not a wrecking crew. I just wanted to do an all-in chat because there's a couple things that dropped. I'm kind of glad you're here because I wanted to. I mean, I don't know, and then Hebot, of course, you can chime in. I mean, I'll just chime in real quick.
Now he put me to the side. Could you see?
No, but for the Xbox handheld, personally, I don't care if they even make one. That's me personally. Not that I have a thing against it or they're wasting their money, all the stuff that people speculate. I can't even use it. Me personally.
But to be honest, I think they're just seeing what's going on in the market, and they're trying to put a halt just to see, because I think they're seeing the backlash with the Nintendo Switch 2 being so overpriced, and now you're finding out all these things that are under paywall, that they're controlling, that they're not allowing you to do, they're not about what they claim. All these things keep coming out before it's coming out, and it's still priced at $4 something. If Microsoft's handheld, which is the reality, they already confirmed it, it's got to be probably 2 times more powerful than anything that Switch is going to offer. So that means it's going to be more expensive. And if the Switch 2 is already going to have a problem, it's going to have to jump through hurdles. They don't want to fall in that deep end hole right from the beginning of the launch of the next generation console. So I'm pretty sure that's what they're seeing.
Agreed.
Well, if they stay in China, then it'll probably be 1,000.
And it'll be worse if they stay in China. Exactly. They need to bring your ass manufacture here.
Correct. If they're not going to course correct like Apple did,
I'm sorry.
Apple is already going to India.
Yeah.
Yep.
And again, I tell you guys.
Well, Sony even said that they will move even possibly to America to manufacture.
Well,
they even said it. And that's crazy.
Well, look, dude. I mean, there's a deal that just went in through Nippon Steel, right? It's going to
$14 billion. Yep.
Yes, I know.
So, I was happy when I saw that. Right?
Me too. All those jobs are saved. He said not a single job is going to get lost.
Yeah, and then he dropped. Then he looked at the rest of the world and said 50% tariff.
Yeah, he did.
50%
He's
tariff.
protecting the that's American interest though, because if we ever went to war, we'd need steel.
Yeah.
And so he has to do that. In my opinion, he has to.
Yeah. So
if anybody questions, right, tariffs, all you have to do is let's look back at COVID. When we were in COVID, why we had such shortage of everything? Why we were fucked the way we were fucked?
Because China makes everything medical. Yeah.
Because everything we were getting from a bunch of the stuff was all outside sourced.
It was, yeah.
What they were doing is
our own prescription drugs anymore.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, what they were doing is they were bringing up the value or the cost during COVID because they knew we needed it and it was important and we were in a dilemma.
They were doing worse than that. They were leveraging the item.
Yes, they were.
Right. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. And they were doing worse.
It was even beyond cost, right? What they were doing.
COVID should tell you why the tariffs is a necessary evil to reset the economy. That's what people don't get. It's to reset the economy.
And what people don't understand is they've been doing this all over the world. That's why I'm trying.
Oh yeah.
And they tried
Before
they tried to when they went around the world, and they just tried to build these alliances with other countries. Countries turned around and tariffed them too.
That's true.
So just to let you guys know, right, the reason why I bring this up when it comes to consoles, right, is if Microsoft, I understand they have dealings with these countries, right? You see that now in our own country where you have these companies that don't want to break, right, because they have these dealings, they have these friends, they have whatever it is that they have in China. All this stuff, right? Well, but at the end of the day, right, if Microsoft makes that decision that they're going to stick with China, it's not going to work out good for them. And eventually they're gonna have to change, right? Everybody else is changing. Unless they decide to eat the cost, right? Which
they will,
10 to 20% tariff on with Microsoft is nothing, right? That they'll be fine. But if Trump just has like if Trump just feeling a certain
like 150 tariffs,
and he could drop like a 75% tariff, and then everybody loses their mind.
And
then the stock market goes up and down, right? So my point being is at the end of the day, dude, the course correction is going to have to come eventually. Because when I look at the handheld, right, that handheld market, it is crowded. There's a lot of stuff going on. But at the end of the day, it could be something like when I look at the gloom and doom of everybody, like you said, I think you're the first one who did this, right?
Take it forever.
Just real quick, because I want to give this to Dia.
It's to add to something that you're saying. Go ahead.
Yeah. So to your point, like, what if they actually work out something with Steam, right? I know you talked about it, and that could be. So I don't always look at it as a zero-sum game. I don't always look at it as something negative, right? I look at it like, okay, what are they doing? That's my first reaction. Now, the internet and the media goes the totally opposite direction.
Yeah.
Right. And so that's what that's how I think sometimes. I'm like, well, maybe they aren't going to do a handheld because they're going to work with somebody, right? And again, I'll throw it out there just to piss people off and say, "Oh, they're going to go buy Steam." And then
they might. That's a real possibility.
If Gabe Newell retires, he would sell it to them because Gabe Newell has a good relationship with them. And he's always said he trusts Microsoft before anybody else.
Yes,
he said it plenty of times.
Yes, he has.
That's number one, and number two, Dea. Before you go, because I know you just got here and you have every right to be talking away. What I was going to also add, Sega Forever, to what you just said. The numbers came out about 2, maybe 3 weeks ago. It's only 4% of people that play more portable gaming with Steam Deck and shit like that. 4%.
Okay.
You think Microsoft sees that and be like, it's a smart move to do it ourselves? No. The people don't pay attention, but why don't people you don't see nobody making video. If I don't make the video, nobody's going to make. They're not going to make the video saying, oh, yeah, it came out that it was 4% of people that play portable. You can look it up, type it up. It's only 4%. Why would they invest such heavy loads and such a big risk? Because it's going to be expensive if they do it right. For 4% of the market. For what? For what? It's the same thing with VR. No one cared about VR. And he was right. He said, no, it's not the right time. We're going to wait and pay the hold back. What happened with the VR and VR2? The only place the VR makes somewhat of a decent movement is PC because that shit is cheap as hell. But you could go get one of their VR headsets for like $200 and do a bunch of things and watch movies and watch porn. Most people use it for porn. That's a fact because the data came out for that as well. They use it for porno, which tells me it's a bunch of young kids that are afraid to talk to women because they have no confidence. So they stay at home watching porno to play with themselves and get off because they have no confidence to go find a woman. Because that's the sad reality of our generation right now. Because women are very difficult to talk to now. A lot of these girls be bugging. They act crazy and they think they deserve the world. Okay? So guys have no confidence. They rather stay home playing video games or watching porn and not getting hurt. And that's just the sad reality. The data's out there. Just go look at research. It's there. I'm not saying it. It's out there. If data's so important, go look it up. 4% of people play on mobile. Like portable, the Steam Deck, all that shit. That's it, 4%. Why make that leap? It's not time.
Now, so is that 4% of the entire population? What's the 4%?
I guess it's the entire people that play on it, based on what people that log in, people that that registered their units. I mean, it might be more people, but the thing is that the Steam Deck, for example, it don't work unless you create a whole account and use your account from your PC and shit like that, or Xbox. You know that, right? It's like a brick console. It won't work until you do that. It won't work at all.
Oh, that
You see what I'm trying to say? Because it's a streaming machine. It only works with stream. It doesn't work with a cartridge. That's why people are so fond of the Switch. Oh, you can put the micro card, blah, blah, blah. And now the Switch 2 is going to basically be like basically everything's through internet, download it. It's nothing, even games that can be put on the card, they're going to choose not to, because remember, you would have to put multiple micro cards to fit in the whole game. If it's a game that's like 200 gigs, like let's say Halo, right? That's why I say Halo Infinite is not going to come unless it's streamed or digital. Don't switch. Like the collection, that's not coming. That's bullshit, because they would have to put it on multiple micro cards. It's too big, the file. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then that would have to make the game, instead of being 90, it would have to be like 170. Because that's a quote unquote, according to them, that's why they're putting up the price, because the micro cards is so expensive because they're much bigger in size. You see what I'm saying? That's what Nintendo's claiming. So, okay. Then that may mean that if you have a game that's 2 or 3 micro cards, then that should be like $200 something for that game, according to their logic, right? Or what they're stating. So that's why they're not pushing it. That's why they're saying, whoever wants to do it can do it. Fine. Whoever doesn't want to do it, whatever. And they're rather going with the download the game, and the micro card just has the license, just like the disc for a lot of games now that Xbox specifically has. Because Microsoft's problem is they never jumped to the 100 gig disc, which exists. If they would have jumped to the 100 gig disc, they could have been putting games on the disc with no issues, and it would be less disc if it's a very big file game like a Call of Duty or a Halo. You would put maybe 2 discs and the whole game is on the disc, and you don't need the internet.
So that's a perfect reason for Microsoft to buy Steam.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right. And if they work with Steam for the Steam Deck, like the new Steam Deck comes out, Microsoft backs them, right? That would make perfect sense to me, because they're going digital anyway.
Yes. Yeah. Right. In a lot of cases, yeah. I know what you mean. Yep. Mm-hmm. Well, you saw that they said that they're going to make a Hellblade 2 physical, but it's going to be given to limited run.
That's what I thought. They're starting to do what we talked.
But we talked about. They remember?
Yes, they're starting to do that. They don't really want to deal with that manufacturing side of it, of making it, but they're willing to probably
outsource it.
Right. And that's a better solution, because that way people can pre-order who are interested in it, and they know they're guaranteed no matter what the game. As long as Xbox is willing to do all of their games like that.
Right. I was gonna just say that. I wouldn't mind if they outsource, as long as we get every single game, because we deserve a South of Midnight physical. We
Microsoft
deserve.
And they're outsourcing, dude. They're killing me. These dudes are killing me. They outsource. Microsoft. That's what we should know them. Microsoft Outsourcing Corporation. That's what we should call it. They should change their thing on the.
Oh, you stupid!
On the stock exchange. Oh my gosh, these dudes are killing me. Seriously.
Yeah, they're terrible. They're terrible.
Because then the only problem with that is, like, you leave us at the whims of these people, right? Like with limited run games, like, dude, where's my Hi-Fi Rush?
Well,
yes.
The thing is, Microsoft will have to be just like Sony would be, or Nintendo would be if it was them, that they put strict, like a strict criteria that they want for their games. Like, our games we want this type of quality. We want the games to be like,
yeah.
So they would have to be engaged at least in that way. So that way the quality is consistent no matter what the game is and all that stuff. So these people can't be shafting their customers. That has to be important to Microsoft. Otherwise, don't do it.
Okay. So
the other thing too there is, I'm sorry, Sega, I didn't mean to cut you off. The other thing is that not every developer has that freedom, because if they're independent and small and they don't have the right publishers and they're self-published, it's harder to make something that's quality at a lower cost. You get what I'm trying to say? Yeah. So that's why you can't always expect it, but it should be the standard, where it has to be a certain criterion to make sure that every game is at least somewhat quality
to their standards.
Their standards, especially if you're asking for $30 or $40 for that smaller game anyway, right?
Right. So that's what they would have to do. And I don't care if it's limited run or they get somebody else to do it,
Yeah.
but that's what they would have to do. But if they have a big enough contract and they send enough business to limited run, just like if you do a wholesale or something like that, when you
Yeah.
got a big enough order, they're gonna cater to what you ask for. Because that's how
Right.
most companies behave. Like you got a little order here or there, they ain't gonna care about that. But if you got a huge order, like imagine all the games that Xbox drops that they make, all the publishers they own. Well, we know that not all games will go over. Like you're not gonna get a Call of Duty, probably not doing it because those games are kind of like a service game. They're constantly feeding the game stuff. Same thing with Halo. You may get the campaign, maybe, but you're not gonna get everything from Xbox because they do games as a service with almost everything. Like Towerborn wouldn't be one of those ones, right? Because it is like that's their game, they pay for it, but it's a game that it's a service like type game,
And building as they go with the community.
Right, exactly. And that's exactly it. And
Yeah.
Story, by doing what they're doing now, they gaining the experience because I don't think they've ever done a game like that before.
Yes. Hmm.
So they're gaining experience, but not to get too far off the point. They can't do every game. So, they would have to we would have to be content with that fact that we might not get certain games like that. Like I don't think a Call of Duty would ever go to
Plus,
Israel.
to your point there, you know what else too? I just thought about because of what you just said. Also, remember that Microsoft right now is releasing games at a level of quick pace that you've never really seen before.
That is true. That is
You get what I'm
absolutely
saying? They're
yeah,
releasing games at a pace that not no Nintendo or no Sony can do. So if
exactly.
you're releasing one or two games a year like they were doing prior, right?
Hmm.
It's much easier, I think, to release a physical copy, right?
Right, right. Because you got to you got it takes
Because you're
like
managing it. Yeah,
yeah,
that takes sources. You
yeah,
have to have the
right.
right people and then make sure
To
that
make the
they
disc,
create
to
the
make the
box art,
cover, to right
mhm,
the box art. Yeah, exactly. You
all
got to
that
do
stuff, right?
yeah,
But
right,
when
right.
you're releasing, like they did this month alone,
Man,
6 games in
yeah,
one
that's
month,
crazy. That's
that's
crazy.
a
Yeah,
lot. And it's
and
probably financially, it's probably a big hit too, even though we may not think so.
they may
So,
have to stop doing the shadow drops too, just to add that in there, because
right,
they would
right.
have to have pre-orders to kind of like if they doing shadow drops, like limited run, I don't think just makes the stuff. They have the pre-orders secured
Oh, it's
first,
like a
and
year in
then
advance. Like,
right,
shit, there's some games that I bought digitally, we still ain't get it yet.
right,
Like,
exactly.
it,
And
it was like, wow.
I think Hi-Fi Rush was one of them ones because that thing came out of nowhere. Nobody even knew about that thing.
Hmm.
And
But you know what Limited Run does too, real quick there? What they
what's
do
that?
too is like we bought the remaster of the NES version of the Rugrats game, right?
Hmm.
It came out digital like 2 years ago or a year and a half ago. So what Limited Run did was since you bought it through them, they send you and emailed you a digital code of the game so that you could play the game at the moment until they
Oh,
send
I
you the physical
see.
copy.
Yeah.
That's what they
So
did.
yeah, honestly, I think if you ask me, they should take up the model that like movies do. That when you purchase a physical game, then you
Yeah, I was thinking
automatically
that
come
too.
get
Yeah.
the digital code. Because
If you
like
purchase a physical, you should get access to the
get
digital
access
coded
to the
game as
digital
well.
code,
Yeah.
yes, and especially you're going to most likely pay more money for that physical copy as that
Yeah.
becomes less and less a thing moving forward, right?
They can charge an
So
extra $10 or even five for the digital code because five times 10 million people, that's a lot of bread. You get what I'm trying to
right,
say?
right, right,
Because more people will buy, especially if they can get the digital and the physical. It just makes sense.
exactly,
Just like they get the copy of the PC included for free.
exactly. And see that
Hmm.
then you're talking about value now. That's value. If you
Yeah.
buy a physical, you automatically get the digital code with it. That's what I've been pushing because that in my mind, I'm thinking just like how the movies do. They give you a physical movie, but they also
You
give
need a
you a
DVD
digital.
copy, the Blu-ray copy, and the
Exactly.
4K copy.
Exactly.
That's
You
what they do.
get
Yeah.
value with that purchase, even though you pay more for the physical copy than you would for the digital, you know. So I think video games should
What?
go down that route. Um, that they toss that in, and it gives more incentive for people to buy the physical. So like if you have the limited runs and stuff, more people might be interested in it because they might be a collector or something like that. Or some people who's just physical purists, or they might be a collector and they may want to use the physical for the collection but play the digital version. I think they really should go that route.
I don't know, dude. They're a big corporation, man. This whole thing with outsourcing stuff to me is bad news. Because when I want my stuff, I want it now, right? Like I'm a collector myself, dude. I'll jump through hoops for certain things, especially when it has to come from Asia. Like my daughter's doing it right now, but to me, it's not optimal, right? And it's not for a general audience for people to do this. Like to me, I would rather them just support or buy limited run games, right? And let them do all the work, but then back them up like they do with their studios. Like I was saying that earlier, like you
I
wouldn't
think
want to.
they could. I think limited run would be a decent purchase, but they would have to do it for everybody. Like they couldn't just do Xbox games. Like they should still keep limited run open to do anybody's games, because it
And,
doesn't make sense.
and remember that limited run also has to keep control because they need more manpower. They're doing more people's physical copies.
Right, that's the
But
thing too. That's a physical thing that you got
You
to
know,
see. Yeah, and trying to keep up with Xbox alone, heaven help them.
no,
Because
it'll be hell. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Microsoft or Xbox does that anyway. Like I was about to say, South of Midnight, Compulsion Games, that game would not be made unless they were with Xbox. That's the game
Yeah.
they would love to have made, a game they wanted to make, but they don't have the connections or the resources. That's what Microsoft brought to the game. So if they pick
Yep.
up limited
Yep.
run, because at the end of the day, look, if you're gonna sell it like that, right, and you want, like, for guys like us that are jump through the hoops, fine, but that's not the majority of people. Right.
Yeah.
And if you're sitting here telling me that you're trying to grow your ecosystem, that's not how you do it. Right. Look, I hate to use this analogy, but they have to be Funko Pop is what they need to be.
Right.
That's what they need to be. They can't be U2s or the other guys. Again, there's a market for that, right? But that market is small.
Well, you know what Funko Pop does, right, brother? I'm pretty sure you do. You know what they do, right?
But with the licensing,
Yeah, yeah. You know what they do with their licensing?
yeah.
Because people will be like, yo, how the fuck they got so many licenses? And what they do is that they buy a specific license or licenses for like a certain duration, like maybe 8 to a year, and then they keep alternating. That's why you keep seeing them make so many different pops of so many licenses. They'll pay the fee for that license, specific license, whatever it is, for that 8 months, and then the next 8 months they'll pay for other 3 or 4 licenses, and then they break. That's why they have been able to do pretty much every fucking license in the world to this point. Funko Pop they make pops about everything, like anything that you can think of. Hold on, guys.
They leverage their name too.
Oh yeah.
They leverage their brand because their brand group. So that's the business aspect there. I'm totally fine with that. Right. That's what allowed them to branch out. That's why they do the bags. That's why they were able to incorporate other people into the Funko brand. Right. The only thing that's going to be kicking their butt now is where they're going to produce their Funko Pops. That's another company that saves on production and overseas. Sorry, Dia. Go.
But they also have Signature Edition. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Signature Edition is another one that's doing things like limited run.
Mm-hmm.
And then they also have, how much is it? And then they also have Atari now, which I've been getting at them because they got me mad. They did the Revenge beat 'em up and made it physical for Nintendo and PlayStation, but they didn't make one for Xbox. Even though I bought the game like 5 times for myself and other people. I'm like, what?
That's par for the course at this point.
It is.
Fucking
It's just
jerks.
that's the industry just does it because they can. It makes no sense. Anybody who wants money will make it available as many
For
ways as
everything.
possible.
Exactly.
They got idiots running Atari. What can we say? Oh, they're just
No,
dumb.
you know what? I love it. I love it because I'm like, dude, I have to buy. There's 5 games I'm playing, and I want to buy three games outside of those 5 games. So if you don't want to bring your stuff over here,
That's what I'm saying. I'm not chasing after nobody's product.
Nope.
If it doesn't, like, one time I was asked by a pony troll that was in the comment section one time, and I was just like, look, if a company doesn't feel the need to bring their product to me so I can purchase it, I'm not chasing them.
Yeah.
I got plenty of places to spend my money.
Dude, it's like Dia. It's like when you go just to go pick up a burger and some fries, and then you have the balls to turn around, take that screen, and flip it next to you for a 25% tip. I'm like, no, No, dude, it's like fries, and I drove over here. Right?
Yeah, I didn't even sit inside like you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
so
just passing through. I
I'm
called
just
on the
No,
phone.
grabbing
You
you
didn't,
there.
you didn't even
the
take my
truth
order.
for me, why it bothered me, for example, with with the Power Rangers Reader's Revenge is because they don't even own that IP or the game.
Yeah,
They were just given the right to distribute it by Digital Eclipse, and then Digital Eclipse let them do what they do. And they're like, oh, screw Xbox. And the thing that's crazy, they're an American company.
they
How you
are.
cater to
Yeah,
the two Japanese companies, but and don't cater to the American company and gamers when the whole reason why Power Rangers became as big as it did, even though it started in Japan as a Japanese show originally, is because it got so big here in America.
yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like that's an
But
oxymoron almost. Like
I just think they're idiots. Anybody look, smart business people. You
exactly,
got
they
dumb,
are
you
idiots.
got
You're
dumb
right.
business people, you got smart business people.
Absolutely
Smart business people want their product to be available to as many people as possible so they can cast that net as wide to catch as many fish as they can. That's a smart business person. So they want to get their product in front of the eyes of as many people. Um, Case in point, Netflix. Netflix is everywhere. You can't escape it. I don't care if you like wake up in 100 to
Thank you.
200 years in the future. It's gonna be everywhere. I mean, you cannot
Netflix
escape
ain't stupid.
Netflix.
They put that shit in every fucking country in the world.
Exactly, and that's the point. They kept growing because they could,
Well,
but
Right,
you got companies
they
like
pull
Atari.
content from every part of the world too. That was the turning point for them. They
right.
started pulling content from other parts of the world as well.
I think they can't show some things in other parts of the world. I
Right.
think they
Yes, that's
Most
also a factor.
but
yeah.
most things, a lot of the stuff they do because they have big money.
They
Right?
do
They
got a
work
lot of
out these
money
deals.
though. Yeah,
Yeah,
they do. But they
that's how they
grew.
work out those
I
deals.
was there with Netflix when they were nothing. When they were sending disc in the mail.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
Okay.
with PS2.
I
With
was
the
attending.
PS2.
I was
How
attending.
you think the PS2 started? They had Netflix, but you had to order a disc.
You had to order a
It
disc.
was a
Yep.
disc boot up disc, right? And then once
Yep.
you got that disc, you booted it up, and then you were able to watch movies that they send you to the mail.
Right.
That's how
Right.
it started.
Yep.
Then Microsoft evolved it and said, okay, you know what? What about if you have an actual app on the console and it has all your movies on there and you can stream them right there on the actual console, the way you were doing before with Blockbuster through the computer. What ended up happening was they said yes, agreed, and that's when Microsoft had the paywall, through during 360.
Mm.
And then fucking here comes PlayStation, like they always do. Oh, can you put it on here and make a deal and have it free where it's not under a paywall? And all the people were talking shit during that generation. Oh, you can't get Netflix and access it unless you pay for it. Yeah, because that was the original contract. Microsoft was the one that allowed them to do this for the first time in the console space, which made them grow even more. Because once they got on console, Netflix blew the fuck up.
It did. It did.
You see what I'm saying?
Xbox single-handedly made Xbox. They made Netflix streaming what it is.
They did. They did.
Because
But
I
they
tell you guys all the time, the people that I play games with, Call of Duty, Left 4 Dead, and watching Netflix. Those are the three things that the
Yeah.
people on my friends list. Because you remember you had the little icons that showed you what people were doing. Some people were sleeping, some people were playing a game, but they would show the majority of the people were playing two games, Left 4 Dead 2, and I had a big friends list, right? Call of Duty, or they were watching Netflix.
Right.
That was it. That was the whole thought process behind the Xbox
Yeah,
One.
yeah. Yeah, yeah. Netflix and chill, gaming, all of it together. Especially with the teenagers. They hang out, watch a movie, play video games. That's how they were thinking.
You could watch Netflix with people.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, Dio. Go ahead.
Well, that's why they took the paywall off once Xbox One was released. Because now they were able to convert it and do a new deal, a new contract. And then, people were like, oh, they just did it because PlayStation did it. No, dummy, because they were the ones who paved the way for Netflix. And when Netflix first started, it wasn't big enough to give it or allow it without charging.
They just should have bought Netflix. That's what they should have done.
I mean, they should have bought everybody, according to you, my brother.
They should. They should. Then we wouldn't be having these conversations over.
These stupid ass conversations, right?
It's frustrating. It's like going through the last 4 years of the previous administration. Anyway, sorry, Dia, go ahead.
Okay, so what? Let's go back to the original point because we kind of
Yes.
went. Okay,
Ah,
what
sorry.
did you want to ask me exactly? Because you want to ask me something, then you
Okay,
stop.
yeah,
Okay.
I'll ask you. But real quick, hi Daniel, hi Vontae.
Hi,
Welcome.
Daniel and Vontae, and who else is in here? Two Man. Can I say hi to everyone?
Yeah, yeah, go.
Okay, Mr.
Oh,
Kima, hello, and Faded Blaze.
all the good brothers in the damn
Yeah, yeah.
in the comment sections that come every
Hello,
time.
and they are so faithful. Thank you, guys.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
But so this was an all-in chat, so that's why we want to acknowledge the chat. So the three topics we have today, is the Xbox handheld, the Sega rumors, Microsoft supposedly the rumor is that is
Yeah, I heard that they're delaying it. Yeah.
well, yeah, and then they're supposed to be helping with some kind of showcase. They're the sponsor.
They're helping with what now?
So Sega's gonna have a showcase. The rumor is that they're gonna sponsor the showcase, right? Microsoft is.
Oh, Sega's having a showcase and they're helping with the Sega showcase.
Yeah, Microsoft's gonna sponsor it. So
So
then you
are
have to,
they combining their showcase with that, or is
no,
it?
it's my understanding Sega's gonna have their own show, but they do just like Focus Interactive and Nikon.
Oh,
um,
okay, so it's going to be a purely Sega showcase, but Xbox is sponsoring it. That's what you're saying? But
Yes,
like they're going to do ads on there and things like that. Is that what you know like that?
I'm assuming. I'm not sure. We can talk about that, and then the Xbox showcase. We can talk about that. But what I wanted to
Okay.
ask you specifically, the question was, since I know you're more on the, you know more about Steam, right, than I do.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
You're pleading the fifth.
the
I get
Xbox, like,
it.
hey, do you care that the Xbox handheld is possibly um, is going to be delayed or whatever it is? Because when the news first broke, it was like they canceled it. That's the first thing everybody said.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. When they said it was postponed, right, right.
So my question to you is, what is your thoughts on the Xbox handheld?
Okay, first I'll give my own personal opinion. Yes, I'm looking forward to that darn handheld. So
Yeah,
yeah, I
Spoken
wanted
like a
to
true
come out.
PC gamer. You see?
So yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I like the concept of Xbox being in that arena. I like them
Right,
everywhere.
right, right.
Okay, so I'm not one of these people who want them kind of sectioned off. I want Xboxes everywhere.
Right,
Like if their brand, I think the Xbox brand, if I can access it, I want to get to it. Okay,
right,
so that's
right.
how I look at it. Now. I know everybody don't look at it that
She's
way,
funny. She's
but
funny.
I want to. So yeah, I was looking forward to it. And that was the one I'm holding out for if I'm going to get one. It would be that the Steam Deck. I know is good because I know how Valve does stuff, but that would have everything for me because I do believe that Xbox is going to have Steam and stuff. We've seen too many leaks and stuff with that, so I think that's going to happen.
I
But
think
my
Microsoft the one
dream
that we.
device, I don't care if it's a console or a handheld. My dream device is that I have my Xbox stuff and my Steam stuff. And yes, I can access Xbox on there, but I like the ecosystem. You
Yes.
understand? I like the play anywhere games. I like all that stuff. So if I can get all of that in one place, I'm in heaven. You guys like you never ever get me. I'd be a corpse, and you still wouldn't be able to pry me away from that thing.
AK
So,
options is always good. I get it.
yes, and
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and you
But
guys like it be games that I wish would come to the Xbox and vice versa, man. Because there's some titles that never been over there. They haven't put every little thing over there on the PC. So I
yeah, like every single
believe in
Darius game, shoot 'em up game that never came to Xbox. God damn it.
yes, and then you guys would see when I hear that. To me, Steam for you is a way to access
It'll be
games
perfect. Yeah.
right and still be on the console you love with the controller you love and the ecosystem you love. That's how I look at it, right? And for people who love both, because I like both, right? I can still have access to my Steam friends and grow and make more friends in my Xbox friends. So no matter what, if I say, hey, let's get together and play some stuff. If it's an Xbox fan, there's no problem. It's
Why
no
did
separation or gulf there. I can just play with you, and I can do that now. But it's a little bit of a hurdle if you know what I mean, because things still feel separate. But to have it integrated, it would be nice. So I'm just telling you guys my personal preference. That's my personal preference. I know everybody doesn't think that way, but to me, I don't see a difference between PC and Xbox anyway, because Microsoft is on both. So I don't. So to me, it doesn't matter, right? Microsoft is everywhere, whether you're on the PC or you're on the Xbox. They're there. So I rather them integrate everything because that's what they do well. They integrate stuff.
So let
So
me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you think that Microsoft is not going to do a handheld, or is just people?
Don't go tell that to your boy AV or AGN boy. That man, woo, the shit he says about Xbox is hysterical.
Well,
And he's a PC dude. That's why I said that there.
okay, yeah. Well, PC people are different. They have they different opinions, they
My
different biases and stuff. But I would say this: Hebot made a good point here. If it's not financially viable, then no, they won't do it. And that I don't know about all that. When he said only 4% of people have adopted it, it may be starting small. Maybe let's face it, America is the bigger market. This is the market everybody's trying to get into, right? And over here, even though Nintendo does well over here, it's kind of it's purchased for kids mainly, right? But when you're talking about all the other age groups and stuff, you got those people are like kind of doing PC, or they're already in the console space or whatever. They're not really doing handheld the way like in Japan they are, or they mobile all the time. So that's not the gaming market here. So in my opinion, I think it's going to start off smaller and it has to grow here. Whereas in a place like Japan or some other place like South Korea, something like that maybe people are always on the go, so it's already a big deal there. But so I do believe it's room to grow, and I think if Microsoft feels that it has room to grow, and and I think they're looking at Nintendo and all this, so I think they feel it's a market there, but they have to look at the entirety of it, and that the American market is, in my opinion, one of the main things you have to look at, because that's the bigger market, and we haven't really adopted it. When we do get it, it's a Nintendo for a kid most of the time. So that has to be something that they have to be willing to grow with. And I don't know where they stand on that. I'm not going to pretend to know that. But if Phil had already decided they were going to make it, and they were well on their way working with the hardware, I think they have already looked at those facts and figures and stuff, and they feel that that's an area they feel they can grow. That's number one. Number two, I'll get the other half of my statement.
Sorry.
And the second thing is that Xbox wants to be everywhere. So even while they're developing their handheld, they're everywhere. They got their Asus one coming out, and they're on the Steam. People have accessed it through the Steam Deck, but you can still access their games through the Steam Deck. So they're everywhere. The thing is, while they perfect that, which I do believe they have to get the Windows part right, they have to get that right, because people who hate playing on PC do not want a handheld to feel like a PC if they're coming from the console side. They got to get that right, and right now it's not there. So if they need more time for that, then so be it. But in the meantime, they're everywhere. They're in everybody's ecosystem. They're all over the place. And so they're in the handheld space. And thanks to the Series S, those type of games can port over very easy to the handheld games and stuff. This is why it doesn't seem like it's so stressful for Microsoft. But I think they have some things they do have to work out, and especially whatever it is they're trying to do. If they're trying to integrate things and all that, we don't know, because that's not even out on the console yet. They haven't even done that on the console yet. So I think they still have some things to work out, but they're not going to lose any sleep over, because they're working with Asus to put out a handheld that's going to make Xbox Game Pass the focal point on there. It's not going to only do that, but it is going to make the Game Pass the focal point, and they'll probably use that as their testing ground. They'll use that to work out stuff and all, rather than come out with their handheld and have it potentially fail. You don't want that. You don't want a disastrous launch. You want it to be perfect. So why not test it out on the Asus handheld? That's my opinion. That's my opinion.
You think because I thought I like the Phil. I'm more positive that they're going to do a handheld. Like
Right.
when I saw the news dropping and stuff like that, I just figured it's the soup du jour when it comes to anytime it comes anything with Xbox, right? It's the soup du jour. Right. It's the latest headline. People make videos and stuff like that.
Right.
That's just the way it is. But to me, when I'm looking at what they're doing, somebody had mentioned that's, and I don't know because I'm not a PC person, but somebody had mentioned it's probably good that they do that because of their PC or Windows 11,
Okay.
whatever. Yeah,
It's
whatever.
probably not. So it's not like you're accessing like a computer, like Windows and stuff. It needs to be more if it's going to be just for gaming, I guess.
I think you talked to me about that one time, right? You were talking to me about how they need to improve the PC side.
Yes, yes, they do.
Because isn't that gonna so if they get like a Steam Deck type of portable, that would be in their best interest, right? Because
Yes, because Steam is very, very good at making something feel like is meant for gaming. They're very good at that. You
okay,
know, you gotta look at people's strengths, right? So I think Xbox can learn a lot from Valve in that way,
yeah,
right?
they could learn a lot from Valve if they buy them. That's what I
Yeah,
think.
well, yeah, and I think I think if Phil had the opportunity, he
And
would.
like I said, he wants to buy everything.
But I think that one is doable though in time, just not right now. But
Shoot, I
I
think
think that one
everything's
is
doable.
doable.
They could buy Dairy Queen.
Dairy Queen.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm being facetious, of course, but it's just tiring for me to watch them play second fiddle, like play the back row. And I understand they're kind of more passive aggressive and
They
stuff.
are. I don't think they're ever going to change. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so, unless the leadership changes.
Right.
And I
Right.
wouldn't want that because we've look, I guess I'll complain on here, but we've all I have to do, like I said, all these other videos, right? All I do is go turn on my Xbox, open Game Pass, and there's a whole nother set of problems. And those are good problems. Those are
Right.
first world
Right.
problems. Right?
Exactly.
And I will deal with that any day over all this other stuff because
Right.
I can
Right.
tune out the internet, I can tune out the world, I could stop doing this channel, right?
Right.
And I'd be happy because at the end of the day, it is about the games, and nobody's touching Xbox right now when it comes to
Hmm.
games. So
Right. So yeah, I think the handheld thing is not as a bigger deal because they didn't officially announce it. It just I think things were leaking, like the whole Steam thing integrated with the console. That stuff has been leaking. They haven't announced anything, but we saw evidence that that's most likely going to happen. But I think that we just got to give them that this is their R&D time. This is the time that they have
You
to
know,
work
bro.
things out, and we have to step back and let them
Yeah,
have
do it.
that time. And I think that Phil has a vision of what he wants the handheld to be. He kind of told us he wants it to feel like
mhm.
a console in your hand, basically.
You saw
And
that look in his eye. You know it's happening. That's why people
yes,
saying like, yeah,
absolutely. He been talking about too much, but I think he wants a certain thing out of it, and they have to make
mhm.
that happen. I don't think it exists right now. Probably even on the Steam side, it doesn't. Steam it still feels like a PC if you're used to that. So I think he wants something that's easy for console gamers to transition into.
You know, with everything going on with the FTC and everything that's coming out, which was again, like I said earlier, a big waste of our money.
I mean, there's
Um,
no more excuse with the FTC.
It ain't, yeah.
There ain't no
That's
more
over.
excuse, so nobody can use that as an excuse.
That's true. Yeah.
That's why if they want to make exclusives too longer and not bring everything over, nobody could say shit. Oh well,
That
yeah,
that's
you
they
know,
I think they
it's,
they made that choice, they sticking with it. That's their choice, I think. They
right,
don't
right.
now
It's
they're free to change their mind. See, people don't understand that. They act like Microsoft is stuck to this decision
right
for the
to
rest of
making
their
games and bringing them to every console. Yeah, yeah,
they
yeah.
can 5, 10 years down the road or something like that, they could decide, oh, we want to go back exclusive. They could make that decision if they want to.
yeah.
Absolutely,
So, you know,
I mean,
absolutely.
I doubt they will, but yeah, they can.
yeah. You just look at how they do other business. It really fits Microsoft's MO. They like to put stuff everywhere. They don't like to leave money on the table. They just don't.
Well,
And
oh, go
oh,
ahead.
go
Sorry.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead. I'm
Well, I
sorry.
was just about to say sorry, but another thing too, it has helped them in other relationships with other companies, right? As
Yes,
they see what
yes,
Microsoft's doing, they see the amount of money they're doing,
yes,
they see their profits keep on going up, they see that their
yes.
stock keeps on going up, and then
Yep,
Square Enix comes around like, I think they're onto something,
yep.
and then they start sharing and doing stuff like that. So I get it.
That right, and they have a partnership, almost a relationship
Yeah,
with their partners and stuff that they work with and stuff like. So it's benefits. It is pros and cons to both sides, right?
all right.
But I just look. For people who think that the consoles aren't moving, they're moving. Game Pass is starting to bring people over now, and it's starting to reflect that. After this year, I think is going to really show. It's already showing. People are talking about they comparing the PS Plus against Game Pass, and it just blows it out of the water. And a lot of people on the PlayStation side,
Or in the forums, if you look at the forums, there are a lot of people like, "Yo, what the fuck?
yeah, they
Where's the
see that.
value?
Exactly,
There's no value." And I
exactly.
think that's part of that reason is why we saw that. I think part of that was why we saw that increase of the 8% of hardware sale
Right,
in the
right,
last quarterlies that they talked about.
right,
I
right,
think that it's kind of because I honestly I feel like they're putting gains to with the main on other platforms with the idea or the mentality of, okay, so since these dudes are conditioned to the way where they don't want to come to us, why don't we give them a hint and taste of certain things we offer on our side, and once they see if it's good or not, and they realize, well, we want more, but we don't want to pay for all these games. There's so many coming out at the time. We can just play them on Game Pass, and they can bring them over to the ecosystem.
right, right.
Because even if it's through Game Pass, it's in their ecosystem, and it's going to
They're
help.
Hey, they put money. Look, I look at it this way. I may be the only person who look at it this way. If somebody is putting money into the Xbox ecosystem, I could care less what they're doing. They're contributing. I don't care if they're on a PC and they pay Game Pass there or something like that. I don't care. They're contributing to the ecosystem, so I have no problem with them because their money is supporting Xbox to do what they're doing. The problem I have is the people who complain and all this stuff, and they're not even in the ecosystem, but they're begging for the games and all this stuff. You're not entitled to anything. But if you're a person who contributes financially to the ecosystem, I have no complaints.
Yes.
That's how I look at it. And whether you buy a console or you buy the service or you buy the game, but everybody don't buy. If a person's not really buying the games and they sitting on another platform and they complaining all the time, I don't have any interest in listening to what you have to say. You're not in the ecosystem.
They're not even buying their own stuff.
You're right.
Contributing is contributing, no matter what.
Exactly. And that's
So
how I look at it. So
so
yeah.
here's my. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'll throw this back at you. The problem I have with this is how it affects gaming overall, right? Because people are beginning to understand, right? The realization of it is that the problem with this, right? And this shows, right? As soon as they raise the games up to $80, people felt some sort of way about it. And I'm talking beyond the pale. Not like
Wait a
I
minute.
went to the
Are
store.
we talking about Nintendo now? You talking about raising the
No,
games
I'm talking
price?
about gaming in general.
Oh, gaming in general. Okay.
Because I understand what you guys are saying, but I want to throw these guys at you. And you guys are talking. Give you
Okay.
guys opinions, right? So I'm looking at this. Yeah, okay. You can put your games everywhere. You can do all of that, right? But at the end of the day, the reasoning behind this, right, and why they're doing it. And again, I'll just say this, right? When games went up to $80, people lost their collective marbles. Okay. And so now the talk is of it going to $100. That people are losing their minds, right? So for me, looking at it, dude, how does this affect gaming overall? Right? I understand what Microsoft is doing with all this kind of thing, putting their stuff all over. They're kind of ahead of the game.
Right.
They have Game Pass that's very ahead of the game.
Right.
Right? Just finding different avenues, like how I bought Lilo and Stitch for $14.99, 4K UHD because we wanted to watch it. Right? It's those type of buys too. Right? It's like I'm on there, like A1 Studios had their latest movie on there. I was like, oh, I like that movie, I'll buy it. Right? It's those. They have this complete ecosystem that kind of shields them. Right?
Right.
At the end of the day, and I know I say this, I am being facetious, but at the end of the day, if anybody if anybody needs to be control of this, I would prefer it to be Microsoft and Xbox. You feel me? Right?
Yeah, I get it.
I don't want to rely on Nintendo because they are a day late and a dollar short every single time.
They are. That's true. Yeah.
Everything that they do is centrally focused to their business and their company.
It is.
Right?
Yeah.
It's not for the greater good of the gaming community,
Right.
even though you have their sycophants out there saying how well they do with gaming and how they push the gaming forward, which they do none of that. There's only one company doing that. There's only one company that's pushing the industry forward. There's only one company that takes the risk, does the R&D, right? Builds their stuff overseas, supports other countries' economies. Right? There's only one company doing that, and that's Microsoft.
Right.
With their Xbox brand when it comes to gaming.
Right.
Right. So that's my whole push, right? Because overall, right, the way the industry going, it's going to come to a head eventually.
It is with these rising prices and stuff.
Yeah,
Definitely, yeah,
yeah,
absolutely. And I think that's why I think Microsoft is in the best position of all three of the producers and console makers and stuff to weather it. I think that I don't think that they would have raised the prices at all. But like I said, I have said this, and I don't make any apologies for this. And I know people are going to look at this video and and say, "Well, we're a bunch of shields and all this stuff." But look, if Nintendo is going to charge their games for $80, Xbox better do it because they don't. Nintendo games don't have no voices in them and all this stuff. They don't have no mocap studios and stuff. That stuff has to be paid by somebody.
And they're
So,
dated,
right? It's
and yet
old dated stuff.
and dated, and yet people try to act like, oh, it's okay because they make quality games. Look, you're gonna make quality games if you make the same 7 IPs over and over and over for the
No,
last
that's
40
true.
years.
Or, and I would say this: nobody ever comes out and say that. Nintendo lifts ideas from everybody. Like that Mario World is nothing but their Forza Horizon.
Yeah,
That's what it
that's exactly
is.
what it is.
So, like, it's not like they're innovating new gameplay or
Oh
anything.
no, yeah, people saying, oh, that they're the only ones that are being creative. Like, how they being creative if they don't have no new IPs? The only new
Splatoon
IP
is
they
a rip
created was
off.
Splatoon, and Splatoon is an online game.
It's a rip off of other games that did it too. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm just saying that that's what it is. Quit acting like
Keep it
Nintendo
100. Keep it
invented
realistic.
all this stuff. No, they lift up. If it's a Souls-like game, they lifted it off of somebody. If it's a certain type of RPG, they lifted it off of somebody. Somebody else did it first. So that's all they do. They slap a Mario skin on there, and then a Nintendo skin on there, whatever character they feel like for the day, and then they may do a little bit of stuff in there to make it fit their little cutesy games and stuff, but that's it. That's what they're doing. The one who did the Forza Horizon, that was Playground Games. They was the first, and they don't get the recognition, but the Mario World or something like that get the very award that Playground should have received.
Yeah.
Watch
yeah.
it and see. When they were ignored when they did Forza Horizon 5. That impressed everybody to the point nobody could even tell that they was looking at the video game when the thing came out. And now you got PlayStation bragging about having Forza Horizon 5 on there. Like they promoting it. This is a 5-year-old game.
Yeah.
Okay.
On their own platform, and you telling me that PlayStation's not in trouble?
They're desperate. They got to cling to really good games and stuff and try to push their so if they have to
They're
use up
doing with Forza what they exactly did with all games like Final Fantasy, where they make believe it's theirs. They act like it's their game. That's what they're doing, trying to do with Forza. They keep promoting that shit.
promoting it.
These
Right.
are the features it has on the PS5 Pro. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I saw that, and I was like, "Wow!" If you didn't know that Forza was a Microsoft game, I would, because it's crazy. So, but they had to pay because that's like advertising, right? So they had to pay Microsoft for that.
What was the split? Do you guys know what the split is? I heard it was 70-30.
I don't know. Well, they may or may not gotten that because remember with Jim Ryan, he messed around and waited. Like, look, it's rules to negotiate.
Wait, what split, brother? What do you mean? What split?
He's talking about the split between PlayStation.
Forza. Yeah.
Right.
And Microsoft?
Microsoft.
Yeah. It's 70-30.
Okay.
No, so I'm asking. So go ahead.
Well, I'm saying that nobody really knows if it's what that is when it comes to the overall deal with them having like the COD stuff.
Yeah, 70-30. They said it. They confirmed that.
Did they?
That's what it is. Yeah, it's 70-30.
Okay.
Microsoft gets 70% and they get 30.
They confirmed that.
So what's Forza's split?
Yeah, what's
the same thing? 70-30. Whatever they make and sell, the 2 million people that bought it, it's 70% goes to Microsoft and 30% to PlayStation.
Wait a minute, is that for them to also advertise it and bundle it or whatever the heck they're trying to do with it?
I don't know about advertising. They probably do that.
That's got to be extra because I don't think that.
Or maybe that's something extra on the side. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because they can't just be promoting an Xbox game for their.
Well, platform. They do that even with the other third-party game. They did that with Final Fantasy VII. They make it seem like
but they have to pay for that. You don't have the right to advertise.
Well, they pay for the marketing. That's all they pay for. That's all they ever pay for. Yeah.
Right. That's what he was asking. I think about the marketing about the Forza coming to the PS4, 5 Pro, or whatever.
No, so honestly, I don't like the way that COD is on there, right? So I know when they did the FTC case.
Right.
They were saying 80-20. But then
Right,
later
because
on,
they took less. Right, yeah.
right? But later
Yeah.
on, I heard it was 70-30. Right. So what I mean by that is like 70% of the profits go to Microsoft, 30% of the profits go to PlayStation, which I think is ridiculous. Right. Because that was the original thing, right? With Activision, right? I think Microsoft paid.
I heard, yeah, well, I heard that they forced Microsoft to do that 80-20 deal where they
Yeah,
took
that's what they
20%
did. Yeah.
because they just had them in a rock and a hard place, right?
Yeah.
Um, but I don't know. Well, first off, PlayStation's not dealing with Activision; they dealing with Microsoft, and Microsoft
Yeah.
is not going to take less than what they feel they can get off of that. I know people think they're stupid, but they're not business stupid. Okay, they're not going to do that. They paid way too much money for that, and they're not going to give a freebie to
You
Sony. They're
can't,
just
you
not going
can't,
to do that.
you can't even play any of the games unless you have an Xbox account.
Right, right, right.
You
You
can't
know,
play it on PlayStation unless you have an Xbox account.
right. Well, that's true to PC too.
So even though you're playing on the PlayStation, it's registering as you're playing on the Xbox ecosystem. Do you see
Oh,
what I'm
okay.
saying?
Yeah, yeah. So they got to create an account and everything, have a gamer tag, all that stuff. Yeah.
So I'm
That's,
wondering though, like, so how do they break that down? Like, so I tried to do a deep dive on that. I can't find anything.
Okay.
the reason why Sony did that, or they doing the advertisement, is because they're trying to use it as a bragging point, like trying to say that the Pro version is better than the Xbox version. That's why they're
And
doing. That's why they're
Microsoft
doing
ain't
it.
stupid enough to do that. That's why you notice that most of these games that come out, the PlayStation Pro version is either on par or the Xbox version is better. Most of them. Xbox is
Well,
still beating them,
they
even
are,
with that
they
Pro.
are, again, they are. When they did the analysis for both Doom and for actual the HD remaster of Oblivion, the Xbox version was confirmed to still be the better version.
Exactly.
But that because they were made at the same time simultaneously. The Xbox is always going to win. That's why Phil said there was no need to create a mid-gen cycle console this gen, right?
Hmm.
And people try to ignore that, right? Now Forza, remember, came out the first year of the Series X.
Yeah. So
Forza's
yeah.
5 years old.
Yes, it's
So if
old.
they
Yeah.
did an updated quality of life update for Forza on Xbox Series X now, I
Hmm.
guarantee you it'll still be better on the Xbox
I
no matter
agree.
what.
I
But they
agree.
haven't done it because remember, they did that when they were just learning the hardware. They did that during COVID with the hoops and hurdles, and the game still came out incredible. So obviously they leased it out to a third party, which is Sumo Digital, which used to do all the stuff for Sega, and they did the port with another company, and they did it based off all the new tech, the new hardware technology they have, and steps and tools to create the game.
Right.
So if it has a little bit slighter edge on the Pro, it's because it's a newer build. But if they do a quality of life update for the Series X version, I guarantee you the X version is still going to be better.
Right.
Because people are running with this like this, it's an L. It's like, no, bro, it's a 5-year-old game that they haven't touched on Xbox in years. As far as making a quality of life update with adding more things to it, like better resolution,
They're gonna do that because
better
they do that.
details. You see what I'm saying?
They're
They
gonna
haven't done that.
always they're gonna do it because they're gonna always. But the difference is you're gonna get that update for free. You don't have to pay for it.
Right, and we always get it for free anyway.
Yeah, that's
And
the
then
thing. So nobody sweats it when something has to get updated on that.
but the thing is that people are like, oh, how can you prove that's bullshit? Oh, well, look at Oblivion. Look at Space Marine. Look at fucking the remaster of, not remaster, I said already, remaster of Oblivion, and look at Doom.
Yeah.
When they did the analysis, Digital Foundry and other people, right, they said that the Xbox version is still the better version on console.
I mean, does anybody care?
I
I
don't
mean,
care.
people
I
like us know, but
No,
the
but I mean, like,
casuals do because that's a bragging point for them.
I don't think so, dude. I
I
don't even
don't
think the
think the
casuals.
casuals care
Well,
either. They be playing
you
Because
know
that.
what I mean. You know
No,
what
but
I'm
I'm
saying.
saying, just what I'm saying. Like the only time I hear like a detailed explanation is like you, or like when Dia breaks it down, right? But you never hear that on any of the channels. they're just on the surface level talking about this stuff, right? So for me, what I figured out about Xbox and why they build their consoles like how an engineer would build something, right? Because at the end of the day, Microsoft is full of builders, right?
They are.
So
Yeah.
when they create something or they build something, and in this case, the Xbox as a console, they build it the way an engineer would build it. Right. And I know they talk to the developers, they have these relationships and all this kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, like when I look at PlayStation and Sony or Nintendo when they do stuff, they're building it to catch up. Or they're building it because that's the latest thing. Or they build it that's something that they can use in a tagline for an advertisement. When Microsoft built it, they built it from the ground up as it's meant to be built from the ground up. Right? It's the difference between having $1 million house and a $200,000 house. But $200,000 houses are more flexible in price because you have options. When you have the $1 million house or the $2 million house or a $10 million mansion, you get what you pay for. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So when I look at Xbox, that's why I always look at their consoles. They're just not building it just to build it. They're building it, yeah, for the experience. They're building it, yeah, for the developers. Yeah, they're building it for the people like us who build. But at the end of the day, they're looking at everything and they say, this is the console that we're going to build because this is the console. At the end of the day, like Sega did back in the day, right? They build it for what they want it to be.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that. Yeah.
You know, so again, and I get it, right? Like all this back and forth with these guys, right? And I'm tired too. I'm just jaded at this point when it comes to these guys because they're stupid. Right?
They are. It's just, it ain't no reasoning with these people anymore. They so I don't know. It's not even funny.
I'll put it to you today. I look at Digital Foundry and I feel like I'm playing Avowed. Like I played Avowed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then if they did they do a breakdown in Avowed?
Yes, yes, they did. Yeah.
Oh, they did. Oh, okay.
Yeah. But then if I ask them something about Avowed that's specific to a gameplay question,
they don't know because they're just paying attention to the technical aspect. I know exactly what you're saying.
That's it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Like I could be over there. It's like, you know what? I love the Ranger class, but it wouldn't allow me to do double. But I couldn't build up my character the way I wanted to because I wanted to use double. What do you call those wands? I wanted to do double wands. Right. And would they understand when I say that, or they'll just say, well, you can't do double wands? I was like, no, you really can't, because when you play the Avowed, the resources are very limited, right? So if I already have a gun and if I have double pistols, right, and I have to build my character a certain way, and I only get so many materials, I can't do double wands the way, because as you progress in the game, this is me talking to them, because as you progress in the game, right, you have to keep on leveling up your gear. That's the key.
Yeah.
Unlike other RPGs, that's the difference with Avowed. So you have to keep on leveling up your gear. Right,
Yeah.
and as you level up your gear, you're gonna find out really quickly that you can only level up so many gears, and that's the way the game is created.
Yeah.
So that's why I can't get double wands. Do you think I can have a conversation with any of these people like that?
No, you can't.
No. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why. Oh, go ahead.
Not with. I mean, maybe with Rich if Rich played the game, but Avowed is not a type of game that Rich plays.
Well, so
Muchmouth. You know what I'm saying? Muchmouth likes to play Japanese games because he thinks he's Japanese because he lived there for like 6 years and he learned to speak the language. So he swears up and down he's Japanese when he's not. So all he plays is mainly Japanese games. Like, bro, you got like that's retarded to think that you're an ethnicity. That's like me saying I'm black because I listen to rap music and only rap music. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You can embrace a culture or something that they do and not have to act like a fucking weirdo. Like, what the fuck is your problem? That's my problem with Nintendo motherfuckers and motherfuckers that keep praising these Japanese games. They act like they haven't been around when these shits has been around since before Christ and shit. Like, what the fuck?
The funny thing about that is that they care more than the actual Japanese people do.
That's what I'm saying.
Not on that level. I mean, that's why they're called weeaboos. So, but my point being is that when it comes to Avowed, right, unless you get into the nitty gritty of the game and you can understand the game, because Avowed is one of these games, and you can say that this is, you guys can disagree with me if you want to, but the problem with Avowed is that it's built in a certain way that I feel people won't put the time and effort into it.
Right.
Or maybe in order to put the time, when you put the time and effort into it, maybe the payoff's not good for you. That's the problem.
I keep hearing people complaining, Avowed's not better than Oblivion, because it's a different type of RPG. It's not trying to be Oblivion. And until you don't understand that and accept that, you're not going to realize that it's not Oblivion. It was never meant to be. It was never meant to be Oblivion. It was meant to be Avowed.
Yeah. Well,
you get what I'm trying to say?
The problem with that is that things can be influenced by something.
Yes, it's
Obviously,
inspired by it,
but
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 it's not
it's
that.
not
Yeah.
one to one. It's
no,
not
it's
trying
not.
to be. It's not
Yeah,
trying
it's
to
not.
be one to one. It's not trying to be Oblivion. It's not.
You played Avowed. You can tell that they painstakingly. There's things they just want you to do, like they want you to explore,
Yes,
right?
they do. Yeah.
And they want you to talk to people,
Yeah.
and they want you to listen to the dialogue. They spend a lot of time on that. Now, in fairness, right? That's what they wanted to create. You can't do that when they're just compulsion games. You can do that when you're compulsion games, a studio under Microsoft,
Right.
because
Yeah.
Microsoft allowed them, right, to make this game. And when I play Avowed, I'm like, there's like they can go 6 weeks and Sunday to make this game bigger, to
Yeah,
put it
they
on a
could.
par of
Yeah.
Oblivion.
I
Definitely.
love the size of it though, because it felt big. It was just, it was so tight. I loved it. It was like you never felt like you was being. I'm sorry. I'm getting off point.
No, no, go
I'm
ahead, go ahead.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was it's, to me, Avowed felt like it never was wasting your time. You were able to get to a location very quickly, even on foot. And it was like they wanted to tell a story with the world. So I said this before. So paying attention to things were interesting just in and of itself. You learned things, and it wasn't just about reading. Like Bethesda games, you kind of got to read everything, right?
Yeah.
It's not that way with Avowed. Avowed is telling you a story through the world as well as the people, and they just have a different approach of it. That's all, you know. And
I mean, I'm not to start any trouble, but Bethesda writes better. I'm just saying.
yeah.
No, I get it. I get what you're saying, though. Yeah, about like they have the books in there, but it's not meant to be like Skyrim. You know?
Right, it's not meant to be that, right?
Yeah. And
Well,
choice.
but I mean, that's why I think it's disingenuous and stupid when people keep comparing it and say, "Oh, it's not a good game because it's look, Oblivion is better." Like, bro, you're looking at it the wrong way. It's not supposed to be Oblivion, you know?
Well, so, we have a pop. We all have pop culture backgrounds, right? So it's
Mm,
just the same thing, like how people compare certain characters in movies and comic books and animation, right?
yeah, yeah.
You just do it because as being part of the culture, we do it, but we understand the foibles of doing that, where a
Hmm.
lot of people don't. And I think that's where the hang up is when it comes to gaming now, right? There's so many people that play games for various reasons that don't understand that culture, man, that deep. And I'm not saying that you need to, right? What I'm saying is I don't take people seriously that I can't have those conversations with,
Right, right.
aka the guys that you mentioned. What are the Digital Foundry? I can't see myself like hanging out on a podcast with them or even playing games with these dudes. Dude, if you stop the game and you said, "Do you see the pixel on that thing?" I'll slap you. I'll be like, "No." You know what I'm saying? We're playing Towerborn right now, bro. We're in Towerborn right now, brother. We're getting mobbed. I don't really care right now about that. You know, all I care about is that you're my wingman right now. I'm a range fighter. You're the guy that got to come in and do the tanking, right? And you're worrying about polygons. I could care less. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, like that's what I think is being lost: the art of gameplay, of people enjoying, or I should say the art, but people enjoying just gameplay.
Hmm.
This is something that I look at like when me and my daughter talk about AI. This is why AI is able to take over, not take over, but AI is able to get a foothold in some of this stuff because people don't appreciate art. You feel me?
Yeah.
It's the same thing with games. Like people don't just they don't, and I don't need you to know the process, but to go through the process of actual gameplay when you're actually playing the game to understand that process, right? Like what it is, like something as simple as if, and it's like that, right? Because so many general people play, right? So you're playing a certain game. Let's just take Overwatch for example, right? Because I talk to my daughter about this all the time. Like on Overwatch, there's goals. There's actually set things you're supposed to do when you're playing the game. That you'll be in a group of people and nobody does it.
Oh
Nobody
wow.
does it. Like nobody does it because they're either doing their own thing or a lot of them don't know what's going on, or listen to they're only playing it because they like the way the characters look and they like the outfit that they have. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm. Yeah.
Right. So I mean, I'm not saying that's just my that's I think is to my bigger point is something that's happening with gaming. Like we can sit here and have these hours of long conversation about gaming because we understand gaming. You know, like I know Hebot knows a lot about gaming. I know you know a lot about gaming. I know things about gaming because we don't just read it or kind of look around it, right? We play it. We grew up in it. We experienced it. Hey, sorry, just real quick. Hey, Gogo. Hey, Big B. Welcome,
Hi
guys.
Google. Hi Big B.
So Anyway, Hiba, did you want to mention anything else about the handheld?
I mean, I understand why people want it, right? Because again, it'll make it feel more unified in the portable space with with the cloud gaming, and it's a product coming from them themselves. It'd be interesting to see what they come up with, their implementations, their hardware tech, their features outside of everybody else, like the competition. Just because they have to do those things in order to stand out, they can't just be the same thing, point on point with everybody else. Um, but I also think that it's a smart move to postpone it if they're trying to integrate maybe the Windows and Steam gaming experience much better in it, or because they see the market's just not there yet. Because they could always do what they said they were going to do, which is partner up with other outside people like Aces and the Rogue Ally, and you know what I mean, and
Mm-hmm.
Steam Deck, and they can take the cost of the hardware and they'll just concentrate on creating their ecosystem that they're going to offer on that system via the portable, and they're not taking that cost, right? So it's
Yeah.
less of a risk. So I think it's not a dumb move. I think it's a smart move. I think they should have done that with the VR too, to people that were probably interested in VR on the Xbox ecosystem, an opportunity to have VR also. They should have done it where they partnered up with someone else that does things for PC and have them do it or make it compatible with the Xbox console. That's what I was saying before, but they didn't do that. So I think now this is much cheaper. Um, as far as the handheld goes, probably as far as the R&D and working with other companies versus the VR, because it was still in its infancy, even though we've had VR since the Sega Genesis era, right? I just think they're doing the smart approach because, again, like I told you guys, the data came out and only 4% of people are playing on portable gaming, right?
Right.
So, and we're not talking about phone wise, we're talking about on Steam Deck,
Right.
on
Yeah.
Rogue Ally, right? Because
Hmm.
obviously the mobile gaming space is different. The mobile
Right.
gaming space is large because everybody in their fucking world has a fucking phone. And if you're sitting in a doctor's office and you start playing Temple Run or Tempest or Flappy Birds or whatever the hell you play, that counts as a mobile gaming, right? Somebody actively playing mobile gaming, right? So, and it's much easier because a lot of the games on mobile gaming, they'll be like $1, $2. And again, if you have 10 million people buying a game for $1, that's $10 million you made off $1. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, and plus
So,
it's the culture of mobile gaming, which is
That's what I
different
was
from
gonna
console.
plus
say.
it's the
Yeah.
culture, right? Plus it's the culture.
Right.
So again, like I said, Microsoft is not in the business of losing money. That's why they cut off Mixer, even though it's better than fucking anything that Twitch or YouTube offers, right? That's why they cut off the Zune because they didn't sell like the iPods. That's why they cut off their phones because they don't sell the level of Apple phones, even though their phone was 20 times million better. You guys know I did a video on it. I showed what the phone can and can't do versus something like the Apple phone. I thought it was a very good product. And now they're only doing the Surface, and I think even that department they kind of slowed down on, right? So they're not in the business of losing money. That's why they stay rich because they make smart decisions when it comes to what they stay with and what they don't stay with, right?
Hmm.
Which is why I think they're also trying to be hesitant with the physical copy section, portion of gaming because it costs money. Them bringing out so many games so frequently is a bigger cost, and if people are not buying enough games physically, it's probably not.
Oh, we lost him.
Okay.
Hiba, do you deny yourself greatness? Gogo's being funny. It was when I realized everything from Sony was a mistake, masterpiece, especially the PS5 and Conquer.
Oh my gosh.
Man, Conquer, dude, that they're trying to I heard that they're trying to bring it back.
Really?
I mean, like everything Sony does, like when people wonder why would they do that, it's like, dude, they poured money into it and they need money.
Yeah, they probably should have just stuck it out, even though it wasn't getting no players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when you make those decisions, you got to pay. Look at all these corporations that have made these bad decisions.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're paying for it now. I mean, they're
Yeah.
trying to course correct, which shows that all of this was BS.
Yeah.
Um, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it, watching it, enjoying it happen in real time. And my only disappointment is Microsoft not dominating. Gogo says, "Sega forever, call yourself Sony forever. You feel better. You will feel better.
It's Sony forever.
I'll probably get more viewers."
Yeah, probably so. They'll just like, yeah, Sony forever.
Yeah, yeah, we're not Sega forever here, guys. We're Sony forever. Hold on, I was looking up this thing, but well, so look, I just want to let you guys know, just really quickly, um, I'm not against the handheld. Don't get it wrong. Don't get it twisted. It's physically that I can't play it because in order for me to play a handheld like my phone, I have to,
Yeah. It's just a limitation that you
yeah,
can't partake in,
yeah.
right?
Like one of the things I would like about the handheld. Oh, sorry. One of the things that I would like about the handheld is I would be able to cloud game a lot of the games, right? Because of course space is an issue, hard drive space and stuff like that. And they've gotten way
Yeah.
better with their cloud game. I was able to play a couple games off the cloud instead of downloading it.
Right.
But you can't do that for every game. Like you won't have a good experience if you don't download it and play for them. Play it.
Right.
Yeah, but at least with some of the games, or I would think like they're getting way better. So especially the one thing I wanted to use the cloud for was all the little indie games, and
Yeah,
even
that's
that,
it's perfect for that. Yeah.
yeah. Well, in my situation, it wasn't, and they've improved it so much that I can do it. Like yesterday, I played that T game, the one with the boy that has to keep his arms straight. He can't bend his elbows. He has this condition, whatever it is. So you have to help him throughout the day. Like he has to go brush his teeth and go eat, and it's a fun game. It's from the guys who make Katamari Damacy. So that's why I played it, right? And I like quirky Japanese stuff,
Mm-hmm.
which is why I like Yakuza and certain games that other people don't. I understand. So that's the only that's one of the things I could see that would be good for having a handheld, right? Because it's just another option for you to play other games and not worry about space. Because it would be geared, right? Because that's what the Steam Deck is, right? It's geared towards streaming. And it's my understanding they do a really good job with it. It's like with Netflix, right? To me, Amazon Prime is horrible for me. Like I don't like to watch Amazon Prime.
Yeah, you said that. You said that.
Yeah, but
That
Netflix
for me is fucking great over here.
Same. It is.
It's
good for me,
fantastic.
too. Yeah.
I don't know why
Well,
that's
they're racist.
lacking over there. That's just crazy to me.
Amazon is racist against us because it costs more to ship. Did I say racist? Amazon is their moneyist against us because it probably costs more for them to operate it. It's
oh
so
my
bad.
god! Hey,
They opened up a warehouse here, their own warehouse. They open out here and they have their own vans here on the island now that drive around and drop stuff off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
is it okay if I finish the point that I was saying before? I got cut off by the ponies and they attacked me like always.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mute my mic because this dude's like I don't know what he's doing, but he's using a.
I'll be brief. I was just trying to say that it's probably one of the reasons why Microsoft is also kind of going away from the physical scene, especially because if they're releasing games at such a high volume and rate, the cost is much higher, right?
Mhm.
And it's something that they feel, well, if we're gonna have to release so many games physically, and yet not enough people are buying them physically, is it really worth the cost? You get what I'm saying there?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because
Yeah,
Microsoft is not like you said it. You said it first before me. They're not in the business to losing money.
exactly.
They never have been. They never have been, right? And they
Yeah.
always try to correct when they make a mistake to fix it, to make back whatever they lost when they do have a failure, right? And they've
Exactly.
always done that, always in this PC space with Windows
Yeah.
and in the console space with Xbox, always. So it makes perfect sense. But at the same time, is also the other point to that is it's a two parts, two layers to that point that I just said about physical games. Sony and Nintendo only bring out maybe 2 or 3 exclusives first party every year. So for them, it's much easier to distribute that cost because Sony and Nintendo are not giving everything else that Microsoft's giving and spending the kind of money that they're spending to their consumers. And all they have is the video game, the video game division. You know what I'm saying? Because Sony's division with movies is shared now with other publishers. They don't do it by themselves anymore. And they don't make money anymore in the electronic scene like they used to anymore. That's all Samsung and LG now, right? So that's why when they bring out a product, they always fucking price hike it super expensive because they don't sell as much as the other competitors. The other competitors can afford to sell it cheaper because they're dominating the market. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
As far as TVs, receivers, speakers, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And even players like 4K players or whatever. So that's another aspect that people need to kind of think about. And even myself, I'm kind of ashamed that I didn't think about it before until you kind of mentioned it. Let's be real. That the load is much higher in volume. If they're
Exactly.
releasing fucking 6 games a month, that's
And
a heavy load.
we ain't even through the whole year. We just hitting the halfway
What?
point. So like
So let me ask, since you guys are here, and I know you guys
I-
know the answer. So at what clip does Steam release games?
they don't. It's way slower.
Is it really?
Yeah, if you're
What?
talking about their in-house games, yes.
No. Just so when I look at, because every
Wait, I
time
missed the question. Can you fill me in? What was you said? What did you say?
So my question is, like,
Yeah.
at what clip, like at what speed does Steam release games? And I'm not talking just in-house games. I'm
Okay.
talking games.
But the thing is, Steam doesn't make them. They allow developers to the games.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
But
saying?
there's people that use Steam.
Microsoft actually has developers that they pay for. They pay for the game. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but my question is Steam.
Okay. Go ahead.
Look
I'm
at Steam.
sorry.
How much content? Now, there's a better way to put it. How much content, gaming content, does Steam release like every week?
Well, last year they released 17,000 games on Steam.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's a lot. Yeah.
So if I take that, comparing it to Microsoft, and this is not a versus thing, right? But
Right. I get it.
every time I looked at Steam, and this is one of the reasons I would think that it would be good for Microsoft to buy Valve, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's because if you look at, like you said, Microsoft is like doing all these games, right? Like for console guys, this is amazing.
It is. Yeah.
For console people, this is amazing.
Yeah.
Now on the Steam side, right? And by console, I mean not just in-house games. I'm talking the deals they make with third parties.
Oh, you're talking about the whole thing. Okay. Yeah.
The people like Phil ran into somebody at the convention. They're like struggling. Feels like here's
I hear you now.
$100,000.
Okay.
I couldn't answer because I was on the thing.
So that's what I'm saying. So like at that,
I don't even know.
the ID at Xbox, right?
Yeah.
Everything that they do, the shadow drops, all that stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Would you say that they're turning into Steam in some aspects?
They're nowhere near close. If you're talking
Nowhere near close. Right.
Yeah, not the amount of content that comes out on Steam. I can't even keep up with that stuff.
Okay.
It's games that I would say is rated M or whatever.
No. Okay.
It's all kind of games over there,
So I'll keep moving in this direction.
Okay.
Do you think So like I said, for console guys, this is I think it's for anybody. I get it. It's way too much, right?
Right. It's too much even for us. I mean, I don't know half the stuff that's on there sometimes.
Exactly. But do you think that's? I guess my point is, what I'm trying to say is that seems to be the direction that Microsoft is going. And I say Microsoft specifically. The Microsoft, the corporation, the company is going.
Yeah.
Right. Is that they look at Steam and they're like, oh, either we buy Steam or we become like Steam.
Right.
You feel me? Because I think when they do with Game Pass is definitely like Netflix.
It is. You can see the Netflix influence on Game Pass.
And
Yeah.
plus, those guys are friends. They all talk all
They
the time.
are, they've known them from way back when we was just talking about when they first started. So yeah, I'm sure they kept in touch, and I think Microsoft personally knows lots of big companies and have personal relationships with these
Oh yeah,
companies. Yeah.
yeah. There was four big companies that showed up at the White House, and Microsoft was one of them. That's
Yeah,
all.
they were one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was Oracle, I think it was Microsoft, uh
Facebook. No, well,
Facebook,
five.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, Apple wasn't there, but the guy was.
Apple wasn't there, but
They
Meta
were they
was
were there before.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It was four big ones.
Amazon, Facebook, um,
Oracle. uh,
Oracle,
Yeah,
and
that was it was gosh, I forget the fourth one. I can't remember. But I know Apple wasn't there. I didn't see them there.
well, hell, you had
Um
Elon. Elon was on a special employee. So.
yeah, that now his companies are big too, because he got a lot of different companies in between the SpaceX, between Tesla. He got projects too that you don't hear about a lot, like when he mentioned
He has projects I don't even want to know.
all kind
But,
of stuff. Yeah, he does a lot more stuff than people think he does.
but I
Yeah.
mean, he's doing projects that I don't want to know about.
Yeah.
Right? And I have nothing against that. I mean,
Yeah,
he's doing.
he got all kind, like he wants to do some tunnel in the ground and
Oh,
make
he's
that.
already yeah.
Yeah, he's still working on that stuff. Yeah,
Oh,
I don't.
no.
I don't.
So
You
it fell
call it
through in
boring or
LA.
something? Yeah.
Well, it's one of the reasons why he doesn't like LA, right? That kind of fell through in LA, but he's doing it in Vegas now.
Oh, that's where he moved it to. Oh wow.
Well,
Okay.
no, yeah. So, well, he moved to Texas, but he's just going other places.
Oh, he's just doing stuff there. Okay. Yeah, Elon, you can't keep up with. He got too much stuff out there going on.
Look at him, dude. He's on the spectrum. You can tell.
Yeah.
I don't mean that. I'm not trying to disparage him. I'm just saying the dude has energies for days.
Yeah.
I think this is why him and Trump get along because they're both. They don't. These people.
They
are,
don't sleep. Yeah. They like. It's like.
It's
Yeah.
crazy. I mean, I think one of the biggest things is that's why people they're like, oh, I'm surprised he showed up to Saudi Arabia. I was like, no, dude, he's the world's richest dude.
Yeah. He knew. He said he knew. The crown prince's father long before he was even in politics.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's
Yeah.
Trump. Yeah, Trump knows all their dads
He knows a lot of people. Yeah. Yeah.
because they. And again, anyway, we're getting off topic. But I guess my point being, it would segue back to it. Dia is. That's my question. It seems that's the direction that they're going. To me,
Hmm.
I'm not versed in Steam and I'm not versed in PC.
Okay.
Right, but there's so much comparisons and like look, I'll be honest with you, some of us went kicking and screaming with the PC stuff, right?
Right.
Um,
Right.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat that because you just didn't. I didn't understand or didn't see it.
Okay.
Honestly, it didn't really bother me, but I sat there. I was like, "What is the direction this is going?" Now I see. I see. Like I think this is the direction, right?
Yeah.
Am I-
Because I think that's their wheelhouse. PC, people forget, PC is their wheelhouse. I think it would marry also within their company, their gaming division plus the software division, because that's what they both notice, that's what both of them do. Microsoft is more dominant in the PC space, where Xbox in the console space, and it's just marrying them together basically. That it's connecting their whole company wide ecosystem. And it makes
Yeah,
sense from that perspective.
because I look at the number of games that are available. I guess that's a better word to use for Steam use on
For
Steam.
Steam, okay.
Steam's operating system, right?
Right, right.
Okay, so you look at the variety that they have, right? And I only know this because my friends always talk about Steam sales.
Yes, that was incredible. So far, nobody can really beat them things. They're incredible, yeah.
But over the last 2 years with Xbox, I felt like, wow, dude, we're going at an actual like because sometimes I sit there and I was like, dude, this is too much.
It
Like,
is. It feels like that already, and this is just the beginning.
they're prepping us. That's what I feel like.
Yeah, yep.
We have the surgery coming up, and this is like the pre-prep. Drink don't drink after 8.
Yeah,
At 11 before you go to bed, take these pills. When you come in, we're gonna have to take an X-ray.
get a little burp out of you. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. Before before they put the mask on or put us on.
Yeah,
What happened? You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Yeah, it's
But
really.
you're right. I absolutely agree with what you're saying there. I actually see those signs, and look. Let's just say, may I ask you a question directly? It's the same topic.
Yeah.
Let's pretend that you ran all of Microsoft. You was Satya. You got bald head and everything. Okay. All right.
I'll take his skinniness and his.
Yeah. All right. You're skinny and bald. How's that?
I'll take it. Yeah.
All right. So you're running all of Microsoft, and you see that okay, for the Xbox division, your goal maybe is to be like a Steam. You can operate just as a store and make incredible amounts of money. You can dominate big sector there. You know that you have a good relationship with Gabe and all that stuff, but it's not there yet because Gabe is not quite ready to retire yet, right? So
Yeah.
what would you do if you were running Xbox, but you see in the future your goal is probably Steam? Maybe you see some hidden signs there that Gabe will be willing to do that. So you know that, apart from you guys having a total fallout, it's most likely going to happen one day, right? Well, you would probably right now start shifting your company so that when the time comes and you have to integrate Steam and Xbox all together, it would be seamless,
Right.
right? So
Right.
what you're saying is true because you would have to get to used to a model where you're releasing stuff everywhere because there is no walled gardens on PC.
Yeah.
That doesn't exist there.
Yeah.
So if you're going to become more like that, you have to get out of some of the console isms first, right? So what would you do? Would you start that early or would you wait until after everything to make that shift?
I one thing I like about Microsoft is they just don't do things because, and they just
Right,
don't follow trends.
right,
So that makes perfect sense to me that they are doing that because that seems to be the direction that everything's shifting to.
right.
But I also feel like they're flexible enough. Like we talked about AI on a couple
Hmm.
of videos.
Right.
It's also going to have an impact on it, and they're involved in AI, and then of course they come up with the AI thing for gaming. Right?
Right, right. We're gonna be the first guinea pigs, okay?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're a big testing ground.
Right.
Right?
They've
So
always used Xbox as a testing ground for a
yeah,
lot of technology, really.
I think that's one of the reasons they never really, when people said they're thinking about selling it, I think Microsoft sees the value
Yes,
having
yes.
look. I'm not trying to be, trying to say it in a negative apocalyptic type of way, but if you have a built-in consumer base,
Right. You're gonna use them, right?
yeah,
It kind of disguise it as a gaming feature, but you're really just tech testing the tech, getting better with it, seeing how I mean, they did that for so many other things, and that's why I said that I think the first people who are gonna be engaging in AI is probably gonna be the Xbox gamer. That's
yeah,
who's gonna be the first ones.
will definitely be one of them. Yeah.
Hmm.
Federal government will be the very first.
Right, they'll be first.
Yeah.
But then the Xbox gamer ain't far behind because
No.
they're Microsoft's guinea pigs. Like they're gonna be like you before you know it, you're gonna be playing in a world where everything is controlled by
Oh
the
yeah,
AI. No
I know how
decision
the
making.
conversation is going to go. Right, they're going to be talking
Yeah.
about it. They're going
Yep.
to be, well, it's a national security thing, so let's get that out of the way. Military needs to be involved.
Right. Right.
We'll get
Yeah.
our people that, and then right after that, they're like, oh, we'll just use Xbox.
Yeah.
So
Xbox gamers.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, guys, not in some kind of conspiracy theory kind of way. It's new tech, man. We have to stay in front of everybody, and
Yeah. Yeah.
that's one of the reasons. Like if you guys see what's going on, like they're taking away visas from Chinese students and all the people who
Yeah.
leave their land, and it's
Yeah.
racism. I was like,
Yeah.
look, dude, just go do research on the 1 Cent Army,
Yeah.
and
Yep.
and you see why, right? Nothing as your parents would probably tell you, nothing in life is free. Right? A lot of these people are allowed to come to this country by their own government for specific reasons.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
once you figure out what that is, then you guys wouldn't like that either. Right? Just saying, right? So my point being is that this is why we're pushing so hard to be at the forefront of this.
On the
Which for
AI
me,
tip stuff.
on the
Yep.
AI, for
Yep.
me, as an Xbox, or what does that matter with Xbox? Well, I mean, it's good for us because that's how innovation is,
That's where. There you go. Yep. Yep.
and that's what I want to see. Right? That's what keeps me engaged. I'm old, guys. I've been playing games for years. There's some games that have come out. I was like, oh, that's this game, that's that game. It's just a rehash of this game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't look at it so, I'm willing to give any game a chance. But when I'm playing something and it reminds me of something, right?
Right.
And maybe it could be a tribute to it. Maybe the person's a huge fan of that or whatever. But if you're not keeping me interested, dude, I'm gonna check out.
Exactly. That's why the gaming industry has to be innovative.
Yes, it does.
And that Xbox, honestly, them and Valve, for me, my personal experiences,
Mhm.
they've been for me, they've innovated. Valve in different ways. And they do it even with tech too, but they've done it in different ways. And Xbox. Though to me, in the forefront, those two have been trying new stuff and putting their money behind new products and things like that and trying stuff out. I
Mhm.
say Microsoft does more in the software area, sometimes they'll try some crazy stuff like using the cloud to generate a whole world and so that's something they did. Like Valve didn't beat them to nothing like that. But Valve would try with some hardware stuff
Yeah,
and
that's
make
the
it work.
hardware side, right? Oh man,
Yeah.
that's like peanut butter and chocolate right there. You know what I'm saying? Because I could see like when I saw this interview with Dave, and it was on more on the tech side,
Right. Yeah.
and it was just a clip actually that somebody shared and I watched it. But the thing that I pulled from it, selfishly for me, was like it's interesting because that would benefit what Microsoft is doing with AI. It
Hmm.
benefits a lot of different people. Right? But it
Yes.
would
Yes.
definitely benefit.
Yeah.
I mean, and what I took from Gabe in that interview is like he still got gas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's like I understand like there's rumors of him retiring and stuff like that, but you give somebody like Gabe like some kind of creative AI.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, like it's sad, but I think he would retire before that stuff really kicks off because
But I think he probably like I think he was like okay, hold that paperwork.
you would.
No, because that's a whole nother. It's just like the thing that fascinated me about the AI, if I'm being perfectly honest with you, was just the metaphysical aspects. Right.
Mm, okay.
Same thing like I was talking to you, like how I got into talking about pre-diluvian, pre-flood, pre-flood
Oh, yeah.
uh, topics.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So it's on that level, but it re-energized it pointed me to look at things in a different perspective.
Right, right.
And anytime you have any of these technical dudes, man, I mean, I hate to put it this simple, but it's like a shiny new thing, right? It's like, hey, look at this. And they're like, oh, what?
Right.
I've worked with guys like this my whole life, and so it's interesting to me. Like, I think he would stop the presses if AI made some kind of huge leap,
Really?
hopefully for the betterment of man and not our destruction.
Right, right.
But you know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Right, yeah.
Like a lot
And
of this stuff is just in theory.
Microsoft is very few companies are able to do what Microsoft is doing. Like no, didn't they buy 3 Mile Island so they can generate have a have all the power they need
It's
to run
the
those servers and stuff. So
it's all the as what do they call those data farms became a thing.
yeah, data farms. That's it.
Data
Yeah.
farms, right?
Yep.
It blew my mind how fast the narrative switched because up until that time, nuclear is bad. No, nuclear was
Yeah, everybody's like, oh, it's terrible and all this stuff, but now you don't hear a peep.
yeah, because the money, right? These are some of the biggest, most powerful, and not just powerful people, but money and power, right? That these guys wield
Hmm.
to the point. And then, of course, look, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, right? You just got the right person at the right time for the policy, right? Because it's a
Oh, right,
combination of the two.
right, right. Yeah,
The
yeah.
energy, you have to have somebody that's friendly,
Friendly
right, quote
to
unquote,
expanding on power and energy and stuff. Yes.
right? And so they have all it's all in line, but that's that they it's like I'm just saying I'm not saying they like the president, but I'm saying they will hold their nose, right? That's how and I tell you guys this, not to be political, I'm telling you guys this, but this is how you know this is powerful, right? That if you hate some of these people can't stand the president,
Right.
and the president knows that, and they know that he knows, and they still met, right?
That's true. Yeah.
They still broke bread,
Yep.
right? And put that stuff on the side for whatever reasons, right? And because and that's how you know it's big, and that's how you know something big is coming, right? Because kingdoms that's why they would marry their daughters off to the sons and all
That
this.
is true. Yeah. Yeah.
It has
Yeah.
to be something the bigger than
Yeah.
than that the divisions that they have,
Yeah.
right? And because if you look at tech, a lot of the tech people are a certain way. So oh my gosh, dude, this dude's launching bombs. This idiot. So
Wow.
my point being is that's how I know that
Hmm.
it's big. That they pushed all that stuff on the side and the 40-year narrative of nuclear being evil is all of a sudden, you know what? Even hippies are doing this now. You know, that's the cleanest energy I've ever seen. But again, take
Wow.
it for what it's worth, because these same people tried to force me to buy a Tesla for years, and I still won't buy a Tesla because I just don't like I just don't like
Right.
the way it
Yeah.
looks. It's not my kind of car,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Right? Elon, however you feel about him or not, right? These guys have been pushing that on me for years. Now all of a sudden, Tesla suck, and they're all for nuclear now. I'm like, okay, make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. Yeah. It's just all emotions at this point. Yeah.
and so, but if you look at something like that, I think that gives credence to the direction that we're going.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, you're asking, what does this matter for Xbox, dude? Everything's going to be based on that, on AI,
Yeah. Yeah.
everything.
I can't even imagine right now how that's going to affect gaming, but I know it is because apparently, from the rumors, if that's true, they're going to try to integrate AI in the hardware of the next console, and that's going to be interesting. I don't think it's just going to be some chatbot.
No, I'm pretty sure it'll be.
It's going to
Look,
be more than that.
I'm gonna write them. I'll just say, Phil, that better have a disk drive. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Better have a disk drive.
I want one too, so I hope he puts one in there. So yeah, put it in there, man. Guys, take that little hit, or just let us get one at least if it's not gonna come with it or something. If you want to give us options.
The only thing that worries me about AI is that when you can't tell the difference, because you can definitely tell now.
Yeah, you can. I've seen so much AI stuff. Yeah, I can.
Yeah,
I
you
can
can.
tell the difference. Yeah.
And then it's weird because I feel this some sort of way. It's like, oh man, if only they could get it just over that hump. But at the same time, then you're falling upon again, guys. I don't worry about the tech as much as I worry about the people.
Right.
It's just like The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead, you thought it was going to be about the zombies, and then you find out
It's
really
not.
quickly
It's about the people. Yeah. Yeah.
in the situation, how they react, their standards,
Yeah.
their morals, what they're willing to do.
Right.
That's my concern with AI, like the people that are in charge of it. I mean, I know people worry about it being self-aware. I find that impossible. We're flawed, like I said. We talked about this before. We're flawed. I thought we can create
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, anyway, not to get off topic, but that was the only thing I felt going forward. Like that's the direction Xbox and Microsoft is going.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong. It's just me thinking out loud.
I agree with you, though. I'm 100% on board. I'm on the train.
So that could be why they delayed it, because what they might launch it with a hybrid, right? They might do a twofer. Here's our. You think they would do that? You think they would do like say like they're gonna release the console, the next console, and it's integrated right with the Steam
It's things
stuff.
that I think they're in an air simplified terms.
You think so?
Yeah, because I mean they have a lot of experience doing other stuff. They've been doing console for a long time now. They got a lot of experience there. I think it's something that they're trying to do that they haven't done before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I mean I think they look at this handheld as part of that next generation, just like the next console. So I think they want that to be right. So because it's gonna just like this. The Xbox was made one time to last an entire gen, right? They did not want to do a mid-gen. You can clearly see it in the way they engineered the console.
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
I think whatever they're doing with this handheld and even the console, whatever they're doing with that, despite the rumors, I think they're just going in such a new direction that I think they're going to try to follow that model, but they're also just doing a lot of stuff that we probably haven't seen before. I think they're going to try to integrate AI. I could be wrong about that, but that's what I believe.
No. So that just brought into my mind that you said that, and we're talking about integration.
Right.
What if they are? What if that's why?
It could be, and then but that takes them it's a learning curve there because nobody's been doing that. So they're in an area now where it's new. It's a new area even for them.
Yeah. That's true. I was thinking of what. I was thinking more about the physical, like the hardware.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that too.
I mean,
the software. Not just the software. I think that the AI stuff is also going to, in some part, be integrated through the hardware as well.
I wonder how that would work.
I think that it will be because
I guess like Kiba was saying earlier that they build everything right into the
yes, from the ground up. Like they like to hardwire their stuff. Like notice they don't take the Sony route when they do their stuff. They like that stuff to be like it's a self-contained unit. Like now if they can't, then okay, I stand corrected. But I think they're going to try to do something like that. I could be wrong, but I've been watching the way the AI and stuff like that. We'll see. But I think the way my mind is going, I think they probably even got games that they've talked about to the studios where they can implement some AI.
Yeah.
They may be already working on some of this stuff.
I truly believe they're going to use AI implementation.
That's what I was saying. That's what I believe. Nobody's talking about it either. Like we're one of the few podcasts that's actually talking about things like this. But I think it's going to be a big deal in the next gen.
I think they're going to use the AI technology to hurry up the problem. Meaning, like when everybody does the concept art of levels, character designs, and certain animations, they're going to use the AI to make the process to develop the games quicker.
Right, right,
Not to take away the job necessarily of the animators and stuff like that, but to kind of give them a shortcut into taking less time to actually programming the game with inside the computer and when they're generating the game, developing like the development process to make it
right.
shorter, even though all the input is going to be from the actual people, the artist. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The character designs, the ideas, all going to come from the artists themselves, right? From the
Right.
creators themselves. But
They kind of do that already. They kind of
right,
do.
right, right. No, because
But
people are saying, "Oh, Microsoft is pushing AI because they want to take away jobs. They want to leave people jobless."
they
That's
say that
always the
with
narrative
every
every time.
industry. They say that with every industry.
Mhm.
Everybody just scared of AI, and that doesn't. It's not just gaming. They saying that in every industry.
Dude, if there's one company that don't do that, it will definitely be Microsoft. And Microsoft, it has a tools-based type of mentality.
Right, right.
Like,
Hey, this is
we
the
created
third
this. We
cross,
wanted
third
to
cross
bring
is
out the
leaving
inner,
Tokyo.
the inner thing of this
If
or
I
that.
show you the original, what it looked like.
So I mean, that's not their MO to me.
Yeah,
You
I
never know
agree.
who can come in and who takes over and all that stuff. But
Right. Yeah.
I've never seen that. So I get it. So I guess my thing is that if it's going to be the ecosystem integrated, and then they're going to go next level with their hardware,
Hmm.
right? That would make perfect sense to me for them to release it at the same time.
Yes,
Like
that's
who's to
what
say you
I
can't use
think.
the
Yeah.
head? Who's to say you can't use the handheld as an interface to the hardware?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Imagine if you could use the handheld, like instead of grabbing a controller, you could use the handheld if you want it. It doesn't
right, right,
it
right.
doesn't force you, but you could do some things from it that controls your that say you got a console, they could pair it to each other and it's not just docking it. Like everybody always say docking it, but it could
I
probably
just
do
trying to
more than
show.
that. Like I can see Microsoft going down a route like that,
Yeah,
you
definitely.
know.
Because they're already talking about having the AI help you in the game.
Yes, they are. It's going to be like that's why I think it might have to be something integrated in the hardware.
Right.
Like, because if you're going to do that for all your games, then it's got to be something in the actual console itself that can come in and help you
See
with different things, and that they probably.
what it look like in comparison. I mean, he don't look badass, but look how he looks pretty.
Oh, is he talking?
He looked pretty gay. He look like he had
Okay,
a
okay, I
tube
got
top.
confused. I'm sorry.
Here,
I
puppy.
wasn't sure who was talking to. Yeah, but
No, I'm
yeah.
talking. I'm talking to my daughter's boyfriend. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought you was talking to me. I was like,
No, 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 no. My bad. My bad. I apologize. I thought I muted myself.
yeah, okay, no problem.
I'm
But yeah,
sorry, dear.
yeah, I in my head I think that they're probably gonna have some AI that goes with the console as well as what Heba is saying in the development process as well. I think it's gonna be present in a lot of different areas of gaming for
Plus, it
like
would be it'll probably help. Like when they make multi-plats, right?
right,
The companies that do it, the publishers that make multi-plat games, like the GTA's of the world, it'll help them make the ports for every console much quicker.
oh well,
You see what I'm
yeah,
saying? And
yeah,
they don't have to dedicate as much time to every single one and take so long to release games. That's why it takes so long to make a game. Like GTA, all the details they like to put into it.
right,
Look
right.
how long it's taken since the last one. It's been almost 10 years.
Same
You see
thing
what I'm
with
saying?
Fable. Fable seems like that thing has been
Oh yeah,
forever.
that seems like it's been forever too, right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah. Look at Rise Son of Rome. When Rise Son of Rome came out, it started as a Connect game. Then
Oh,
Crytek
that's
changed
right.
it to a third-person hack and slash, which I thought was the best thing they could have done. I
Hmm.
love Rise Son of Rome, an underrated game. And it took them 7 years to do Rise Son of Rome because of the new tech they were using, the new graphic engine and what they were
Right,
doing in the game.
right. And
You
that's
know
what
what I
happens
mean?
when you integrate new tech. Sometimes it takes more time
Well, that's
because
what happened with Remedy. When they went with Source Light, right? The Source Light engine from Alan Wake to
yeah,
Quantum Break, they
yeah.
asked Microsoft again, because they did it first with Alan Wake, then they asked them again, can they make a new engine, which is the Source Light engine, to build Quantum Break? And Quantum Break took 8 years to come out and make
Oh gosh, that's a long
because of that.
time.
And
Yeah,
Quantum Break is
back
still
then. Yeah, that's a long time. Yeah,
technically Quantum Break and Rise, they're still technical masterpieces as far as
yeah,
the
yeah,
visual. It's
yeah,
incredible. They're crazy. You know what I mean?
yeah.
It's like
I bought Quantum
It's
Break
like
and
anytime you see a new graphic engine and game from id Software or when you see something new from certain particular company. Like
Right.
people think, oh, but Sony games look good. No, 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 no. If you pay attention to Sony games, what looks good in their games are the character animation and models.
Yes,
Because
they're good at
Sony
it.
is a
Yeah.
movie company,
Yes,
so they
exactly.
use nothing but mocapping. That's why Ninja Theory did Heavenly Sword on the PS3 because Microsoft didn't have a mocap studio at that time. They pitched Heavenly Sword to Microsoft for 360 and they said they could not do it because Microsoft would have to outsource to an outside company, which would be a movie studio, just to do the mocapping. Because Andy Serkis, that's where he started when he before he did Gollum for the Lord of the Rings and King Kong for the Peter Jackson. He did the game Heavenly Sword. He played four characters. I think it was a Heavenly Sword, right?
Mm.
And that cost a plethora of money. Sony had their own mocap studio, so they were able to do it. So that's why they gave him the deal. And the
Oh,
sacrifice was that the game came out to be a little short, yes, but it was still a very underrated good game that they made. And also the music on it, they use a whole brand new orchestra and score for that they use for movie studios and to make certain movies or music for certain movies. They use that same company or orchestra to make the music for the game. So the game alone took up like 25 gigs of space in the actual disc itself of the Blu-ray. Just the game, the music alone, right?
right.
And again, Microsoft didn't have access to that. Sony did because they were a movie studio, right? And they had connections to people that do orchestras for movies that they produce and publish at that time, right? During the PS3. Plus, they still had money at that time because they were still doing well or somewhat well in the electronic space, right? Where they were selling receivers, speakers, TVs, you name it, whatever they made, Walkman, CDs, whatever. So Microsoft did, wasn't it? Microsoft, remember, the Microsoft did not even, they treated the Xbox division like the Xbox division was the fucking like
Oh shoot, we lost him again.
We lost. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was listening, but I was making lunch.
Oh, okay.
Um, yeah. So I mean, yeah. So I mean, I guess we could move on to the next one as we wrap it up. But
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah.
yeah, I know we gotta go. But Sega rumors. Again, take everything I say with a grain of salt. Sega's supposed to have a showcase. This is what I saw. People are
Yeah.
leaking it online.
Okay.
Microsoft is going to be the people. Microsoft is going to be the sponsor for
Okay.
the showcase, and of
Okay.
course, that naturally went to Sega being bought by Microsoft. Um, as always, you guys know how I feel about that. I don't have to go
Yeah, I would love for it if that happens, boy. We go. You'll have to have an emergency like podcast on that day.
all definitely. Yeah, I don't care what's
Yeah.
going on. I definitely make a podcast about that one.
Yeah.
But again, take that with a heavy grain of salt because the rumors of Microsoft buying a bunch of people is always
They're
scary.
free now, no FTC. So
Yeah, actually, and the FTC will probably be because you have to bring it all back.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Right. That's about the
yeah,
only thing. Like if maybe if they wanted to build something in another
yeah,
that might be a hurdle. But other than that,
yeah.
dude, I doubt they're it's Katie bar the door, man. They're trying to. If you don't know what this administration is trying to do, they're trying to grow the economy at the same
That's
time.
what they're trying to do. Yeah, yeah.
So that's so is Microsoft. You think Microsoft's going to take advantage of that deal?
What the showcase?
I mean, well, yeah. If you want to talk about the showcase, I'm thinking more about like the situation with the FTC where they
Oh,
find themselves.
they'd be fools not to if they want to do some more acquisitions.
Yeah,
So I think as long as they still want, I don't know because I know that well, in my opinion, things are looking bright in America in the direction that it's going. So I think they should take advantage of it now, get what they're going to get now, and lock that stuff down.
well, Levi
Um,
said earlier that Sony was planning to build a factory here to produce.
yeah. They're even in
okay,
talks of manufacturing the PlayStations here in America. And I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah,
Microsoft, if Sony does that, you
they
motherfuckers
need
better
to
do that
do
shit
that. I agree.
because
They need to do
that
that.
shit would look so bad on your end. Like, oh my god, that would look terrible on your
And
end. That Sony.
it would be terrible because they're going to get tariffed if they're not here, if they're not
Plus, they're
producing
an
here.
American company. They are. Oh, a Japanese company going to be developed, going to be depending on America, and an American company depending on a Chinese company
I
or something.
know it's stupid.
Like, what the
I don't
fuck?
know.
What are you retarded?
Yeah.
That shit
If
is-
I'm being honest, they could weaponize that too. But I'm just saying, I just
You said
they
you
could.
said if you're being honest, what?
I mean, this administration would weaponize that too. So like they'll probably like they'll have to move out of China, go to India, and then they'll weaponize that against. I hate to use the word against, but they would use.
Listen, we don't know
They would
who's
leverage.
gonna take. We don't know who's gonna take office after Trump is out. So
Yeah.
you better take advantage of whatever you can now,
That's what I was saying.
because if you don't, who God knows who comes in later and will fuck everything up that he fixed or tried to fix. You see what I'm saying?
Well, that's why he's working at breakneck
You know,
speed.
so
Because he's doing it. It's not just about like it's about correcting everything, right? But he's also doing it to kind of set the seeds for the next generation to come up. That's why he has the people around him.
you know how many videos, brother, I see on YouTube of people saying Elon Musk turned his back. Now he regrets being on Trump's side.
No, he
Or
doesn't. It's people
Candace
that don't
Owen.
working.
Or Candace Owen, or Tucker Carlson, or what's his name? The rock star. What the fuck is his name?
Kid Rock.
Kid Rock. That's all they're doing, planting fake seeds in videos. And they're gonna do this for the duration of the whole term.
Oh, well, okay. So number one, they always do that. So people like the problem with that is they've done it so much as cry wolf at that point.
Yeah.
Right? So people are not listening to what's being said. They're looking at what's happening. So the only thing, I'll just be honest with you guys, the only thing that they can nail Trump on, and I think it's unfair, but it is what it is, right? And he doesn't help the situation by talking a good game, is the economy. He has to turn the economy around.
Yes.
Fair, whether you believe it's fair, whether you understand what he's doing, it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, a lot of people voted for him just for the economy. And that's what he needs to fix. Right. And fix it to the point where you can point out, like where I live, I know things won't get better for me. Right.
That's what I'm saying. Because the tariffs is basically a tactic to reset the economy, and it's going to get rough first, but long term, it'll be beneficial and it'll work out in our favor.
Here's the funny thing: it's not really though, right? So the first thing they talked about was the stock market. Now it's back up, and the next thing they talked about was the cost of everything, which was going up.
Yes.
Right. So it's not really. It's and again, I don't. He's hardened, right? I hope he's just not hardened too much to the point where he doesn't listen. And again, the economy, right? Because at the end of the day, people are depending on you. This is why they voted for you to turn the economy around. So in the event of whatever happens with Microsoft and what they decide to do outside of the warehouse, they understand, right? They would understand if Microsoft does that, does what they do. I do agree with you though. I think it'd be better if they go to a more friendlier country where that'll work with the United States. So, example, if they go to something like Mexico.
The reason why I'm saying that, brother, is because what's to say after the term is over, something changes, and then the tariffs, China decides, oh, they got a softie in there that really don't have no balls. Let's put up the tariffs again, and Microsoft's still depending on China.
Well, honestly, we have that now.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, we have it now. Technically, the only thing is the administration is different. But all these other politicians, man, I was gonna do a video.
They're soft. Yeah.
Well, and again, they're in the bubble, right? People from the outside looking in can see it. The people in there, it's just going through the motions. Again, sorry, I'm getting on politics, but the point being is that Microsoft could do something in their favor if they don't bring it back to the U.S. I'm like Dia, I'm like you. I would prefer them to bring it back here, but if they don't, they're probably going to go to a country that has a better relationship with the U.S. I could see them going to Great Britain. I'll just throw that out there, or the EU or Europe.
Right.
Yeah, I could see them.
Or what about Southeast Africa? That'd be a good thing for them too.
What, to Africa?
Yeah, Southeast Africa. Isn't it good for manufacturing as well?
Infrastructure is a problem.
Okay.
So the reason why China works is China's had decades to build the infrastructure that they needed, and of course the people power that they have. So India is the only other country that can match them right now, and then and I only bring up England is because they seem to like to do stuff with England for some reason. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
But I recommend.
Even though that in Europe, there's a lot of Xbox haters. They love fucking PlayStation over there.
Yeah, they do, and Europe in general.
That's crazy.
I mean, I don't. I mean, we have the space here. They have it up in Seattle, Washington, right? So they have their headquarters there. So anyway, I don't know. We'll see. But Dia, did you want to close out with anything on the rumors, on the speculation? If
About the
not,
Sega stuff.
or
All
just
these rumors.
yeah, huh?
I don't know this is the first I've heard of that, so I'm kind of confused by it. But I would say that's great. It shows that Sega and Xbox is still very close,
Oh
even
yeah,
though we don't hear a lot about their relationship. It's not like they flaunt it in front of everybody's face every day, but it's stuff still going on behind the scenes, and I think that's encouraging to see. I also believe they're still on the books for Microsoft acquisition. We know how they feel about Sega. Things have come out before how they really like Sega. They like working with them. They like them as a company. If
Well,
they had an
Sega
opportunity,
themselves said they're not off that wouldn't be off their chart to be acquired by Xbox.
right? Because Xbox would let them do their thing, but they'll just have access to a lot of funds.
Unlimited capital, right?
Right, to do what they want to do, and the ecosystem that comes with Xbox.
I think Sega hasn't made that determination yet, is because they're scared of the backlash from the fan base. That
Yeah,
they'll be like, "Oh, you two-timing whores! You went to an American company, not knowing that they started in Hawaii and they are American to begin with,"
yeah.
which is
I don't. I
funny.
don't. I think that's like losing. They have so much things to focus on over there that doesn't carry the same weight like it used to. Um,
Hmm.
and the fact that we make deals with them again. Dia knows the Nippon Steel deal. Like
yes.
all these walls are breaking, and at the end of the day, right? I mean, it's about the money. For the first time, Japan is going to tax people
Oh
that
wow.
visit their
Yeah,
country,
yeah.
which I think they need to do. I'm not.
They
You guys
do.
know I hate taxes theft, but
Mhm.
but for them, what they do over there, right? It'll help them because they need that help.
And they're declining with their birth rates and stuff like that. It's not good. And they got a lot of old population, so they have to do something. They got to make a change there.
Yeah, and a lot of that's tied into money, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Because in
yeah,
order to have a family, you need to be able to provide. At the end of the day, that's what it boils down to.
yeah.
So those barriers, man, are falling apart. And again, like you said, Sega's such an international company,
They
right?
It
always
is
been.
actually.
They
It
always have
actually
been.
is.
They
Yeah.
always have been. The whole reason why Sega. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I say something real quick, brother?
Yeah,
The whole reason why Sega came out after Nintendo, and people don't even realize that either, is because they wanted to get a American publisher to bring out their product in the US, because the Master System was already the third version of that hardware console in Japan. They were out way before the Super Famicom, right, which was the NES. But Nintendo, with their deceitful ways of presenting it as a toy and not a video game console, they came out here first a year before, and they sold it as a toy. And then once it picked up and people realized it was a video game console, they made it into a core console, took out the gun to sell it more cheaper, and had Mario bulked into it. Because I hate when people say, "Oh, Mario's an icon." Yeah, Mario's an icon because they gave out 40 million copies for free. It wasn't like Sega when Sonic came out. It actually sold well on its own because it was sold separately. And then when Sega had the success and saw it, it was Tom Kalinske from Sega of America that said, "Hey, you know what? Why don't we pack in the Sonic games and take out Altered Beast, since it's not doing as well with Altered Beast, and pack it in?" And then after that, it was history. That's when Genesis took up that generation and became super popular and sold so well, because they packed in Sonic for free with the Genesis consoles. But it was actually the Master System that was first, and they didn't come out into America until Tonka Toys made the deal with them. That's why the packaging was so different and weird, and it didn't even really feel like a video game. It was all white with just blue pinstripes and navy blue. That's why it was so like weird in comparison to what Nintendo was doing, because Tonka only did toys. They never really did a video game console before. but they took the risk with the Master System, and and the rest is history. It did, so here, but it did better in Europe and did well in Japan as far as sales, right? With the console itself, with the Genesis.
Right.
I mean, with the Master System.
I know,
But the
man.
Master System was before the freaking actual Nintendo NES. And people swear up and down by the life of anything that is video game holy that it's all Nintendo. Nintendo didn't do shit. All they did was save gaming because they lied and got away with it. Had they gotten caught, they would have never done shit. They would have not saved it because Atari fucked up the market when they made the market crash with no quality control with the games that were coming out. They were garbage. Selling games for $50 back then in the early 80s, and the games were trash.
Yeah, yeah.
Shit. They gave the guy that made the ET game literally 3 months to make the game before the movie came out in the theater so it can coincide with the release of the movie. He had 3 months to make that game. That's why that game was fucking garbage. You know what I'm saying? So when to know the history, it'll open up your eyes in a lot of different avenues in the gaming industry right now with what you're seeing today. And that's the reason why a lot of these dudes don't know what they're saying, because they don't know the history. They don't know it. And they don't make it their effort or their priority to go and learn from it, because they have the access of Google, which will tell you everything. You see?
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have that. We only know because we were there. We lived it. We grew up. We were part of it. We were there through every generation and every cycle of the generation. Meaning me, Sega Forever, Sega Man,
Yeah.
because we've been gaming so long, right? And we were hardcore about it. I mean, you were there too. You were playing on the NES stuff, but you probably weren't as hardcore as far as the details go with knowing what was going on.
No, not
we were, obviously, but that you're still part of that generation is what I'm saying, right?
right, yeah.
But we lived it, we saw it, right? So we understand it. That's why we're able to say the truth, call it out, speak on the fallacies and the hypocrisies of Sony and Nintendo. And then people come and listen to us. Oh, you guys are crazy. You're just fucking haters. You guys are Xbox. You guys are Xbox. Loyalists. La 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 la. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all crazy. You know what I'm trying to say? That's why they do that.
Right.
Because these people only know Nintendo and Sony because that's all they've seen. That with success rather, because they've seen the other consoles, but with success, it's only been Nintendo and Sony. So that's why they think the way they think. Not knowing that Nintendo and Sony entire success was off the backbone of Atari, Sega, you know what I mean? Other companies like NEC, Toshiba, even Hitachi, for Christ's sake, off the backbone of Pioneer, and a bunch of other Philips and stuff like that. Off of their backbone is why they're successful the way they are today. And they get the credit, even though the real people that did what they did to make it what it is now don't get the credit. They looked at us, they didn't compete because they were stupid. They didn't have the power. They didn't have the knowledge. They didn't have the know-how like Nintendo or Sony. And that's not the story at all. That's not it at all. Like, y'all completely wrong. You have no clue what you're talking about. So, I just want to add that on. I'm sorry.
Sorry, my mic is muted because this dude is hammering now. Yeah, so I don't know what he's doing. He does all this. I hear him do all this work, but I don't see anything going up. You know what I mean? But last but not least, we can shift to the Xbox Showcase.
Mm-hmm.
So I know one thing for sure. I know it's next weekend. I know it is next weekend, right?
Let me see. It is the 8th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we got one. Yeah.
So I expect Unlimited to have a podcast this week discussing what he looks forward to.
Okay.
Which will give me hope that he'll do the he'll stream the show.
Okay.
Because I'd like to see you guys' perspective on the showcase.
Yeah, I've been keeping away from people's speculations because I don't mind people just coming out of their head what they think is gonna. But leaks, I've been trying to avoid that. I don't like that leading up to the show. I like to have a genuine reaction to it or response to what I've.
Especially they love leaking Xbox stuff to kill the momentum.
Right. Yeah.
Well, the great thing for me is that I can't stand any of those people. So But I do see like people speculating in their true sense of a fan
Okay,
what to
okay.
expect. Like of course every one of the big games which I kind of forgot about if I'm being honest, State of Decay 3.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. They need to show that now.
They
It's
need to do
time.
something.
So,
Yeah.
like I know they show what they did, but I want to see some gameplay. Like more gameplay. I know they did a little bit, but I like to see more. Like what is new in this new State of Decay? You
Yeah.
know. And I'm not gonna lie. I want to see Everwild. I'm curious about that game.
Mm-hmm.
So if you ask me my top Xbox game that I really
You
want
might
to see
not be.
because I'm completely curious about it. That's Everwild because I don't know if it's anything like what they showed before or if it's gone a completely different route. I don't know.
Well, I'll say this. I'm definitely going to trust the. I'm going to trust the science on this one. no, I didn't say trust the science, but I definitely trust the science on this because we have evidence of what Microsoft Studios has produced over these last couple months,
Right, right.
right? And they've been knocking it out of the ballpark.
Yes, they have. They don't have a single miss.
So it's all gravy for me. The only negative thing about it is that I'll add more games to an already back catalog of games.
Yeah, yeah. Because I mean, we got some more stuff coming. We know it's not just going to be Ninja Gaiden 4 and Outer Worlds, but I would love to see more about the Outer Worlds too.
I mean, am
Um,
I the only one? Like I get scared sometimes, man. When they drop games.
Yeah, I actually am that way because I can't keep up with it.
Yeah,
I
I'm
just can't. It's too much. Like they got, like I never got a chance to buy Metaphor. I forget why. Now they
like,
got that in Game Pass. Now I'm like, you kidding me? Darn you,
I,
Xbox.
I, I can tell you. I can tell you why I didn't buy it
Why? What happened? Why?
because I live because our GameStop sucks here.
Oh, okay, okay.
So they got this thing now, and I feel that it's for Xbox that you have to pre-order.
You have to
Yeah.
pre-order. Yeah, yeah.
You know, I should be able to go into my store and buy it right there and right there. So if you're gonna do me like that, I'm gonna do you by Amazon.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, take your business elsewhere.
I mean, what's the point? I'm like, bro, I'm gonna come here, dude. Look, I know that there's no Xbox guys breaking down the door to buy the copy. You know what I'm saying? And that's probably why they're doing that. So they don't want to get stuck with extra copies or whatever. I get it. Economy, you gotta be frugal, yada yada
Right.
yada. But at the end of the day, at least have 5. And if I come in and you say, dude, you just missed the last copy, I can accept that. Right. And I'm not gonna buy digital. I don't want to buy a digital. I want to buy a physical
Okay.
because it's a Sammy game, right? So I try and buy all the Sega games still, even if there's no
Oh,
disc.
I see. You like to collect Sega. Yeah,
At least I do that much. You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
I gotta keep my footprint small. I live on an island, and my house isn't big, so keep my footprint small. But if there's one thing I'm gonna put money in, it's definitely be Sega. So I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, that's in the Game Pass. And then they
Yeah, I
drop.
was when I saw that, I was like, "You got to be kidding me!" A game.
Yeah.
These
And,
RPGs, man.
and if you don't keep up with it, because it's so hard to keep up with, like you said, that is a refreshing breath of fresh air, or used to be. Now it's like, oh man, dude, when I'm gonna have time to play that?
I don't
Or a bigger problem, right? It's like, oh man, what am I gonna have to erase to download that?
Yeah. Like
Anyway,
I was loving Oblivion, but I can't finish that right now. I can't finish that game.
what games?
It's too big.
I
And
get
them
lost these
Bethesda
kind of
games, it's like they're massive.
It made me appreciate Avowed even more because at least with Avowed, it's a little bit more, you know where you are in certain parts of the world.
I love that about Valve because
Yeah,
it didn't feel too big for me.
yeah.
But it
So
felt different enough that it didn't feel boring. You get what I'm saying? It's like that.
the design of the world is absolutely awesome. It's one of the best games I've ever seen.
Agree. It's beautiful. Like
And not just
the concepts was so good in there.
yeah, the way it's presented, not just the when I say that people say, oh, the art and the graphics, not just that. That's top tier, but it's the thought process, right? Like when they put them out in a certain way. And if you get into the story, right, you understand why things look the way that they look, right? And why the people are the way that they are. Right? Like the dwarfs, they're pretty hardy people, right? And
Right,
so
right, right.
I think Ebot's having a problem. No worries, brother, because we're about to wrap this up. Because I know Dale gotta go, I gotta go.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
But Xbox Showcase, just off the top of your head, is that what you just is that the games you were looking for?
I Everwild. I would love to see more about State of Decay, but I ain't gonna lie, I want to see some Halo. Like, yeah, I'm a Halo head, so I would
Yeah.
love to see like a sneak peek or something. Like, not no render stuff in the Unreal Engine 5. I want to see like what have they done now. Like, I want to see some more Halo. I've been itching for like another Halo. Now it feels like it's time. You know, it's like it feels like it's time. So I'm ready for some Halo and Gears of War. I would say my top
Mm.
ones would be that. And as far as it's gonna be Forza, I know it's gonna be great and all that stuff, but I want to see something that I don't know what it's gonna be like. Like for me, Gears of War, if they come out with E-Day, that's new for me. I can't speak for other people, but
Yeah.
for me, that concept, everything is just new, and I can kind of, and for myself, I can really start there, like according to story. I can
Right.
start there, and so I'm curious about that. But like a Halo, you're gonna ask a Halo person, they're gonna tell you Halo every day. So that's just me with that. And then every while, because I don't know nothing about it, um, I don't know if they kept with what they were trying to do or if it changed altogether. I don't know anything about it, so I'm very curious about what has that studio been doing.
Right.
And personally, if I don't think it's gonna be anything on this, but I mean, it may be. What in the world happened to Contraband? Like,
Yeah.
what happened to that thing? Did that thing like disappear in a black hole somewhere? I don't know what happened to that game, but I'm like, is the game still there or not? Because I want to see more on it. All you got is that like little rendering trailer or something. I mean, we haven't heard or saw anything about Contraband, so I hope I would be worried if we don't see something on Contraband this year. I'm gonna
I don't
start
know.
getting worried about that.
I mean, I wouldn't worry just for the fact that Microsoft or Xbox has broken all the rules with this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like they just decided to push stuff back. Um,
Okay.
and then people were saying like that's why you don't have any games. You don't have any games. Meanwhile, they're making deals with third parties that was coming into fruition. They blew up idea at
Yeah.
Xbox. They
Yeah.
they just because they're like, yeah, here you go. We'll just drop this on because it's Thursday. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
so
they got remakes we've never heard of. Like, what other remake are they possibly working on? We don't know.
yeah.
Like, stuff that we like, Killer Instinct. Are they working on that? I would love to see something like that because I got the Killer Instinct games and stuff, and I would love, like the whole thing, especially before they took that off. I bought all of that. So, but I would love to see if they have. I don't know, but I remember that Iron Galaxy said something about they was working with Microsoft for 10 years or something. They had some 10-year thing. I'm like, that's
Mhm.
gotta be Killer Instinct. So I would love to see like something on that. I don't see, these are things I don't know if it's going to be there at all. But every while, because I don't know much about it. But Killer Instinct, something like that, something like the Contraband, because I don't know what's going on with these projects. That
Right.
would be completely new for me, and I think it would bring something fresh to the showcase at this
I mean, I
point.
think there was a point in time for me where I'd worried not only we don't know, but they don't know, right? But I
Right,
don't think that's the case anymore, just because of what we've seen this year, especially.
right, right.
I mean,
I,
there was
I think we
definitely stuff
saw a
on
lot
you
on
guys.
Ninja Gaiden 4, so I'm good on that. Ninja Gaiden 4 is a plus for me.
Yeah,
I didn't even know the second one was even coming out. See, that's the thing. We don't know what the heck Microsoft is working on. We don't know what they're doing.
they did stuff like some of the stuff coming out now was stuff they did years ago. You can tell.
Right, yeah. And it's
Um,
just now coming out. Think about that.
yeah. I mean, for me, I expect some of the things that people are talking about, and I'm talking about speculation, not
Okay.
not spoilers.
Okay.
I do expect all of that, right? Because it's their summer showcase.
Right, right,
Um, they're not going to have people there, which means that you have more time to show more things.
right, right,
Not having to focus on all the activities that tend to follow something when you're doing a live show or you're on a floor or you're doing a convention.
right. Yeah.
So hopefully one of the reasons why they did that, aside from they're going out of business and they suck and Xbox is being sold to China, all the usual stuff that people talk about is maybe because they want to ultra focus on the games because they have so many games to show.
They may have so
Yeah,
many that, and this is the year that we're no longer going to be watching a lot of the games that we were used to seeing every
yeah,
showcase. Now they kind of depleted most of those games, other than maybe Fable and what's the other one, Perfect Dark. We've seen
hmm
those, like, but other than that, and possibly what's the other one? Gosh, I'm trying to think of the name of it. The clockwork game. You know,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
Clockwork.
I
Yeah.
forgot. It's so many games, but yeah, yeah. Other than those three, in my opinion, they're running out of the content that we were used to seeing every year. So I think this year, this is the year that they have to start showing us some newer stuff, like the Everwilds, like what the heck happened to Contraband, and are you doing a Killer Instinct 2 or something, whatever, you know. So that's what I think. New stuff has to come this time.
Hmm. I mean, sorry. I think like for those reasons, I'm not more worried about the games than probably I should.
Okay,
I'm more focused on what are your announcements. Because if you're gonna do it, this is the showcase to do it.
that is it. Yeah, yeah.
Like what? Who are like some of the stuff we talked about tonight? Are we gonna show something? Some AI integration?
Oh, yeah. You talking about like talking about the next console? Like when do you think that would they do that a year before they release the console?
With the price increase,
Yeah,
because whether a price the cost of a console, I mean, first time in history, right?
yeah,
It increased. Usually they decrease.
yeah. They usually decrease. Yeah.
But I'm focusing on that there was a price change.
Oh, okay,
Right.
okay.
So normally when there's a decrease, you have some kind of announcement. Now, of course, this was an increase. So,
Right, it was an increase, so they probably don't want to talk about it
well,
other than that announcement.
unless they can come in at a certain price point or clearing stock or shifting gears, movie manufacturing back here.
God,
you know,
you're so silly.
yeah. Hey, dude, all I know is Chicago and Detroit. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Chicago and Detroit, dude. No, I'm
Yeah.
serious. I've always felt that way. Look at what happened. I was watching the news articles. Look, I'm getting off topic. I'll just say this. I've just been watching a lot of the stuff with Steve. You guys know I'm a Steelers fan,
Hmm.
right? And to see the people in those towns cry, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
and reminisce about their grandfather's grandfather, right? So anyway, I'm all on board for that, 100%. I mean, if it costs me an extra $10, it is what it is because everything went up anyway. So anyway, not to get out of that topic, but I guess my point being is that I would like to see that, right? And there's no other venue. I mean, I don't know any other venue unless they do something special on the side, like
Hmm.
maybe like a video or a hint of something, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they're going to do too much. I mean, do you think we're going to see an overabundance of, oh, we got DLC for this or that, like maybe Starfield or maybe
I would be good. I would be
uh
good with that. I would be,
Fallout 76. I play Fallout 76, and then
Mhm.
maybe because isn't that next season getting ready to come out soon or something?
I mean,
Fallout TV show.
I wouldn't have a problem with that. I think they need to go bigger.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking too. I'm just tossing that in there because that's what they did in the
Yeah.
past.
Oh yeah, I have no problem with that.
But I think they got to bring new stuff, in my opinion. It doesn't all have to be new. I'm just saying new content has to be introduced in this one, in my opinion.
You know, one
Because
of the benefits of being us, as Xbox fans, is
what's
that
that?
we don't have to call them out. Everybody else is calling them out for us.
Yeah.
Because the big things like, oh, why aren't you doing the show? You know, da, 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 da. And I'm like, dude, you're like Pony Station. Your channel's named Pony Station 101. So what do you care?
Pony Station 101.
But it benefits us in a way
Right.
because we don't have to do that heavy lifting because the rest of the world's doing it for us.
Right. Right.
So I'm pretty sure they hear, oh, you're not going to have, because it's just expected of them. Is it fair? No.
Hmm.
But they've always done it, and if they're not going to do it, I'm pretty sure it'd be cool if they show us all the stuff that you just mentioned, and
Right.
a bag of chips, and the soda, and
I
and
mean,
yeah.
would you would like to know what Double Fine has maybe been working on? I'm hearing that they are working on multiple games, so who knows? I don't know how true that is, but
Yeah, I love
we
Double.
don't. I mean, when was the last time Psychonauts 2 came out? That was a while ago at this point.
It's been a couple years, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, they at least something on their next game so we know what it is.
Um, it's kind of hard, right? Because they do those developer showcases too.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just gonna shoot. I'm just show us the games, and I'll just say, you know what? Just go in and freaking let's look at who are you gonna buy?
You said, oh, you want an acquisition announcement on that?
Yeah, when I order my burrito, I go for the Supreme. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, if they did that now, oh my gosh, that would break the internet at that point.
Yeah,
Let it be Sega or something like that. That would
oh
be,
my
oh
gosh,
my
I'd have a heart
gosh.
attack. Wait, what happened? What happened to Sega Forever? Oh, you didn't hear it? After that Sega announcement,
Yeah,
man.
they just killed him, you know.
Yeah, you took him out.
Uh,
But
yeah,
I
that'd be
mean,
huge though if they did something like that.
no, you know what would be bigger? What would be bigger than that?
Then Sega,
Yeah,
it would be Steam for me.
Steam.
Yeah,
Oh, I think Steam for everybody. That would
yeah.
really, because that's incorporating multiple
It's too big. It's got
communities.
so many benefits, even more than Take Two. Like everybody always talk about Take. I think Steam is a better deal than Take Two.
Well, what we were talking about earlier, like how you're talking about it, they're the hardware,
The
right?
hardware, they have hardware, they got the software, they got the platform, they got the gamers. Like you get instant access. You own basically the biggest store on PC. That's like at that point, you might as well just go ahead and take the shovel and start digging the hole for Sony to just lay down in so you can cover them back up. Because that's it. You know, it's over.
I'll grab my shovel. My shovel's right on the side of the house. I'll be right there.
Yeah, it's I don't think it's no coming back for Sony as we speak. I don't think they're ever going to be they're never going to see a gen like they did with their fourth gen. I don't care how many times people are deluding themselves, they're never going to go back to those days. But because back then they had an Xbox that wasn't like this. That's a beast like what we see today.
Yeah.
So, but they didn't have that competition. That's why they're never going to be in it. And by the way, Nintendo as well, because Xbox is something to contend with. And right now, Nintendo hasn't had that infiltration the way PlayStation is, but they soon will.
Mhm.
It's coming. You know that enema is coming. So just bend on over at this point. So I'm just saying that they got to keep a lookout because everybody think that Nintendo gamers are just immune to all that stuff. Not really, not necessarily. They do
Well,
play other games.
you push the right buttons. They'll be
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
But
So
I think that's because I like what we talked about earlier, the merging of the software experience with the hardware experience.
with the hardware experience.
The rumors of the hybrid console has been,
Yep, yep.
and
Oh,
nothing's debunked it. Nothing's come out
they
to debunk it.
announced that though. That would be big. Now that you mention it.
I mean, it's a natural progression. That's why,
Yeah,
And
yeah.
again, nobody's debunked it. Like, I mean, not in the traditional sense of somebody, because look, it's just like the Avengers movie, right? Like when the guy asked Loki, "Oh, where'd you get all these guys?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, well, a lot of people hate the Avengers,
Mhm.
right? Because of the things they do. There's a lot of people that hate Microsoft, so that's why we don't have to do the digging because somebody's going to strike gold. At one
Yeah,
point.
yep.
You know what I'm saying? So that alone, right? The fact that nothing's come out on that, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, guys. I'm just saying that nobody's saying otherwise, and so I mean, I think that would be big. Again, this is what we do here. We speculate.
Just speculating, yeah.
Yeah, this is just all for fun. I don't
We
work
don't
for
know,
New York
but
Times. Yeah.
this is public knowledge, so everybody, this isn't a spoiler. We don't know. But these
And
are just things that, in my opinion, will elevate the showcase.
and we be honest. I'll be honest, man. We have a very intelligent chat. So I know I'm not sitting here talking about we gurus about anything. Because
Yeah.
we just happen to be on YouTube. I know there's a
Right.
lot of other people out there thinking the same thing we do.
Yes.
Like, or have connected the dots.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's how it is. So that's why I put that out there.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty
So
sure
I,
we're
th-
not
I
going
think we're probably on the same page. So are you largely looking forward to seeing games that you haven't seen before, or do you want to see more of what you have seen before?
I like to see some updates, like Starfield, for example.
Okay. Yeah.
I would like to hear more about the retro gaming.
Oh yeah, because didn't Xbox just drop a bunch of games from
Yeah,
Activision's back catalog?
yeah, it's been pretty cool too. I'm not gonna lie, I've been playing boxing the most.
Oh, okay. Okay. I heard
Mario.
about it. I haven't touched it yet. It's no.
It's
too big.
basically an Antstream. They worked with Antstream to produce.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I remember.
At this
that.
point in time, they just should absorb Antstream and let them grow.
I agree. Why not have a retro category to your like they could have like a child, like a family friendly category, and then they can have like a retro category. They'd probably be huge if they could do something like that.
One thing I love about it is To me, that's the first step. I'm not saying Microsoft will do this, but I've always wanted them to have storefronts.
Right, right,
You know,
right. Yeah,
so you have the biggest game, which is COD,
right. They do. Yeah,
right?
Minecraft too. Don't underestimate that thing. When that Minecraft movie came out, oh my gosh, jeez, I forgot how big that game was.
Well, yeah, it is. To a fault for some people.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah,
I mean, that's why they're making the money.
that game is crazy big. Yeah,
That's
that was
what
a smart purchase.
that's what ticks me off, though. This was the 10-year goal. What you're seeing now is 2013 Redux.
Mm,
This is what they were going to do from the jump. Now, maybe they have to go through these trials and tribulations, right,
yeah,
to get to where they are. Maybe it's better for them, right? Because
yeah,
now they don't,
yeah.
and they're doing well. Fallout is huge.
Oh gosh, yeah. The Minecraft movie made a whole lot of money, and then
Hmm.
yeah, so they doing good, pretty good there. I know Phil said that they don't make stuff with the idea of doing media like Sony does. That's not how it works. They like it to evolve naturally. So,
Yeah, and Phil also said we wouldn't be putting games on other consoles. So,
that's true. Yeah, so yeah. Take that with a grain of salt.
uh,
I would love to see them do a Gears of War. They need
oh
to
yeah,
do
there's already talks. Because at the end of the day, don't get me wrong, guys. I love Phil. He's a great guy. He's the perfect person for the job. Um, but at the end of the day, like when you go to work, it's your boss or your boss's boss,
Mhm.
or in my case, the general who I work for.
Yeah.
That's what it all boils down to, right?
Mhm.
And so these things are just making money, man. And I know people don't like this, but money makes the world go round.
Exactly.
Some of you guys just finding out that the hard way. The amount of videos, Dia, that I see of people like talking about economy and living in their car.
Yes, bad. Yeah,
Yeah,
and so I think it's usually in those states though that they are harder on their um. How can I put it? These people be overtaxed and all that other stuff in their state, in their particular state.
yeah, Hawaii. We're the highest.
Okay,
We're
yeah,
number one. Yeah.
that. So you got a homeless problem there?
Oh yeah, we've had a
Oh,
homeless
okay,
problem.
yeah. See
We've had a
that
homeless problem for years. Yeah.
you don't see that in Michigan. Even if you go to Detroit, there's no tent cities or nothing like that there.
Well, Detroit don't mess around. That's what I hear.
Yeah, they don't. They actually have programs that they
Hmm.
set aside. They put a portion of their budget. They
Yeah.
set aside that to deal with those things, so they don't have that problem. And also, it's a lot of companies like the car companies all that contribute to it. So they
Yeah.
don't like to have all that tent city stuff like that. Doesn't exist in Detroit.
I
They
want
don't
I
have
want
any.
Detroit too. I remember, man, because like I said, my dad and my grandfather are big Lions fans
Hmm.
because of this local guy that ended up getting drafted, one of the first Hawaii players to get drafted into the
Right,
NFL,
right.
and they liked the Lions because they followed him and they became fans of the team. And
Oh,
I just remember, man, the Silver Dome, right?
oh man, that's old. Yeah,
That's all.
yeah,
So that's of that generation. But
yeah,
I'm like, there's just
yes.
this like when I watch the Steelers, right? There's this mystique about the steel mills and the blue collar thing.
Right. Yeah,
So of course, with Detroit, it was about it's just like it's such a huge city,
yeah.
right? That's where all that manufacturing and
E-
cars and
Everything was about car. It still is. It just is.
let's bring that back.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see.
Everybody knew somebody that worked for the car industry in some form or fashion. That's why I
Yeah,
said that they gutted us. They gutted us pretty bad there.
yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that, guys. There's nothing wrong with working for a business and then you keep having a family work for a business, dude.
Right,
And
exactly. Yeah, you
yeah,
have like lifelong. And but, people be proud of that stuff. They know
yeah,
how to build cars. Then it's a lot of knowledge in that. So they might break off and start their own garage or whatever. Or they chain of garages and
yeah.
stuff where they fix and repair cars and do
That's how
body
it is.
shop work. Like the body
Yeah,
work of it. That costs a lot of money too. Like
yeah. Just to let you guys know, man, this stuff just didn't pop out of the air.
right.
This stuff was generations built.
Yep.
Right. The scary thing now, and the thing I'm worried about the most, is we're doing the right things, right? But the thing I'm worried about the most now is just like how we lost it.
Oh, that's true because a lot of the skills and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Knowledge base. If you guys didn't know, the most important thing is knowledge base,
yeah, yeah.
and all it has to do is skip one generation, and you're done. It's over. It's over for you.
That's a good point.
You know. So, but I felt good because um, I was watching those shows about the steel, and I was like, yeah,
Yeah, it's great for the steel guys there. I'm
they're
very
ready.
happy for them. Yeah,
Yeah. There's guys that are like my age or older that are like, yeah, bring it back. I'll go back to work.
yeah, yeah,
That's how ingrained this stuff is in people, man. This stuff
yeah.
matters, guys, man. You need diversity in everything, right? And that's one of the things you need, man. Not everybody's gonna be a rocket scientist, and not
Right,
everybody's gonna be an
exactly.
engineer.
Exactly. It's not meant for everybody to do the same thing.
Yeah, and you can't do the same thing because then you guys will get mad because if everybody's an engineer, everybody making $2.25.
That's true because it's oversaturated at that point.
Yeah, there needs to be balance, guys.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm getting off topic, but there needs to be balance in the Xbox showcase. Is what I'm trying to say.
All of that to say that.
Yeah, you went down that road, right? Acquire this person, work with Valve on this, show me what the DLC is for Starfield, buy Sega.
By Sega.
When's the Halo movie coming out? Start,
Oh man.
a whole gamut.
If they did
That's what I
that
want to
legit,
showcase.
oh man, you just see me faint. You see a grown woman happy, so happy I cry.
It'd be so funny. If they buy Sega, then my daughter have to go on my account. Goes, I just want to let you know that my dad.
What if they did an Overwatch show or a movie or something like that?
Oh man, don't even. So they're supposed to come out with a story mode for Overwatch too.
They still need to. They
They
really
still need to, but I don't know. And they need to just for the simple fact that there's people that play Overwatch that don't really play the 5v5.
right.
That's not their thing.
And they got competition with that Marvel's Rivals and stuff, so they
Oh
got
yeah,
to pick it up.
yeah. That's why, guys. That's why you need that. That's what we're talking about. We talking about just a couple minutes ago.
Yeah,
Bring it back. Competition is good for
it's
everybody. It
good.
raises all boats. Yeah.
It's- yeah, I think Overwatch needs the competition. They need to start doing what they need to. They're under Microsoft now, so they don't have to worry about things. They need to just get it done.
Oh, and they're trying, but they're going against these Chinese dudes. And these Chinese dudes will be doing it on a whim. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right.
I mean, but they have their little things going on their side. But I'm just saying, it's good because they're showing innovation and they're showing a level of work that I
Yeah,
think needs
yeah.
to, yeah, it's going to affect. I'm not saying they have to copy them, but what I'm saying is going to make you, any look, dude. Somebody shows up, like I played basketball. This kid came in, dude, and everybody was like, he's the next big thing, right? And I have to shut him down. That's just the way I am. You shut him down. Like, nah, you ain't taking my spot, dude. I mean, that's how it is. That's okay. Okay, so that's old man thinking, I guess. But I don't know. Oh,
Oh,
so
Google Post said some stuff. Let's see what he's talking about.
what Joe Kratos said, GeForce now looks better than XCloud. Yeah.
That's
So
true.
but that's good. That's good.
That's good because you know why that's good, Kratos? Because Microsoft needs that competition. They need that bar to strive for.
Oh, I was
And
gonna say Microsoft will just buy them.
oh, just
No,
buy
I'm
them.
just kidding. I'm just joking.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, they need to improve. They see like
Yeah.
maybe they see that, or maybe how well Stadia worked because a lot of people said it worked well. Um, that's the bar that they have to at least make it to, if not beyond that, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's good. Competition is good. Healthy competition is good.
Yeah, not that crooked
Right, right,
communist capitalism.
right. And Google Post says the AI apocalypse is coming. YouTube told me this. Oh well, then it's set in stone. Then Google Post.
I don't know if I trust YouTube. Let me go ask Rock.
Oh, it's set in stone. Okay, so let's see. Google Post said, so it's over already. Sorry. Oh, okay. We got a sad face now. Uh,
And he says, just game and have fun. Enjoy the ride while it lasts.
while it lasts.
I'm doing that anyway.
Yep. Hey, we're gonna go down in apocalypse gaming. Everything's gonna crash around us while we're gaming. We're gonna
Yeah.
have a controller in our hand while we
I mean, is there any better place to be? I don't think so.
I'm saying, it says it's Kratos gay. You mean the character Kratos?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know.
I don't think so,
I've never
Gogo.
played the game, so.
Looks like Sony's course correcting. Uh,
Was they making that character gay too? I'm like, you can't make every single character you have gay. Because I
You know,
heard that the Horizon girl is gay. I know Ellie because I played that game
yeah.
is gay. And I'm like, you can't make every single character like that. It gets boring.
I think they're. I think that he says yes from God of War.
Yeah. So what they said something like that.
He's zesty.
I'm like, dang, Sony, goodness, that no creativity.
I think that ship is sailing, and that's a good thing. Again, I talked about this earlier. Yeah, just really quick. Your opinion, if you
Mhm,
want to give your opinion on this, I was
mhm.
trying to explain to people because I'm getting this from both sides now when I talk about gaming. My goal is not just anti DEI. My goal is just for gaming to get back to being good.
That's it,
Right.
and that all it is about good gameplay, right?
Right. Because I was telling people this, I was like, even though you get rid of the DEI stuff, that could be a problem in Hollywood and all these places, right?
Hmm.
You still have the problem of being able to write a story.
Right, yeah. Like if they can't do that,
Yeah.
that's why I say South of Midnight was not like that because it had incredible storytelling.
I mean, it's
So
funny to me because
so
one
did
of the things I
Avowed
love
too.
about it, I love about Salt of Midnight, it just reminds me because I grew up reading grim fairy tales.
Right, it felt like that, didn't it? Like
Yeah,
a fairy tale, like the world would warp around, like it felt whimsical and stuff like that at times and stuff, but then other times slightly dark. It was just very creative, very creative.
yeah, guys, I grew up in the South. People actually talk like that. They do.
Mm.
Surrounded by a bunch of rednecks. So- and I didn't know. And then back then, the great thing about when I went over there, I didn't know what it was all about. I moved from Hawaii to Florida,
Right,
and it was a culture shock, definitely. But
right,
the great
right,
thing about it is everybody we lived around was poor. So
right. Yeah.
I don't know if you mean poor in like a third world country sense. What I'm saying
No,
is like,
no, no.
I
American
never
poor,
lived,
right?
yeah, like I know what food stamps are, and
Hmm.
I
Yeah.
know, that you don't, like I said earlier, you don't buy the cookie crisp, you buy the cookie crap,
Yeah, some
so
generic brand.
yeah,
Yeah.
if you get that at all, because maybe the milk's expensive that week, you know what I'm saying, that level.
Right, right.
Right?
Yeah.
So, and there's a bunch of people like that, and you just knew them as your neighbors.
Yeah.
You guys shopped at the Piggly Wiggly, you guys maybe borrow some sugar, right? That kind of stuff. But
Right, right.
right. But just to that point, I think I see that I was hanging out with my friend last week, and he turned me on to some shows, and I was surprised. It's like this. It seems like we're coming back in some aspect, right?
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, because I've been just stuck in anime and K dramas, and he's like, "No,
Yeah.
dude, you really need to watch this show." So one of it's Murderbot. It's on Apple. Um,
Murderbot?
Murderbot. It's probably one of the best written shows, some of the best dialogue I've seen in a long time
Really? Huh.
to come out of the West.
Wow. I have to tell my husband about that. We have Apple, so.
Now, be wary, it's an Apple show, so
I know that's the problem because see, this is why I got to be extremely careful. Because what the show I like a lot that they air on there is Silo. I really like that show.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I can't wait for the next season to come. But yeah, you gotta be careful with Apple and HBO and certain
Oh, even
studios.
I watched on Prime, no, not Prime. Paramount. They had Mob World. I think it's Paramount, Mob World, and I like the actors that are in there, right? So
Okay.
Tom Hardy's the main character,
Hmm.
and they got Pierce Brosnan. Good cast.
Well, I ain't seen him act in a while.
Yeah,
It's
it's
been
a
a
really
while.
good show, and it's about they're Scottish mob or Welsh mob, one of the two. And so it's a Guy Ritchie type film, right? He's the producer,
Okay.
so I
Okay.
love his style.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I was watching it, and then I was like, oh, we're into it, and then but my friend had his thing on, or my friend was telling me about it, but then um, I didn't have my controller at the ready, and then it comes to this one scene that was just absolutely Sodom and Gomorrah. I was like, what the?
Okay.
Because you don't
Oh,
expect it. I don't expect it at least. But that's
okay.
not the entire show. So if you just have your thing ready, just fast forward.
Okay. All right. We'll have to be careful. We do kind of carefully screen what we look at. We don't
Yeah,
like to see a bunch of stuff that's too inappropriate.
yeah. Like language could be
Right. Yeah.
the great thing about like some of their stuff is they swear their language and you're like, okay, well,
Right.
I don't know what that means, but like there's times these guys they say GD, um, like every other sentence, the GD, the blasphemy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, no, I'm done. I can't do it, bro. And then some people are like, oh, well, that's kind of sensitive. I'm like, yeah, dude, that bothers me. And
Oh,
so
oh, look at that Google poll. He has said Andor and Severance is very good. So I don't know. Do you watch those shows?
I've given up on Disney Global, so sorry about that. Yeah, I don't watch anything Disney. Well, I can't say that. We just watch more. So I watch old school Disney. Like I have so much content I can watch the old stuff. But Andor was a show that was recommended to me by a ton of people I trust when it comes
Is
to
it
that
was
stuff.
it good? You saw the first season or something?
No, so what? But I was already beyond. That's why I don't really talk about Disney and Marvel like I used to on my channel because I've just kind of
Oh, oh, you just gave up on them. Okay.
yeah, yeah. There's no and it's not like some people are like, oh, you just don't like this or that. No, so I expected them to go in a certain direction. They did not go in that direction. I was a little bit disappointed, and I'm the consumer, so do whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna go around for the ride. And that's too bad because me and my daughter was watching the animated, the Bad Batch. That was really good,
Okay,
and it's
okay,
an animated show that they did. And then there's an anime Star Wars animated that I thought was really good. So they're
okay.
gonna bring back these other stuff, but I'm already checked out from
Yeah,
Disney.
you said I'm done. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah. But yeah, but from all I hear, is Andor is really great. Both seasons. I don't know what Severance is though.
I don't either. I've heard of it, but I've never watched it.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah. So, if you have anything else, we can wrap it up. We've been at 4 hours. So.
Yeah, I got to stop anyway. My husband's back, so I have to.
Yeah. So,
Yep.
if you you can shout yourself out, and then we'll go.
Uh, okay. Well, thank you for joining us. If you're still listening, and
Yeah.
and he does have his channel if people are interested in it.
Yeah, he did a
Um,
good video. He did an amazing video for this week.
yeah, he does. And he's so knowledgeable. So if you really want to have that knowledge, it works a lot. He's the type of person you want to listen to when it comes to gaming. He has a lot of knowledge on that.
Yeah.
And you can usually find me in Sega Forever's podcast. Sometimes, it depends on if I can make it.
Oh yeah. No, you did.
I was able to today.
Yeah, thanks for
Um, Unlimited Truth. If you watch that, we kind of stay in the same circles. And I have not been able to catch Sega Man for the life of me. So I've been wanting to do one with Sega Man, but I don't know when he does it. It's so random. So I have not been able to catch him. But when I can, most likely I will show up to Sega Man's podcast. I know he had a few, but I just was not able. I wasn't even there. I didn't see until afterward.
right.
So that I'll be very inconsistent with Sega Man's podcast. But that's where you can usually find me.
Yeah, and for me, thank you, Dia, for being here. I really appreciate it. I'm glad when I saw you popped up.
Hmm.
Um, and I also someone to say to man, but he's been busy lately too. So.
Yeah, he got a family and stuff. He
Oh
works
yeah,
a
that's
lot.
way
Yeah,
more
so
important. Yeah, way more
yeah.
important.
And Tuck just does those like small recordings.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
yeah. So and then there's I know I was hoping. So I know E-Rock then was gonna come back, but who knows? Because they just like me. Like I was people are like, hey, you're not gonna talk about this. And I'm like, well, I'm kind of busy following. So again, with the politics stuff, it's so
right,
hard to do podcasts on. But some people ask me, I was like, it's hard for me to do it because I'm too busy following it.
right. Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff going on, but I'll probably do one later. I wanna actually do one about the Republican Party. Um, I see some of the people that are new to the Republican Party,
Hmm.
so they're kind of like, oh, what are they doing, this and that. And I was like, hey, well, welcome to the party. This is probably your first go around with these guys. See,
Yeah.
you guys only thought the other side was bad. No, it's actually all of them.
Oh wow.
So here, well, watch my video here. This is what it is. Because there are some people that are coming over and they feel like they're there for the greater good.
Right.
And they got smacked in the face, right? Because they're look. I'll just be honest with you. A lot of them are fresh off the boat, and I don't bemoan that, dude. If you want to get involved, I think it is good, regardless of what side of the aisle you fall on. Educate yourself and get involved. That's important
Yeah.
because it does affect you, as you guys see. It affects everything you do, and it shouldn't be that way. But anyway, that's a video. I might do it a little bit later on today if I have time.
Hmm.
But I'm glad we had this conversation because I think there's a lot of stuff going on when it comes to Xbox that we can talk about positively and look forward to.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just tired of the whole drama that goes on. And actually, that's good that they have that drama because there's actually, I'm actually playing more of my games now, so that's good too.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think this was a constructive podcast with, some things we might not like that Xbox is doing, but we focused on what we think they might be doing and what's the future and all this. It wasn't just one negative fest of Xbox. It was everything, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, if you can't, you're not gonna, if you come here, you're not gonna get me talking about the prices, and I mean on that level like other people do, because it's
Right,
also clickbait. That's
right,
the only reason why they do it. And there's people that like that, and they'll go. Trust me, I
right.
know. Dude, there's stuff that I'm into outside of gaming, other genres that I participate in, where people do that.
Right.
It's not just gaming, right? But at the end of the day, for me, it's like, how does it affect me, and how I like to consume these different aspects of pop culture, and that's what it boils down for me in the end of the day.
Hmm. Yeah.
So my viewpoints we might not share the same viewpoints every so often, but that's good.
Right.
That's why we're different. But yeah, so we can wrap it up there. Thank you for being here. Shout out to the chat, Google, Kratos. Thanks for stopping in. And Big Money, Big B Money, man. I see you dropping in now. Thank you. And I know you're on Unlimiteds too, and you follow the guys as well. Vontae, man, always good to see you, brother. Katadam. I don't know if you know about that today. They have Tadam on Netflix. I might actually watch that.
Oh, okay. Nice, nice.
It's not from back in the day when like ABC used to show their fall lineup.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So that's why I like watching it. It reminds me of better days. And we have Faded Blaze. Thank you, brother. Toolman, appreciate it, as well as the world's most powerful gamer. Ebot was here.
Mr.
Mr.
Kima,
Kima.
yeah.
And Daniel Berry, man.
Daniel, yeah, yeah.
And at WNBA, man, they're going to have to learn the hard way. When you beat up your celebrity.
you
You stay
you
up for a
two
couple years.
always talking about sports, like
Yeah, that's how I was supposed to do a sports podcast, man. I'm with Daniel, and I was like, man, dude, it's just too much going on. I can't keep up with it. And even sports is getting political, so it'll just end up me talking about politics again.
yeah,
So I was like, yeah, what's the point of that? So, but I mean, we touch base on stuff like that every once in a while. But yeah, I think I caught everybody right. Okay, all right, guys. Thank you guys for being here. Xbox All In channel, host Sega Forever. We are out.
bye.